Welcome back to the NAL, everyone. Okay, off to a great start. It is day 3, and we are going to be sending 2 teams to the Munich Major by the end of today. And that will be every single one of our NA teams qualified, whereas the other 2, unfortunately, will have an early end to their season. I'm your host, Jeannie, joined with Foxay and Lax. And we're going to be so serious and really smart today.
Yeah.
You really built that up to be so serious.
That was
that you're like containing laughter. But I mean, it is a serious day. Like you said it.
Yeah.
We're sending 2 teams to Munich, and 2 teams are packing up their bags and are waiting a long off season.
Yeah. One of DZ and M80 is not going to be at the major, which is crazy to say.
Right, absolutely. But I think we also need to rewind a little bit to yesterday, specifically on how we got here, because both OXG and M80 went from being placed into the S tier to finding themselves in that lower bracket.
And we start out with M80 versus SSG. SSG loses the first map, but then steams up. The train starts going. They're able to bring it back in the final 2 maps, and they looked so good off of the back of Ashen and the entries. They were absolutely, undeniably, they couldn't get stopped by M80. M80 didn't have a response for it, unfortunately.
And then we jump into the second game where, you predicted this. You thought Oxygen was going to be going to the lower bracket, and they sure did. That was the first time we saw Oxygen really look lost in that first match for Shopify Rebellion. Then we jump into Border, and then Shopify Rebellion, just same thing, just walking away with it. But it wasn't off the backing of the team. It really came off of Spoit having one hell of a performance, getting 4 4Ks in that matchup. Then we speed it into the SR versus SSG, where, again, you talk about that train finding its steam. It continued to go through, and they were steamrolling Shopify Rebellion.
The scary SSG when they have the momentum on their shoulders, and just after seeing how well Spoit and SR did against OXG, we would have thought that they would have replicated it, but SSG closing out the final map with a 7-0, sending Shopify Rebellion to have to go through the lower bracket and trying to redo what they did in stage 1, which is get first place in the playoffs.
Yeah, which is the complete opposite, because last playoffs in stage 1, they had to crawl all the way through that lower bracket. They have now directly punched their ticket to the grand final. But when we're looking today, it's going to be the lower bracket that we're covering. We're covering Wildcard OXG, we're covering DZ M80, which for these teams is incredibly crucial to win today, because you got SI points, you got Munich, and again, you just don't want to end your season already when SI is not until February 2026.
Yeah, and for Dark Zero, they've never missed a major event of this conception of the team. So for them to be in a position where they're at risk of it, they're going up against M80. M80's played so good during the regular stage. Obviously, they didn't look too hot yesterday, but they're going to be the second game of the day, and the first one with OXG and Wildcard, where again, Wildcard, big shoes to fill. They have not looked that hot coming into playoffs.
I mean, it's definitely big shoes to fill. They've maintained their consistency in terms of just not being able to look like the team that we saw back in Reload. And as for Auction, hopefully it's a brand new day for them in terms of how they looked in comparison to their matchup for Shopify Rebellion. So that first one definitely will deliver.
Yeah, and that's the first game that we're going to be looking at. It will be OXG Wildcard. And when we're looking at Wildcard specifically, they really squeezed past to be able to make it into the playoffs. Their regular stage wasn't looking that too hot. The first stage that we were talking about for Wildcard 2, after what we saw from Reload, which is what had given us so much hope, is just never ever came back.
Yeah, they've had so much potential. I mean, this roster since their conception and Reload got high hopes for everybody, but it's been slowly a downhill spiral. I think they're trying to find and figure out what their identity is. As for OXG, the identity's there. They've figured it out. It's all about just the consistency from them, and now they finally faced adversity with the loss yesterday, so hopefully they can bounce back.
Yeah, that's what you'd hope from OXG's side of things, but Wildcard has also had a little bit of a day off yesterday where they could watch OXG play, where they could maybe get some couple of scrims in it for themselves, because the end of the day, Lax, it is genuinely do or die.
It's do or die, backs against the wall here, and inconsistency has by far been the plague for Wildcard. Whether you're looking at stage 1 and now finding yourself here in stage 2 in the playoffs, similar situation. I mean, we continue to see so many faults with this team, which I don't know why they're happening. They have all of the keys to the puzzle, but the fact of the matter is they aren't finding success on their attacks, and that's one thing where I've talked about it time and time again, where I want to see Dash on those shield ops, and maybe more so specifically on Blackbeard, because what we're seeing him be able to do on Monty just simply isn't enough. Even same with the Blackbeard in their matchup versus SSG. He did get to play Monty, but again, he wasn't being able to find much success on that side. And when you think he comes from Brazil, the most notorious region for being able to take gunfights, and what does Blackbeard allow you to do? It allows you to take gunfights. So I want to be able to see him coming in today to be able to use that Blackbeard if it's on the board and actually make more headway than what he's currently been able to do on on the side of Monty.
Yeah, I mean, today's the last day for Wildcard to kind of rekindle some form of hope that we have had for them for such a very long time. Because when we're looking at this roster, if there's one word that we can put synonymous with Wildcard, it is inconsistency.
It's definitely inconsistency, but if there's something that you can take away that they are doing good, it's their entry engagements. I mean, in that first matchup, you can clearly see that they are finding success, going 7 out of 10 of those opening engagements. Just unfortunate that they're converting only 3 of those into a round 1. Then you look at that Skyscraper, 6 out of 12 opening engagements still going in their favor, converting 5 into a round win. So for me, it's more so of a matter not only of Dash just being able to step up his performance on those shields and banking more of a spearhead and being able to take those gunfights, but actually walking away here with these opening engagements and turning them more into convincing rounds 1, being able to keep that man advantage into the late round, because that is where they're struggling, and that is where we're seeing a lot of these upper echelon teams throughout the playoffs being struggling in those opening kill departments. So the fact that Wildcard is getting those engagements going in their favor, it's just a matter of reeling it back in, and also on Spiker to be making that call and understand that there is going to be an exposed spot, whether it's the defense, whether it's the attack, and take advantage of that. Because if you can't hear, like I said, you're going to have a long offseason, and I'm sure roster changes are going to be made.
Yeah, of course. And it's also such a shame when you're a roster that is able to do the most difficult part, the hardest part, and then
absolutely.
you're just like,
You just let it go.
Yeah, it's just you drop the ball. So hopefully today is a bit of a different wild card, because it could be the last day that we see them, and they're going up against OXG, which this roster hasn't necessarily tasted any defeats beside that first best of 1 at the start of the stage, and then yesterday the tables have turned.
It'll all be about how they can bounce back, because the biggest issue and the one takeaway from OXG in the last couple of years is they've always been a very quiet team, momentum-based team. So when things don't go right, they get quiet in the comms. You can see it, the coordination is very lackluster. And that's what we saw against Shopify Rebellion. They essentially just got shut down. And that was the first time that we were going to see a Cafe without Forrest on the spearhead, and it didn't necessarily work out in their favor. The strength of OXG is their entry game, and that's exactly what Shopify Rebellion hit head on, is trying to shut down Adam, trying to shut down Gomez, so that OXG can't find comfortable positioning, can't get in the map, can't get where they want to be, and that's exactly where they fall flat. And once they didn't have that hot start, we see OXG slowly taper off in performance, and map 2 was already lost from the basis of map 1. And one thing that we always know is Grixer is going to be consistent even when the team's not, but the rest of the team, if they don't have that strong entry, that's where we see OXG fall.
Yeah, and something that was particularly painful for them yesterday was on Cafe when we were looking at those entries. They weren't able to get over that hurdle first, and that just kind of made everything fall apart.
Yeah, because that was the biggest downfall for OXG, is their entry game, and they picked attack first. Shopify Rebellion picked the map, which means OXG can pick the side, and the more favorable side is going to be defense. But they picked attack first because they wanted to start off hot, get some momentum under their belt with Adam and Gomez being able to be the main source of firepower, but that's not what we saw. That was the main focus, and Cafe is a very punishing map when it comes to those entries. So Shopify Rebellion, just like they broke apart Dark Zero in stage 1, they did a great job at breaking apart OXG and shutting down that entry game, and it left OXG in a position where the momentum was lost. It was a gamble to go attack first on Cafe that also didn't pay out, and that's why once that the vibes weren't there and the comms got quiet, Border was already lost at that point. I don't think it's that big of an issue or cause for concern. It just means that OXG took a risk and it didn't pay off.
Yeah, but also like OXG being such a heavy momentum and vibe team does maybe ring a couple of alarm bells in terms of how it's going to do today. But again, a learning opportunity and a lesson in terms of the best of 3 that we're going to see today against Wildcard. Because when we're looking towards Wildcard, their map pool is not necessarily something that you can't really exposed.
No, it hasn't been great. And I said, you know, whether you're hiding stuff for playoffs, sure, but what we're seeing already in playoffs is they aren't looking good. You see the Skyscraper from stage 1, they just played it yesterday. 2 days ago, they lost that. Then you look at their Clubhouse, they were 1-1, they lost it yesterday as well. So, there's not really a lot of tangibility in terms of what they're able to play. Labs is their best looking, in my opinion, than versus what we might see in Chalet. But if you're Oxygen, this is a perfect time to jump on top of this wildcard team that is still struggling with their inconsistencies. And then when we talk about those opening engagements, if they're really paying attention to this matchup, get that opening engagement going in your favor, because even if they are getting that open engagement, I think it's a matter of fact, keep the pressure going, because they can't seem to make these rounds go in their favor. So this is a very, very good matchup for Oxygen to take full advantage of, learn what they did wrong yesterday, implement it here, and then again, as for wildcard, everything that I said they need to do, maybe switch up the roles with Dash, maybe play a little better, play a little safer, maybe just stack on top of one another, keep that man advantage. But again, Oxygen, definitely has the advantage going into this.
I think that's one of the biggest downsides to Wildcard is their entry game, and that's why they prefer maps like Labs, Chalet, Clubhouse, maps that you don't necessarily need that much of an entry into it, and that's something I hope we get to see them change, is having Dash be able to assist on the entry with the Blackbeard, because on a Monty, you can't really do that. You can give information,
space,
yeah, but you can't do much with it, especially if there's somebody in front of you, and Wildcard, regardless of who's playing Shield or what roles they're playing, the entry game of having Bay be the solo entry, we don't see that so consistently, and there's nobody really following Bay up in those situations. So if we can see Dash be the Blackbeard, him duo up with Bay, be able to get that position, but act on it, get the picks behind it, Wildcard could be in a good place. But I think that's why their map pool is so limited. They have to go to maps where you don't necessarily need an entry a majority of the time.
Yeah, speaking of their limited map pool being probably a downside for the best of 3 today, let's have a look at the map, Fido, when it comes to where we'll be heading in this series, starting off with Club.
I mean, this makes perfect sense for Oxygen to try to take advantage of this. I mean, what we saw yesterday in their match versus SSG for the wildcard game was the simple fact that SSG was reading into those setups. They were understanding, okay, if you want to go for a roam, we'll either pick you apart or we're going to actively just aggressively go for that site hit and then force you to collapse and fall back into our line of sight. And they were just getting picked off left and right. And now you're going against an Oxygen team where if you do want to roam, you really have to be paying attention to those cutoffs, because that is something I will say Oxygen does extremely well with Yaga, is being able to be on those flanks with Grixer as well and have those cutoffs when the other two are setting up and pushing to clear.
Yeah, I think this is a good situation. You're going to ban Sky and Chalet first if you're OXG. It's a situation where Wildcard's always going to get one of their better maps. So Club to Labs, exactly what you want to see. It's great maps for both teams, great maps for Wildcard, 2 of their best maps. As for OXG, though, they're not weak in the areas where Wildcard has been able to expose some teams when it comes to the individual spread out way that they play. OXG is very direct, focused, all team oriented, taking rafters on Labs, taking storage on Labs, being able to attack things as a team. And the map pool, OXG is playing for the long game because Bank is one of those maps where Wildcard has their ups and downs on it. OXG is playing for that third map to be able to go to Bank, and if they don't win the first 2, it's not necessarily a risk because Bank is definitely more OXG favorite in my opinion, especially with having Adam and Gomez on that entry, not necessarily needing to rely on the shields, where Wildcard needs something extra on their pushes. So I'd imagine on a map like Bank, you're forcing Dash to play that Blackbeard, you're forcing him to play that Monty, limiting their entry ability for Wildcard.
Yeah, then for me as well, I would like to head a little bit more into the prediction side of things because, of course, like coming into this, OXG is, I would say, the favorite considering how their regular stage has gone and how well they've performed, but also the fact that OXG is such a momentum-heavy team, and yesterday it felt like they were a little bit more quiet, is like a quick turnaround, like what, not even 24 hours, enough for them to really lock in.
You'd like to hope that OXG, with how much progress they've made throughout this stage, they're not going to let other years of losses and them getting quiet hold them down with how strong they were during the regular stage. So I'm hoping for that, especially against a weak Wildcard. They should be able to bounce back and shake off the fact that they took a risk against SR. It's not like they lost necessarily. They lost fair and square, but they took a risk. It didn't pay off. They play a lot more normal and go in the map bans, which they have. They should be able to win.
What I want to see coming out of Oxygen, where I will feel confident throughout the rest of the matchups, is seeing how they are on their attack. Because what we saw yesterday, especially on Cafe, is they were struggling to adapt. You talk about the comms, they weren't there. Clubhouse is very default, it's very simple. So if they're already struggling at the forefront of this and can't seem to adapt, not bringing a different operator, not having a different approach, not taking advantage if the site isn't being held, that is where I am then going to see the exact same Oxygen, the exact same struggles. But I will give them the benefit of the doubt that it is a brand new day and that they are going to take from what happened yesterday and fix it coming into this matchup.
Okay, well, enough OXG. I think Wildcard is also a discussion that we need to have. We've already touched upon the fact that their map pool is very limited and that maybe some of the playstyles, especially with, you know, when we have Dash in there, is not going the way that we want it to go. But what do they have when it comes to an upper leg on OXG?
Honestly, not a whole lot, because they've been consistent in terms of their issues, where Oxygen, at least from one stage to the next, has performed tremendously well, where again, Wildcard is struggling, but I think the key points is the things that I said. But being able to start on defense here, already you're going to be feeling good. You already know what to expect. You already can learn from what happened against the SSG game, not leaving yourself exposed to go for an open site rush because everyone is offside flank, and then also just being able to stack on top of one another, not losing that opening engagement. Like I said, they can keep these opening engagements going in their favor, play that man advantage. That is going to be the biggest takeaway when coming into Clubhouse, is not having those little those small errors continue to plague their performance and Achilles heels them as they continue throughout their match.
Wildcard's strength when they play against very hyper-aggressive teams is wherever that entry from the other team is coming in from, they're able to set up crossfires. They respond to it very quickly. So if Wildcard can do that against Adam and Gomez, wherever they're coming in, let's isolate this entry, get the picks, because we know the rest of OXG is not going to be as responsive there in time. So that should be Wildcard's main goal, is shutting down Adam, because that's what Shopify Rebellion did yesterday. And that's exactly why Shopify Rebellion made OXG look so lackluster. So Wildcard has any game plan, it's definitely to shut down the entry game from OXG.
Yeah, from our side of things, we're going to be heading over to a quick little break, and then we're going to be going into our first map of this series. A reminder for you guys at home, winner goes to Munich, loser ends their season here pretty early. Is it going to be Wildcard OXG? We'll find out after the break with Ollie and Lynx.
Well, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for taking a little bit of a pause for us before we got into the game. But, Ollie, I think we all need a little bit of a breather before two high-stakes matches at the start of today. By the end of both this best-of-3 and the next one, we will have two teams eliminated from Munich Major contention. And in this particular one in front of us, it's going to be one of two teams who started out the year, I think, none of us really thinking they'd be all that different from the years past, of Wildcard and OXG disappointing, and yet both have entered into our curiosity. They have enticed us, and yet only one of them could go to Munich.
That's it. I'm not sure if we need a breather though, Lynx, because we didn't really do too much yapping last night.
No, that's true. We didn't. It was a clean little 17 rounds.
I think regardless of what happens tonight, just the fact that we've got two best-of-3s, we are going to have to do more. But that is exactly what we're here for. And we've got OXG and Wildcard facing off against one another right now. And as you said, a very important best-of-3. Obviously, regional finals is important and it holds its own weight. But everybody has their eyes on what is coming up next. And that is, of course, the Munich Major. Failure to qualify for that major results in quite a lengthy off-season, with, of course, SI being scheduled for February.
10 seconds remaining.
It's nice to have Christmas off, but I don't know that you need from, like, what, October to February until you play some professional Siege. So these teams want to keep current. They want to keep in that mix. And that's exactly what we're going to be fighting for here and now today. Starting off here on Clubhouse. Not a map that we've really seen either of these two teams gravitate towards during the regular stage here in Stage 2. We have, of course, witnessed OXG play it only a couple of days ago. Apologies, Wildcard play it only a couple of days ago. But aside from that, we haven't seen OXG play at this stage. So, I mean, it's Clubhouse. It's not like we've hidden anything for this particular occasion. It's a map that everyone's comfortable with. It's the first map that any team will learn when they join into competitive, whether they're getting a new player in, they'll run through the ropes of how they like to play club, because it is just one that you've got to have in your back pocket.
And I think part of that's obvious by the fact that you look at most attacking bans or defensive bans and that they ban attackers, but you had a double hard breach usually, right? You know, a lot of exterior walls play a focus. There's literally one of them right there that you see used to not only open up that angle, but also get a bit of an angle onto the logistics wall if it's not already opened up. Very quick kill acquired by Bay, roaming very far over on the red stairs side. And yep, that's often the risk you have in a position like that. Push up too far, and if you're not watching the staircase, somebody can come up and pinch you from below. Huge amount of engagements traded on this side of the map, and unfortunately, it's a Wildcard. Well, I suppose unfortunately it's OXG that come out worse for wear. But if you're a fan of OXG, it's unfortunate that Wildcard come out in the 2 versus 1. Diffuser up on the roof, so Gomez can go back up. Despite on low HP, can retrieve it and at least revive this win condition as some kind of possibility. Minute 15 left and 3 Bs. He's got a decent bit of utility, Ollie, but I just think in the 2v1 with 2 toxic canisters remaining, he'll have his work cut out for him.
I'm not sure if he spotted that Valkyrie camera either at the top of Cash Stairs. It was kind of an awkward position in his drone. There's at least one on ping there for him, so they're aware of the presence of the Valkyrie. We'll certainly find out now. Should have been spotted crossing there. See, Baby Shark is on the CCTV room camera, so Wildcard have got full information, and Dash is priming and readying those Toxic Babe canisters, ready to start cutting off these avenues. Dash playing really close there with the shotgun, but a nice little double swing. Ooh, almost a lineup there as Gomez takes Dash down. Puts a bit of pressure here on Spiker, especially with 30 seconds left.
For 30 seconds, he can cut off some angles with the Bs as well. Oh, well, that was a bit of an anticlimactic ending. Spiker just throwing one impact grenade, deals with the rest of it. And that is round 1 done and dusted. Wildcard with the first, and they'll come on the defense.
I was hoping for a little bit more out of that, honestly. As soon as he gets the 1 kill onto Dash, I'm thinking, there's a good chance here. You look down, you see what sort of kit Valkyrie's got, and you think, oh, impacts. Yeah, there's denying the plant's going to be quite tricky. Nope, we're just going to throw a single impact. Unfortunately, Gomez was quite low. That was the almost lineup there. But the information game, too good for Wildcard. Spiker having the confidence there to rotate down below. And I mean, he's made a very good guess there, to be honest, because if Gomez goes on the bed to try and get that plant down, that impact's pretty useless. we get thrown into a very different round indeed. A lot of kills coming in the early half of that round, though. As Wildcard, we're very happy to contend out there on the roam, as you typically do for a gym and bedroom. A side that you can either choose to roam or not is, of course, going to be Church and Arsenal. But with this lineup, it looks a bit undecided, Lings. Like, are we committing to the roam game, or are we going to start playing on site? We've got the Clash, which is, I mean, you could do either, I guess. But you've got the Scopos thrown into the mix, which there's nobody speaks to the roam more than a Scopos, and Bay is going to be upstairs here in Garage Rafters.
There's always the worry you kind of have to have sometimes. Are we going to be a little too half and half with it? Are we going to overextend? It was kind of a... I could argue that's exactly what happened with Bay in that previous round, pushing very deep up to red stairs with not a lot of support behind him, leaves a gap on red, gets cut off in the process. And here, at least he's got a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card, right? Not only has the ability to teleport back down below just by switching the positions of which, I suppose, robot he's on at the moment, but he's also got Dash moving around inside a lounge, not only giving information on anybody who could be pushing through the door, but also we'll just cut off that lounge position entirely, allow Dash to kind of hold that for the time being, make sure nobody can pinch Bay from that angle as well. At the moment, it is causing OXG some issues. It's also one of those positions where even though Bay's overextended, if you kind of do the same thing on the attack and you only send one person after him, you don't want to spend too much time on a mission that doesn't really end up bearing any fruit. Yaga inserted on the opposite side, moving in through Jacuzzi, trying to find an alternative way to break through this cash defense, or this cash roam, excuse me.
Everything that's happening here is fantastic for the clock as well for Wildcard. Oh, Baby Shark's really committed to this as well. Dash, he's able to facilitate the escape. That's going to allow both players to get themselves back down to site entirely unharmed. A massive missed opportunity there from OXG. If there's a roam that's that heavy, you've got to be ready to cut it off when it starts to retreat back to site, because it has to retreat at some point. If you don't push it hard enough and you don't get in a gunfight, you've got to expect them to start to move down. Yaga himself can start to move and give a bit of presence down on these blue stairs. And yeah, there's 10 people alive. There is only a minute left. And with the bans that we've got, being the Hibana and the Ace, it's not going to be too easy to get these hard breaches open, especially given that both hard breach secondaries have already been spent. And it doesn't look as though Kitchen Hatch is open. This could be a very flat attack as we get to crunch time here at around 40 seconds. I do fear for Yaga having to go up against Baby Shark here. Baby Shark's got himself a really nice deployable shield. Gomez could be a bit of a difference maker and does have a nade, but they're going to have to make something happen and happen quick.
It seems a blue push with this much investment by the defense is going to be difficult. So Forrest walking through the smoke, just kunai'd in the process by Kansan. Advantage for Wildcard, even more so now that some of these kills have been confirmed. Grixer down after his double. Wildcard with 2 in a row as OXG taking a lot of time and accomplishing very little with it. They are playing Wildcard's game, and that's only going to be a losing endeavor.
Wildcard are doing a great job here of just setting up these mini games for OXG to waste time on. And OXG are kind of just blindly accepting that challenge and like, yeah, we'll spend a bit of time on the top floor. Why not? It's fine if you go to clear the roam, as long as you get something for it. But there wasn't anything that you'd gotten for it, apart from the pre-placed utility. So, what, a couple of mute jammers? Not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. But what that roam did do was whittle down OXG's resources and force them into a really less than ideal push. I mean, if you're only bringing 2 tin openers for a Church and Arsenal attack, I'm not too sure where they're getting used anyway, because typically you're going to need a little bit more than that. Even if you just want kitchen dirt, it's not a guarantee that you're going to get kitchen hatch open with just 1 tin opener. There could be an impact trick, anything could happen. OXG, I won't be surprised to see an early time, and not early, it's going to be a very typical timeout if it comes at the end of round 3, start of round 4. But I certainly won't be surprised to see it. Clubhouse, not a map where attackers have a tough time of things. There are plenty of opportunities, especially with the tools that are available. Maybe a switch up into CCTV room and cash is going to be the recipe for OXG to try and get something going here. Already, the lineup, I'll be honest, it looks a lot better.
Yeah, a lot of very clear applicability to these attacking operators. Maverick for the wall. This is going to be good just because any hard breach denial that is brought, you can just cut right through that, no problem. You do have some hard breach charges as well to maybe get an angle on one of the garage doors up in the rafters. But the bigger thing for me is the primary utility besides the hard breach. The Mavic's obviously great, but you've got Rotero drones to deal with the Kibas. You've got the bolts to clear out rafters. You've got the bees to aid for either that or the execute. And the Rotero drones as well, good for the barbed wires that, could get placed on red stairs or garage by Baby Shark. So really like what I'm seeing from OXG, this operator lineup. I think, the Lion can obviously, sometimes he's good, sometimes he's not, but I'm not going to complain about bringing up with 2 nades as well. EE1D has its uses, so I'm a big fan of it for OXG. On the flip side, Wildcard also giving themselves a lot of options. I was about to say ADSs and Kibas likely for rafters. Dash playing in this spot. No, you and I casted a game one time where it was the Azami playing over here. I actually think it was Kansan playing over here as the Azami. We were both kind of like, okay, but you could play rafters.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember it was like, you could do that, or you could do rafters, which is what 99.9% of other people would have done in that situation.
Right now.
Yeah. Well, Dash might have a little chance here. His window of opportunity is going to be extremely small. I don't think it's going to slow down at the initial push as the first couple of kills do start to come in. Yogurt and Spiker both fall in there. That could be the recipe for Garage Control. A drone from Forest will confirm it. Someone needs to move through and take that space. This is where a Monty can be really nice just to fearlessly march up those stairs. But it's instead going to fall onto Forest's shoulders. This is very likely that someone could choose to retake that position. Just because you've taken the Azami out of there doesn't mean that anyone isn't going to hop on in. But there's quite a lot of hesitation right now from OXG.
I feel like it's been the defining feature of OXG so far today has been hesitation, especially in round 3. Even with getting the Azami, what was that, like, it was like almost a minute ago at this point? It's certainly been a little bit, and yet we're only just now moving into rafters, and this is brutal. Wildcard making the decision to fully reinforce the wall, and with Yaga going down, and I don't know if he used all of his hard breach, this is a much more protracted way to find a way into CCTV and cash. 20 seconds remaining. Everybody inside of the site. We got Bay with a C4 prep. We got Baby Shark. He just threw his first toxic canister. It's only 17 seconds when he throws it. Taking a fight onto the player in rafters. OXG struggling to find a way in. As Adam walks through, he's still in the smoke. Gonna go down to the toxic gas. I think that's him resigning his fate at that point. There's nothing you can do. No time to even reattempt that plant. Wildcard achieve a flawless site rotation, and that timeout is coming in hot.
Who is this OXG? Like, we're not used to this team being this slow. I never thought that I would say this, Lynx, but I am desperate to see Forest just play blitz and just run in. Like, where's that OXG right now when they need it most? Because we're not even seeing like the full ideas in these rounds because of how quickly they're going, how slowly they're going by. Really unsure about that Rotero drone as well. I felt like it just gave such a great angle for Defender to get a really narrow pixel onto the top of rafters as well, after that Maverick had ripped open a little bit of the wall. As predicted, OXG with the timeout. And I can only think that time must be the main topic of conversation right now because these rounds are slow by any standard, let alone a team like OXG who, let's be honest, we expect them to play some pretty exciting Siege.
Yeah, I mean, even if they aren't, even if Forrest isn't exactly on the shield as often or as, I would say, quickly as he used to be, it's still a team that when those entries are firing, when Adam and Gomez are getting those opening picks, it really does feel like, or Adam, Yaga, whoever, whenever they're getting those opening picks, it really feels like they know exactly how to capitalize off of it. Once they get that 5v4, it's like a switch clicks in their brain and they just like, oh, we can win this. Like, we're not guaranteed to, but we know we have a clear way forward. And it just feels like right now with that opportunity lacking, whether it's even traded or even whether there's no kill presenting itself, when it's just sort of this passive defense or a defense that is basically fighting a war of attrition and always bleeding them the moment Wildcard takes a shot in turn. OXG don't have that clear way in, and Wildcard is doing a very good job at denying it to them. Then again, I think it's also kind of a little bit of Wildcard denying it, and OXG, I think, struggling to put the pieces together, struggling to get the comms flowing. As the desk was mentioned, we saw them struggle with in that game against SR yesterday. With Wildcard picking up 3 in a row, and now's a good time. We're going back to Gym Bedroom. They're going to go back to Gym Bedroom once it opens up. It's a good time to kind of try things out. You've already got a taste of what Wildcard will do. Now you just have to look at it this time and see what the differences are.
Gym and bedroom, not one of the easier sites on Clubhouse. For the defenders, at least. 61.9% win rate for the attack. So this is where attacking teams in NAL, in Stage 2, have got the majority of rounds here on Club. Anything around 47 to sort of 53, you kind of can class that as pretty even 50-50s. But when you start getting into the 60s, that's maybe when you can start to call something attacker-sided. And I think that's just because there's some very well-established ways of taking control of gym and bedroom. Getting yourself in through cash and CCTV side is a fantastic way of doing it, and it often involves a little bit of pressure coming from the other side. We can see Jacuzzi Wall there already getting opened. So decent progress inside of the first minute. There's still quite a lot to chew through. OXG have got quite an egregious lineup. Deployable shields, slowing operators in the smoke. But an opening pick this time for OXG. Nade to maybe clear the shield, gets lucky on the peak, but that's enough to force the player off. Atom coming up from the stairs below as well. A beautiful pinch there, and OXG making short work of the roam this time.
Exact kind of thing we want to see in a moment like that, especially as, while they got Bay last time, Wildcard were able to bleed off a lot of picks in turn. So 5v3, this is the exact situation we want to see OXG sort of reclaim that former glory. Still half the round gone. Still some work to do, to be sure, but Ollie, we've even got drones down below. Tracking Spiker, moving with this diffuser. They know this con C4 is incoming. Adam can go hunting too, in the perfect position to cut him off. Ooh, bit tricky. In the process, Adam will try to retake that engagement. He at least staves off that C4 and kind of puts some fear into Spiker. It's that kill that's going to do it, though, because once they realize it's a 5v2 on site, OXG make the right call, push directly in, and they know Spiker's C4 is wasted. Yalka can start putting this diffuser down if he wants, so long as OXG keep a lid on the rest of these angles. Adam again losing his chance at finding this Valkyrie. In the process, he's been softened up quite extensively, but that final Deathmark tracker coming in exactly when you need it will give OXG perfect information as to where the Valkyrie is. And a three-way crossfire is the only thing staring Spiker down at the moment. A chance at winning this one has just slipped away with that bit of information, and perhaps he can find an angle onto this Deimos, but they'll keep pulling back, wasting time, denying him any chance at winning this one. Potential for a nice shot there, by the way, on Condor, but again, OXGR, until then, making the right play, and then hitting him with the three-way to end things. A great start and a great finish for OXG's first.
I don't think OXG could have played that round much better. Everything that we've asked of them so far, speed things up, bit more coordination. They brought a better set of operators as well, in my opinion. They had the thermite. They were able to get that Jacuzzi Wall open nice and early. There was a brilliant push. We could see the ideas that we got in round one with how they wanted Atom to push up those cache stairs at the same time as people coming in through cache breach. It was just a much better round, all things considered. Some brilliant information as well. I love that recognizing, okay, Valkyrie was played previously. We know that there's likely going to be a Val. We haven't removed it. We removed the Bandit instead. So let's be honest, we need to have a drone underneath because there's a Valkyrie C4 waiting to happen here at some point. If they're running that much info, someone's going to be about with the C4. Brilliant drone that Gomez was on. And, you know, Atom, he might not have got the kill straight away, but they knew exactly where the last player was, and the people pushing the site had done the hard work already. And Atom, of course, did get his kill in the end. OXG with the round, and it gets them going here tonight. I think they'll be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief that they're now on the board, and they can start to try and build off that.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Just have to hope they get more of it. Kind of the only thing you got to do at this point. A 5v3 is nice. Is it necessary? No, not by any stretch of the imagination. But we'll take it. We absolutely will take it. Force hopping back on that shield. Monty might just be what they need to speed things up a little bit. Oftentimes what we'll see teams do is bring that Monty just to say, okay, we're gonna brute force the full clear. We're gonna walk through full shield. That way, if we do run into anybody, that way if the drones do fail a little bit, hey, we've got that protection directly in front of us. This is a bit of an odd setup. Baby Shark trying to get an angle, I guess, in construction with the hatch open up right next to him in gym, so we can fall back. Can't say I've seen that one before, but see how it works out. Oh, she's certainly buying into it, as 3 to 4 players all on or around the roof at the moment, so that they are very much contemplating a full clear. And Dokbi call going out. Baby Shark got to be careful, trapped in that corner. Because they could walk in front of that Kivo, but a bit of a nice use of the boogie drone. He'll make it out. Bay certainly doesn't. OXG getting another key man advantage, and given how successful they were with it in round 4, might just be the only win condition they need.
Baby Shark's still a little bit loose right now. He actually hasn't gone back downstairs just yet. Could be a little bit of a problem for later. OXG not making bad pace. And again, they have better tools for the jobs at hand this time as well. Baby Shark's still harassing there down inside a bar. He's actually using his Kivas on those vertical angles. Forrest is now going to go down and try and push him back to site or pin him down somewhere. With these hatches already open, it's a little bit of a guessing game as to where he could be right now. And look at this from Dash. Oh, hello! That's a horrible engagement for everybody involved. You could have been forgiven for thinking those two players were on the same team with the slowness of the reaction there, but somehow Dash gets away with it.
And they'll be happy to trade that one back. Even if the Dokkaebi call already used, just keep OXG on the back foot, or even more importantly, not even on the back foot, just keep them not with 1 foot forward. Keep them always having to fight, apply that pressure, because if OXG don't have that opening, if they don't have that immediate way in, the problem solving gets really, really difficult. Ooh, okay, I think we're maybe overcooking a little bit with that dirt tunnel run out, but whoever that was does not get punished. That's likely to the benefit of Wildcard, because if they can just hold on, keep the site structure intact, and also keep Spiker's utility present, keep Cans and C4 at play, this is really going to trip things up. Dash, again, we just don't need to be making plays like that. But he'll find the head onto Yaga, push up the metal stairs as well. It's somewhat of a good timing, but Grixer shuts it down. Instead, a lot of the attention focused on the site. It's unfortunately a bit directed by OXG as Wildcard keep things in the 2v1. Baby Shark with a deal double kill to finish things off and stop the bleeding after round 4.
The player that was upstairs inside of Jim at the start of the round with the hatch open underneath of him gets the double eagle kill to finish. Like, how has he gone back into that exact position? Dash was just desperate for some sort of aggression in that round as well. That was twice we saw him walking up staircases. The first time he was rewarded, the second time he was punished. It doesn't matter when Wildcard are walking away with the round regardless. Big kill from Dash onto Yaga. Baby Shark just slippy underneath that hatch. I think he was able to get 3 in that sort of final spree that we saw. Wildcard maintaining and increasing that lead again. 4-1 right now. Potential for a 5-1 split here, to be honest with you, especially with the way that we saw this site go last time, Lynx. It was incredibly slow from OXG, despite them doing the hardest job of attacking this site, which is usually removing the Rafters player.
Camera feed up and running.
And part of that, to be fair, was Wildcard's setup. I mean, it's not common to double reinforce that wall, and normally what we see is, you know, the left panel's reinforced, right panel has some head holes. You just put a Terror drone on it, open it up, and bam, you're done. Like, that's your way in as the attack. But by double reinforcing that wall, it was already a slow attack. To be fair, they got the kill on the Spiker, like 1:30 seconds left, and they're not up at the top of Raptors breaching that wall until 40 seconds remaining. But that reinforcement was insult to injury, because then they're pushing into the site with 15 seconds left, and Baby Shark was clearly ready for it. He had 3 toxic canisters with 20 seconds remaining. They knew that this was going to be a late execute round, or whether that was pre-planned or whether it was in the moment, it was a brilliant call, because it just completely suffocated any momentum by OXG, and there was already very little to begin with. In this round, we do still have that same Raptors presence. In fact, I still think, broadly speaking, the same operator lineup across the board. Except the only difference, I don't think Dash is playing inside a gym bedroom this time, because I think I see all orange outlines.
That's
on this
strange.
I mean, I'm going to be
Not
honest.
playing in gym bedroom.
It's not, it wasn't really added much before. I mean, I don't hate it, but like, it just not really doing a whole lot.
I think they have actually left half of that wall soft as well this time into Rafters, so shouldn't be the same sort of problems that OXG face if they do get to the top of that. Might not get to it though. Dash, opening pick onto Yaga. Nobody know about Dash's position, just tucked in next to the window. It can be a really dirty angle, especially with the narrow gap you get through the railing. With that main breach open, these Rafter players should be feeling the heat and the pressure. And that's going to be enough to force him, but he doesn't actually jump over in time and instead will be downed.
Ooh, nice swing by Bay to bring that one back. Dash, he's not recoverable, But depending on where these OXG players are positioned, he very well could be. I mean, we obviously know where they are, but Forrest and Grixer, everyone is upstairs. No, yeah, I was about to say, if they know that dash is fully recoverable, and that's a 4v3 reestablished. OXG, I think, trying to pick up off that, or at least trying to build off that game early on. It's a rotation to construction, and bringing the Thermite, instead of pushing Raptors, they have fully decided to go for a construction push. But the problem is, now you're in that advantage. Oh my god, Forrest just sprints on in. Baby Shark spots it in the process, though. Grixer, I think, unfortunately, be a little bit lost on the timing or not finding the right engagement. I don't know what the hell Baby Shark thinks he's peeking, unfortunately, but does swing around, find Grixer, so there we go. He's going for a bit of a tighter angle than I expected. I get the idea from Forrest, but it seems, again, the communication with OXG a little lacking because Baby Shark finds that tiny gap, drops the Diffuser inside of the site, and that basically ends the round, not just for Gomez, but Grixer before him, even when he was still alive. Spots the head of one. No trade attempted on the other. Huge flick by Gomez, and he spotted the other one in the process. Knows he's somewhere around the right side of red. Could have rotated into CCTV, and as we know, that instinct is correct. On the other side of the reinforcement, oh no! Pre-fire just a little too high. Dash keeps it cool, and boy, are you glad that you went for that res.
Gomez has got to be kicking himself for that one. He was so close. The pre-fire, as you say, a couple of pixels too high. And a round that shouldn't have been close at all got pretty damn close. Still, something that isn't close, this scoreline. And that's really the only sign of life that we've seen from OXG, aside from the round that they were successful in. It's not like any other of these rounds have been coming down to the wire or super close. We got the gym bedroom round, but I guess, you know, with the Valkyrie and the positioning and the information, it wasn't a close affair. It wasn't like coming down to a 1v1 gunfight like that. Wildcard with a very commanding lead right now. They move on to their own attacking side. You do worry a little bit for OXG in this fixture. We often build Clubhouse as a map that every team is capable of, and well, a 5-1 wouldn't really indicate that they are very comfortable on here at the moment.
And for a team that, I mean, they had some moments against SSG, but SSG just completely outclassed Wildcard on this map. And I think, to be fair, a big part of that is SSG are just looking really good right now. I mean, they made SR look silly last night, especially on Cafe. So I think a lot needs to be said that SSG are just looking like that team right now. But this wasn't a map that Wildcard had any easy goings on whatsoever against Space Station. They did have some problems, and now a 5-1 defensive half. Their attacks have always been a little worrying, especially with the calling, especially with how they move around Dash on this shield when he plays it. So there are definitely still some worries I have for Wildcard going into this, but 5-1 is just a difficult thing to throw away.
Especially for OXG's map pick. Alarm bells do start to ring, and they're going to have to be pretty good on these defenses. Wildcard themselves haven't been the best team on attack, but you do get the feeling that they could be good for two. I like the lineup that they're bringing. A little bit exciting there with the blitzing. Atom on a much looser roam than what we saw from Wildcard. They were very well committed to that roam, and they had multiple fail-safes in terms of enabling players to get back to site, whether that was Dash playing on a clash, or there was people that were happy to really stick around out there like Baby Shark and use his utility in the Azami to really extend his stay up there. It's far looser here from OXG. Wildcard already starting to take advantage of that. They've got the track on the Goyo, and Dash is moving through this top floor. He's going to be able to very quickly flush these defenders down, and as we can glean from the overlay, it looks as though everyone's already made their way back down to site. Whereas this was a task that OXG were getting done in the first half of the round. Wildcard almost have achieved the same in and around the first minute.
Kind of thing you want to see. Sure, they're being thorough. Sure, maybe they're doing a little more than you need, but if they're going to do that very quickly, nobody's going to complain. Peace of mind is not something you can put a price on. Especially when we, the audience, know there's a vigil on the board, so definitely the kind of operator that always hints that, hey, maybe you should be a little more careful than you otherwise would be. This old drone for Wildcard as well. Only issue now, we're starting to get 2 minutes 15 seconds left, and we've really not seen much action around the kitchen side. Only 2 hard breach canisters, and of course you have the Selmas, but you got to dedicate a couple of those to open up a hatch. You might want to save them for flat wall later. Wildcard are kind of reaching that tipping point, Ollie, that OXG did, where if you don't start moving, time's going to slip a lot quicker than you think.
Time has a habit of doing that inside a siege. Wildcard, while it might look decent at the time being, it's still a 5 versus 5, and they've still got quite a lot of work to do here. Vertical angle is still only just being made. It does leave defenders with a lot of opportunity, and you're not really going to be able to watch everything anymore. The advantage of making these early is you give yourself options for later. Now the best you can hope for is just to open them and find someone underneath on a cam or something like that. That isn't going to happen right now. Those Vulcan packs, they'll be a factor as well with only 20 seconds. Spiker, not really going to have too many options but to try and drop this hatch, but Dash is the player we need to keep our eyes on right now.
Gotta see where he's going. Ooh, both Bs. I think 2 different canisters, by the way, getting trapped on that kitchen hatch, failing to go deep. It's not tripping up Wildcard whatsoever. Still get the diffuser down, even if Dash put to 1 HP, put down, yet not finished off. They've got a 3v3 for the post, and that might just be enough. Baby Shark not able to see one of those defenders through the haze. Makes a full reposition. Bit of a risky move across the long haul, but he's not punished for it. That's enough right now. If you're going to take a chance, it's better to get lucky in this moment. As Berkshire decides to take his chance of the engagement, Baby Shark doesn't want any of this smoke, so Yaga moves in to put the diffuser down. There's the great angle. Open up mid-round by Kansan. Spiker 2 getting on the action. It's all 3 remaining Wildcard players have a hand in that post. 6-1 right now, and OXG shots at a Clubhouse victory, getting grimmer by the second.
Wildcard doing a really good job there of the execute. They'd left the time quite late, and I was maybe a little bit hesitant of that. Looking at the stack of utility that OXG had, the fact that there was 10 players alive in the server, but they were able to get it done. Dash died to the barbed wire as well, by the way. He must have just got out of the plant, got into a really sticky position, and just had no choice but to try and push through it. I thought at that point it could have spelled disaster, but it wasn't. His team were there to hold it. If you've got that vert, it's very difficult to do anything about it as a defender. You've got to commit to a full retake, essentially. And OXG not in any position to do that whatsoever. Wildcard, map point already right now. We've had a habit of attracting these quicker games inside of stage 2 links. I hope that that isn't a sort of sign of things to come for how this night's going to be, because we're sending a team to the major after this series.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. It's also this very strange, well, and this will get to your point, but it's this very strange role reversal from stage 1 where it was Wildcard who had this like really good showing in the playoffs. I mean, they 2-0'd SSG, completely a mirror image of what happened this stage. 2-0 SSG, lose to Dark Zero, and then against OXG in the lower bracket, you and I casted this game. It was a 7-3, 7-2 for OXG, and Wildcard didn't look like they had any kind of chance whatsoever. And we were both just kind of like, oh, that's it? That's all we get from a team with this kind of promise. And it'd be very exciting for Wildcard to achieve something similar. And hey, even if, you know, they haven't won the series, but map 1, 7-1 potentially, that's a crazy statement to make. Yet, it might be OXG in Wildcard's shoes from last stage, a team that gave us so much promise, that was in the number 2 seeds going into the stage, bombing out, potentially losing 3 maps in a row inside of playoffs. Doesn't get much worse than that.
Certainly not over just yet, but it isn't looking great for OXG. They are going to try and stick to a rotation here. Wildcard already getting themselves established in on these rafters. Gym and bedroom attack, and it's being approached in a very similar way as to what we saw Oxygen do. Slightly different setup here, though. Yoga, deployable shield, at least briefly. Bit of barbed wire on the lower portion of the stairs. Mute jammer as well, so he can cleanse himself. So, and especially playing on the Wamai, he should have all the tools that he needs. How has Atom confirmed that kill? Baby Shark just got super unlucky on the angle there. But this is an aggressive round if ever I've seen one. The kills haven't stopped coming for OXG. We're flicking around and we can't find a single one of them. There's a flawless round in there somewhere, Lynx.
And a very kind of muted reaction from Gomez after that flawless. I mean, he's not exactly the most animated of people, but I think you can tell that she's still feeling the stakes a little bit, very much locked in. Job is not done, and I think the pressure of not making that major, losing your own map pick, by the way, in such a dominant fashion, is looming over them and will loom over any team no matter the experience level. think for Wildcard, I imagine they're just going to brush that one off, kind of like, all right, we just got smoked that round.
Bombs from being
Spiker
defused
kind
by
of embodying
attackers.
that at the moment. And you have CCTV Cache up next. This is a site that I think a lot of attackers would feel as having the best shot at winning. Sure, reasonable minds can disagree, but if you're able to get that plat wall open, then either sufficiently util dump garage or get a couple picks to push in a construction side with an advantage, the side can fall really quickly because of how constricted it is, and especially with garage, how open it can be without an operator like Azami on the board. Thankfully, it is here, as Wildcard have really preferred the Mira ban on this site, as OXG did on their side either. Again, personally, I always think kind of on sites like this and skyscraper, or maps like this and skyscraper, for example, I think I personally prefer the Azami ban, but it's okay. Like I said, reasonable minds can differ.
I mean, the Azami ban could still come. It's just, are you saying you prefer it first?
Yeah, I'm saying I prefer it as like as a higher priority than Mira.
Yeah.
On this map. Because I think, like, you know, if you're looking at just general lineups, I think if Mira or Azami's unbanned, you're seeing Azami more often than Mira on this map.
I feel like it's something as well to do with the breaching. I feel like the mirror window can make the breaching quite difficult.
That is true, and I think that's kind of the big argument for the mirror window.
Regardless, though, in this round, we have a Maverick anyway. Spiker going to be opening up the CCTV wall right now. A very risky job, especially in this day and age. Only one C4 in Grix's hand, and it's certainly not primed and ready just yet, so we'll take advantage of that baby shot there with the catch as well. Yoga just gets punished on the aggression. I don't really know what you hope to gain from that sort of swing, because if an attacker's holding that angle, you better believe it's jobless. Like, there's no way that you're going to be able to win it.
Well, also, that's the kind of play that that everyone does nowadays, and everyone has been doing for a while, is Mavline opening things up, guy holding on left side of plat wall, holding that exact angle. I mean, people do that in ranked. Jobless people do that in ranked, but like that's something that is very, very common, and I think you just really got to be careful when you make plays like that. And Yaga not only getting punished, but that's your smoke. That's the red stairs player. That's 30 seconds of utility. And we're not long on C4s on the defense, by the way. We've only got the one. And so if, God forbid, Wildcard find another pick, as Adam, by the way, roaming over on the gym side, they just gets hip-fired in the process. God just intervened and moved those bullets. You might not find the next. Wildcard escape with an advantage. Potentially a 3v1. You've got to be careful on that Condor, Gomez. And he will, in fact, back off. So the minute remaining, OXG in the deficit.
You look at what OXG have got now, though, and it isn't a lot. Forrest, he's got a Kiba, he's got an Impact. They've not got a C4, they've not got anything to deny this plant, and there is a ton of time right now for Wildcard. Going to be able to get this wall open. Still got some stuns that they can send out there as well. Spiker looking to get a plant down. Gomez gets caught out there on the edge, and Forrest has found himself in a nightmare position.
There's just no way he's making out of this one. No, not a chance in hell. OXG's map pick in 9 rounds goes the way of their opponents. Wildcard now 1 map toward and 1 map away from qualifying to the Munich Major.
Wildcard there trying to right some of the wrongs from earlier on in this week. They lost 2 maps against Space Station. Space Station have gone on to get themselves in the grand final, so it's not something to feel too bad about, as Wildcard at the moment are looking fantastic here. It is a best of 3. There is another map to come as a guarantee, and potentially 2. We'll be back just after this.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gimbo. Their first. There's only 4 seconds left.
There's no way. Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1 and they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today, they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
Available now.
That winning reaction was muted because I didn't hear anything that they said, but I'm pretty sure that Wildcard is absolutely happy about how this went. 7-2 against OXG on OXG's own map pick, when both of you said that it's going to go in OXG's favor.
Should have.
Yeah.
It should have, but it looks like OXG that lost to Shopify Rebellion. It's the same thing that happened to DZ. Shopify just must have the super juice from the Monstars from Space Jam to be able to just take all their powers out, because it looked like OXG was just so scared of that loss yesterday that they just completely went back and reverted to what wasn't working. They had force on the shields on the Monty, trying to push things. They had Adam and Gomez just playing, trying to be more utility-based. It didn't look like OXG fell back to what worked throughout the regular stage in their best of ones, which was their entry game, having Adam and Gomez being able to go in together, find the picks. We didn't see that at all. It just looked like OXG's attacks were, let's try to, use a shield to put some pressure. Let's try to bring some more utility and abandon everything that was working for them.
they just don't look very comfortable. And then to start on their attacking half, only being able to muster out one of those, I mean, 2 of those rounds getting to opening engagement worked. Wildcard, on the other hand, like I said, putting the opening engagements and ending the round in their favor, that's what we needed to see, and that's exactly what we were seeing. But not only that, I think OXG kind of trolled in the map ban, I mean, not map ban fans, but the operator ban, banning out the Monty, which allowing Dash to then play the Blitz, where preferably I would have rather seen him on the Blackbeard, but you can still get aggressive with the Blitz, where Monty, he can't get that aggressive.
Yeah.
He has to slowly take his time to move up with Monty, overextend sometimes with the shield, and then make himself vulnerable. So the fact that they aren't really paying attention to the stylistic matchup and where the strengths and the weaknesses are in Wildcard, it definitely is not looking like the auction that we were seeing previous to jumping into playoffs, and it's a bit concerning.
Yeah, and speaking of Dash, that was a player that we highlighted as well coming into this matchup, saying that we really need him to step up, we want him to, and round 6 actually further highlights how this was the case this game.
Yeah, I mean, this was a little bit of a troll. I think he played this way better than the rest of his team. This should not have jumped down to a 3v1, and this is what I'm talking about, those inconsistencies and the plagues that just are all over Wildcard's performance. That was a 3v1. All they had to do was play a simple crossfire, wait for the player to enter into cash, and then all swing together. And everyone else decides to swing. No real intention why they're swinging outside of let's just go for this kill. But then Dash is the only one that's playing it safe and thankfully clutches that round.
Yeah, and the next map coming up as well is going to be Lab. So this is where OXG really needs to lock in, because this is do or die. It's not just that it's one series that can actually knock them out and not make them go to Munich. It is one map.
Yeah, I hope the pressure doesn't get to them. I mean, it feels like we're just watching the OXG that we've been watching all throughout, you know, last year up until stage 1, and their inconsistencies of when the pressure gets on their shoulders, they get quiet, they don't have the energy on their side, they start forgetting what defines success, and they just start going back to, let's just play behind Force as a shield, let's just, you know, work together, and it just doesn't work out. And in my opinion, it didn't really look like Wildcard played great, but it didn't look like Wildcard was that amazing to the point where, wow, they should be beating OXG. It looked like OXG was just not playing well at all. And on a map like Labs, which is way more spread out, we know OXG is very good at isolating those picks. If they don't have the confidence on their shoulders, I really hope we don't see them just go out like another 7-2. And I fear that's what we might see, is just another blowout performance from Wildcard, because OXG's too scared to make mistakes.
I think it's a matter now on Wildcard. I mean, all the pressure's off your shoulder now. You could lose a map and realistically go to that third, but to keep the pressure going here and force Auction into uncomfortable situations that continue to collapse on their comms. Clearly, if you're struggling on Clubhouse, like I said, if that's what we were going to start to see at the beginning.
Which is crazy that this is the situation that we are in, because literally, like, what, 20 minutes ago, we were saying how great OXG is and how Wildcard needs to step up, and just, like, the fact that the tables have completely turned is insane, but this is OXG's final shot to try and stay in the competition and maybe punch their ticket to Munich. But on the other hand, Wildcard is looking to make their first international this year after their invite to Reload. But can they do it on Labs? I guess we're going to have to wait and see, as we're going to have our casters cover this one. So Ollie and Lynx, let us know what you think.
Well, I think there's 3 words, Ollie, or up the wild card. Simple as that. I mean, I don't know if we got to make it more complicated than that. If, like, we kind of were briefly talking about how this matchup is a mirror image of what we saw in stage 1, OXG versus Wildcard, first round of the lower bracket. Wildcard, while they lose, beat SG, then lose in the second round, they look promising. They completely collapsed. The pressure got to them and they faltered entirely. OXG qualified EWC as a result of it. Now, we got people losing in the second round, and now OXG seem to be completely collapsing under that pressure with Munich on the line.
I think that's what it's come down to, hasn't it? I think it feels like the pressure is getting to OXG more than anything else, because we know that they're a capable bunch. We've seen this team play fantastically throughout the stage. They've got themselves into the playoffs. And it's something that the desk was speaking about, you know, has that loss to Shopify rattled them? Is that what is now causing them this lack of confidence and this sort of uncertainty? Because it's a great way to characterize how we were seeing them play on Clubhouse. We were seeing them play slowly. And what do we say when teams play slowly? We say they've not got a lot of confidence, they've not got a lot of information, they're not willing to take those risks that otherwise they would be willing to make. So a real tough time for OXG, and I feel like they might be stuck in their own heads a little bit at the moment, but they haven't got time to dwell on that right now, because this is a do or die map right here, right now. We go from one Clubhouse to the other. Labs, often pitted as the new age Clubhouse, just in some of the ways that it plays, to be honest.
I love this map.
It's one of my favorites.
I just love this map.
Of all the new maps, and I'm, you know, I'm an oldie, so I still class it as a new map. I know it's old, it's been here for years, but of all the newer maps that have come out, Labs is by far and away my favorite.
I will say it is kind of crazy. This map is, I think, you know, has just turned. Well, this map in competitive play has just turned 2 years old. Introduced before Stage 2 of 2023. So it has been here for a little bit, but certainly one of the newer ones. And I still classify this as a new map in my mind as well. But I've also, while I'm not old, I have been watching and playing this game for a long time. So
all right,
I've been here for a bit. Been playing. This game came out when I was what? This game came out
9.
Shut up. This game came out when I turned 12? No, 14. There we go. Game turned out a month after I turned 14. By the way, what you're seeing right now is...
So you had to wait 4 years to play it?
Yeah. 100%.
That's been tough. Oh, I love this. See, this is why the mirrors... this is why the mirrors banned out.
However, they're doing the X Kairos thing on the tops and bottoms of the reinforcement, so So I suppose that with this just... Actually, have I was about to say, so yeah, it still makes it soft, so... If that were a thermite, genius. X Kairos, it doesn't really do anything. Makes it awkward to open a little bit, but...
It does. And there's some element of it's going to be a bit scuffed. I think there's going to be there's like a finger of hard wall there, but oh no, it has been removed. It shouldn't be too much of a problem then.
Something,
The ace that you've really got to be cautious of when that happens, and Dash is going to be throwing those Selmas here onto the connector wall, and it looks like there's a good bit of information there, some very accurate yellow pings. That should at least be one of them taken care of. It's just doing a good job of whittling down this utility from Wildcard, isn't it? They're not being given anything for free right now. They're really having to work for opening these external walls, which is kind of a given when attacking Labs. It's a point that we often talk about, how good our teams are opening up these walls.
Let's open up these walls. Adam, okay, getting away with highway robbery there. Spiker getting a kill on Garage, starts creeping in, but unfortunately Yaga's retaken the position and won't be able to move up nearly as far, especially after flashing himself. One thing to note, by the way, double hard breach denial ban, no hard breach ban from OXG, so bringing this Tuberow, this Mute, and this Mira, kind of a necessity, depending if you want to lean into hard breach now. Those are your only tools remaining. Yeah, that glass is really difficult if you start moving around like that, unfortunately. Canton unable to find a single angle. Spiker falters too after a brief kill. A brief moment of life for Wildcard. Backstab not working out. Spots Forrest prone behind the box on the floor, and well, Forrest knows he can't really get shot if he just moves a little bit to the left. Out of bees. So Baby Shark isolates the 1v1. Another attempt, but a nice crossfire held by OXG. Third round won so far this entire series, and at least it's the first on Nighthaven, is the positive spin on that one.
I was going to say the first on Nighthaven is the big storyline for that one, isn't it? Because they have started it in a way that they want to move forward with. It wasn't until round 4 that they got around over on Clubhouse, but they've come out the gate a lot hotter. They've obviously had a little bit of time in between the two maps to sort of discuss things and get themselves stable ahead of coming into this one. Speaking of the bans as well, I do find it a little bit strange that we have seen, of course, the double denial, but then nothing really to do with removing hard breaches, which is a very staple, mainstay of this map. We expect hard breaches to be banned. It's one of the reasons why it can be both a really enjoyable map to watch, because you see teams have to come up with, different ways of opening walls, and you get a little bit of an alternate, but it also just makes things a lot easier for the defenders. And at the moment, it feels like OXG just sort of pigeonholed themselves into having to play a certain set of operators, which obviously it didn't do them any harm in round 1, but we'll have to see if it's something that develops as the game continues. Looks like we are just in a little bit of a tech at the moment. OXG coming away with that first round, so that's going to be locked on in. Not a tactical, not an early tactical from Wildcard. They're not that. I don't think they're that skittish tonight, Lynx.
Not pulling the trigger on the timeout after a 1 round loss.
That's it. We've lost a round.
A 2v1. No tactical needed, especially since Wildcard are up 1-0 in the series while down 0-1 on Nighthaven. Their map pick, by the way, OXG lost theirs 7-2. That was Clubhouse if you're just tuning in. And second floor site going OXG's way, that attempt. And to be fair, I think we will say for what limited hard breach denial tools they have, which just to enumerate them in its entirety, we have Tuberao, we have Mute, and if you want to stretch the definition, but I think it's a valid expansion, we have the Mira, which we literally saw destroy a Selma charge in that round, and might just be the strategy OXG want to go for, is to freeze them with the Zoto canisters and break them with the mirror windows. I think it's worth pointing out that Forrest had both mirror windows in pocket and attempted to destroy one set of breaches with it, and then successfully destroyed another set on the connector wall. However, that is a strategy we are mainly going to see on the top floor, maybe the bottom floor, but I would highly doubt that given the presence of verticality from above that could be acquired by the attack. It's probably, if we're going to see the Tuberao Mira again for that purpose in particular, it's likely going to be when we're defending second floor, or if there is like a really concerted top floor hold, and yet it appears we might have that exact thing and no Mira or Tuberao present. A lot more trap operators, specifically the Fenrir entering play, the castle to extend and create some of these kind of extensions to the bomb site. We also have the Pulse as well. Grixer might even be playing down below. Try and find some information and use that C4 for the late round in case Wildcard, I don't know, decide to rush in with a blitz and go for a plant.
Now, I know we've had some very one-sided games here in stage 2 of NAL, so the stats are maybe a little bit skewed. So you kind of got to take them with a little pinch of salt, or maybe a large pinch of salt.
Large pinch of salt.
Storage and Control has got a 27% attacking win rate, which seems pretty criminal, given that it's definitely a second, third choice site. It's not a primary choice site on this map. And you would expect attackers to win it more often than not, in my opinion, because, you know, based on just the fundamentals of it, it's got a window that you can hop in directly into the site. That always leans very heavily into the attacker favor. So I'm putting it down to some skewed games, but the stat's the stat, so we've got to run with it. We can see how Wildcard want to approach things here today. Brought themselves pretty much everything they could need to get this job done right now. Dash and Bay are going to be in charge of dealing with some of that roam game. They're going to be initially making their charge of just straight in. Why not? Dash, yep, just get himself. Oh, okay. Bay team kills him. Brilliant. Then Bay dies. That's gone terribly.
How has it even happened? Wait. Oh, wait. I was about to say, oh, there might have been a double nade kill there. But how do you even do that? Like, stuff happens, I get it. How do you team kill him there? The castle has fully retreated into the site. There's a castle barricade blocking off garage. There was physically nobody you could confuse him with. Like, that's honestly one of the most perplexing teams. I'm usually like pretty forgiving with team kills because, hey, you have nerves, things happen. I really don't know how that happens. Like, that's really bizarre. Like, look, well, there was a castle barricade there, I'm pretty sure. Wasn't there? I thought there was.
There was, but you're not going crazy.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear. Either way, that is basically a flawless round for OXG, and also I truly do not know how a team kill happens there.
It's one of the worst cases of mistaken identity I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I don't know who you've mistaken a blitz with, because there's no one on the defense that looks like a blitz. No one
on the defense that looks like it. The guy on the defense has just pulled back into the site. There's literally a castle barricade. Yeah, I would take a timeout too.
I don't know if it's timeout worthy. Not unless someone's raged.
Anyway, which I don't think anybody's raged. Anyway, that clearly did not work. You do not need me to say that. Seemed fine in theory, right? And like, I don't even necessarily like hate the overall play. And I'm honestly just more curious what happened aside from the Bay and Dash engagements. Because even if that worked, even if the team kill doesn't happen and they get that kill and move into the site, everyone else died at the exact same time. I'm not entirely sure what they were doing, but clearly there were greater issues than the bizarre team kill that we saw. And I do think that, sure, it's 2-0. But I think when you have a preset plan that goes that wrong, it's always a fair time to take a tactical timeout, especially since you've lost 2 sites on Nighthaven. This is your pick. Want to regain the momentum.
Yes, I mean, I've watched the replay. I still don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, so what we have one engagement happening outside of the like storage window or barrels window or storage window, excuse me. But like, I don't know. Was it just poor intel gathering? Maybe was it? Did Yaga see something and the defense was ready for it? That sometimes happens with a pulse, right? I mean, we saw it last night. I believe it was what SSG had the heartbeat scanner. They were scanning through the floor. Maybe that was the game I cast with Parker. Either way, there was a Cafe game that happened this week where they had a pulse looking down towards bottom right stairs on Cafe, and they see 2 players down below. And when you see 2 players stationed at that doorway, it's like, oh, there's a Russian coming in. Completely stopped the round. Completely halted that rush from having any kind of success. And pulse can do that. So maybe that's what happened, but just speculating.
I think that's one of the reasons why you don't see rushes of that nature when you're unsure if they may or may not have a pulse. If you don't know they've got a pulse, then you can't really go for it. If you know they've got one, then you definitely can't go for it. It's something that you kind of got to get a bit of a better handle on, a bit of a head count. Oh, Spiker. He should have been dead there, I'm sure of it. Grixer pumped him with the shotgun. He's taking a few shots in return. But again, a quick round. Look at that. She's already in the silings.
All right, well, this one's a lot better than the other one, as whatever gap they thought they saw in round 2, they were perfectly well in exploiting in round 3. There's nobody fighting back. I think they're just making Vert on that position. Really great stuff from Wildcard coming out of the tactical timeout. Might have been a preset rush, but I think that definitely was spotting a bit of a gap in the lineup. You see the vertical angles, and Dash planted right outside of the line of sight of all of them, I'm pretty sure. First kill only comes when we're already halfway through the post-plant process. And that's the exact kind of thing you want to see for Wildcard to bounce back into things. Adam on 1 HP, spotted by Dash. Won't be a tie game, but Wildcard are more than back in it. Ready to play after the timeout.
Love seeing that after a tactical timeout. A really well-coordinated rush. They spotted the gap, saw the opportunity, and we said, you know, get Dash on the shield, get him moving. Brilliant opportunity spot in there. Making space on the blitz as well, able to push down through cargo. And this time, Bay with a true shot. I mean, Dash was moving a lot quicker that time. I think he was zigging and zagging left and right just to make himself a moving target and a little bit harder to hit from behind. But Bay was true with his shot there and was able to pick up that opening pick. And then, I mean, from there, OXG weren't expecting that sort of a rush. A lot of the times when we've seen Nighthaven Labs recently, there has been a real focus on vending side. And everything seems to live and die on that vending side of things, in and around Exo stairs. There was none of that here. It was clear and simple. Get the breaches open, make it difficult for them to rotate in through, and send somebody down, pushing into Animus. Get behind the tank and start getting that plant down. Brilliant push there from Wildcard. Gets them their first attacking round here and can move upstairs. Now, this was a fairly close affair. Obviously, OXG being successful in their opening round here. But we commented at the time, Lynx, how the lack of a hard breach ban, and now with the Blitz ban coming out as we enter round 4, yeah, Blitz has been good for Wildcard. They've been able to pick up a round off the back of it just then. There was a failed rush attempt in round 2, so it's a 50-50 sort of operator at the moment for Wildcard, which I'm pretty sure it always is for Dash. It now gives him the opportunity of playing the Blackbeard, which I'm not saying it's where he'd maybe rather be, but it's not a bad substitute, is it? It probably makes him a little bit more lethal, if anything, and it still doesn't do anything to deal with this lack of hard breach denial.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, I can't speak to, like, the player comfort side, like, you know, what one individual player or the player class generally would prefer in regards to Blitz and Blackbeard, but functionally, strategically, they're going to play a similar role. Like, they're going to be doing a lot of the same things when you employ them in a strategy. So I don't think Dash, who plays a lot of Blitz and Blackbeard, I mean, it's not his most played shield operators. That actually has been Monty so far this stage, but last stage he's playing a lot of Blitz, playing a lot of Blackbeard, and he's plays them very similar. So I don't think Dash is really going to feel that this difference is all that substantial. Not having the blind, of course, makes gunfights a little more difficult, but it's going to do a lot of the same things. I'm kind of surprised that, you know, even still with the double hard reach, don't see the tuber out brought in by OXG. They really are just kind of resigning themselves to these walls getting open. And honestly, Ollie, maybe that's a good thing, right? You kind of just accept it with the ace and the Hibana on the board that these walls are getting open, and try to create contingencies off the back of it, and that's exactly what they've done. We've got the Kibas for insight construction, we've got Banshees and Gurjmots for traps insight. I think that is, you know, just accepting those walls will get open and creating things behind it. I think actually probably is the better and safer play.
Yeah, gives them something else to focus on as well, doesn't it? But it is going to make things quite tricky, especially with the speed in which Wildcard are moving with. Wall is going to be stopped from opening there. Dash has pushed himself in nice and aggressively into electrical. We've got the air jab placed out there as well. Makes Atom's position very difficult here. Does have the option of drawing the shotgun out, so can try and play this little close range engagement, but he's conscious of being pushed from below as well. Baby Shark on that book is an ever-present threat. Will be Forest down there to try and deal with that. At the moment, it is a little bit of a stall out right now for Wildcard, and it's allowing a lot of flexibility for OXG. You can see how they're rotating in and around the site. Flash coming in is usually a sign of something about to happen. As Dash has rotated himself around and got himself into this electrical construction, connector breach, and there's that pressure from below. Baby Shark taking Forest down. That flank now is going to have zero impact, and it really frees Baby Shark up to use that skeleton key.
This nade also might free Dash to hop in. I was about to say take the 1v1, I assume, with Atom right around the corner. Yeah, Kansan following it up with the AK-12. Great stuff by Wildcard as they make an entry into the site. I think Grixer, yeah, just joining Yaga upstairs. This plant should go down successfully. No C4s, no nothing to speak of whatsoever. Grixer with a Gurjmot in pocket will stun Dash on the fall off, but the moment to knock that shield back and potentially deny the plant, it's gone! That's a hell of a good reaction by Grixer as Dash, a bit alone inside of the site, takes the 1v1 against Yaga, wins it. Grixer in a rough spot now. Got to win the duel of the melees. Got to find a way out of this cross, and it won't happen. You can see the thought process from Wildcard in that round. You see Dash holding that nade, throwing it across the door to take the 1v1 against Yaga around the corner. I have to say, really just good thinking on your feet by Wildcard in that round. Could have maybe used a bit more utility, but of what they had, they made really good use of it.
There was some great play from both players there, and by both players, I mean Grixer and Dash. Dash did such a good job of maintaining a little bit of distance there in that post plant and was able to keep a safe distance away from Grixer and not let melees or anything like that become a thing, and it allowed his teammate to buddy up so that they could get the 2 versus 1. But what about that shot from Grixer onto Baby Shark downstairs? Like, having the foresight, knowing that Forrest has died from Baby Shark downstairs, the book below. That's going to have been called out. What's the book going to do? He's going to continue to play below. Oh, look, there's Vert underneath the plant spot. Bang. Let's take a little pop shot down there, and just absolutely snaps onto it. A bit of a closer round there, and OXG not rolling over necessarily. I still think the plant being allowed to go down there is a little bit soft. And it does speak to the lack of denial here. Wildcard are recognizing that, and they're going, you know what? If you're not bringing anything to deny, we know that we're comfortable with a low amount of time. We know that we're happy to get this plant down. And what are you going to do about it?
That's exactly what I was going to say, because it not only has ramifications for the plant, it also has ramifications for the early round. When you only have 1 C4 that gets used early on, if you're a mute playing in that position, you don't have anything to ward off Dash or anybody pressuring you around the corner. You just have to anticipate that engagement is coming and likely going to come soon. Whereas if you at least have a C4 to kind of threaten and rip, you buy 5-10 seconds. If you have a toxic canister, you can throw it, detonate it, you buy 5 or 10 seconds. And not only is that lack of denial utility has effects for the post plane, but it has effects for just the player playing in that position. So at that point, your only hope is the shotgun, and with a shield in your way, there's only so much it can do. We'll have a reattempt of the second floor. Forrest making a rotation to the clash, as I think realizing that, Ollie, this isn't necessarily going to deny the post, but it is going to stop people from pushing in and pressuring the player on that B chassis like they did before.
Yeah, it should buy a little bit more time, shouldn't it, for Oxygen? They should be able to, you know, contend a little bit. Wildcard, fortunately for them, haven't opted for a shield this time. It's only the Blackbeard or the Fuse shield that is, of course, left, with the Monty and the Blitz being banned. But they're going for a slightly alternate approach. Maybe they read into that during that drone prep phase and were able to switch off a little bit. Some good info there for Dash. Should be able to get a Capital Fireball in there with basically zero consequence. Gets a glimpse onto the head. Doesn't want to give a chance at a little lucky headshot here. And Gomez does need to play this fairly cautiously, but he is dialed. He knows exactly where Dash is going to be coming from, and he's going to place a few pot shots out there just to let him know that he's coming. You better believe that that asphyxiating bolt is coming sooner or later, and that's Gomez pushed down to less than half HP, and Baby Shark wastes no time. Great coordination from Wildcard. As soon as that position is vacant, bam, Baby Shark's filling the gap.
I definitely see a progression from Wildcard over these past couple rounds. Really kind of struggling to put together the pieces, figure out how to make that pace work. But since then, I mean, we've had Wildcard win the opening kill. Well, that's technically not true, but get the opening kill not on their teammates every single time it's happened. And now they're actually finally starting to convert those advantages. Ooh, Adam. Oh, that's some rough timing. Turning off the glasses right as the player swings, but backing up with the C4. Caught on the door frame. It's Baby Shark to lose out on that engagement. Big trade. Bomb chassis position might be gone, but takes out the immediate player in electrical, and this, I think, is really going to stump Wildcard. Yeah, that clash behind the shield. Fortunately, a false signal for Kansan, not a freebie like I think he thought and hoped it would be. Now Spiker trying to resign things to the backstab, and yet you can even see OXG, they're ready for it. They've got somebody watching Aqua, even though it's barricaded. That's how careful this team is going to be. It's been a close half so far, and it will continue to be so as we tie things up, or get close to tying things up, excuse me, getting ahead of myself. But it is still OXG and Wildcard now, finally, I think, neck and neck, Ollie.
It's nice to see OXG go back to the same site. It's not something we see a lot of teams do anymore. Teams really like to stick to that rotation, have the option to take a timeout, and then start to revisit little problem areas. OXG happy to go back to this top floor, and they bring a very different set of tools to enable them to do that. Wildcard not able to have that same level of impact, and despite taking really good early control of Garage, I don't want to say that it was the shield that they were lacking, but with the Blackbeard, it certainly worked a lot better because you've got that one player that's got the confidence to really get in and amongst OXG on that defense there, and without it, they did just struggle to try and probe and poke and find those gaps. And OXG playing a very nice reserved brand of Siege there, just playing to their win condition. Still going to be bringing the clash this time, but it will be in the hands of Yoga instead. And the pull switch has been a bit of a mainstay on Nighthaven Labs tonight. It's going to be brought again. And OXG, once again, favoring this middle floor site. It's not often that we see storage and control. Some teams will favor sort of kitchen cafeteria side, or just sort of flick and flop between top floor and basement. But this is the site that we've seen twice along with that top floor. Maybe the rush round that Wildcard pulled off is reason enough for OXG not to want to go down to the basement again, and maybe reason why they would like to go here again, because this was, of course, the failed rush attempt that we saw Wildcard attempt.
Just so weird. I feel like we just don't see Thermite so often anymore. This is a small thing, doesn't really connect to any point of analysis, but I do still like seeing it kind of used on those breaches. It's just such an effective tool. Like, you get the range breaches, they do quite a lot, but you got that big opening right there, and I will say actually some impact for this site. It does make controlling the flow and the retake from the second floor to look down into the B site a lot more easy when you have Spiker having this wide line of sight than just like a small hard breach charge hole made in the wall. And you clearly see that will factor in a Wildcard's mind because they want to go for a quick execute into this position. Y'all got the clash on the opposite side, by the way, and these air jabs being used effectively to ward off the retake. And while Kansan might go down, Wildcard's immediate objective is accomplished. They found a way into B. They just need to get Dash in with that diffuser. Oh, what a shot by Adam. Breaks open the barricade, takes down 1 point of cover. Now Baby Shark and Spiker are a little trapped for resources as the clash moving in, getting into the right spot. Nade banked around the corner, and unfortunately, that nade is not going to do the work I think Wildcard hoped it would. A lot of credit going to Adam hitting that shot onto Bay. It allows Yaga to move in, puts a lot of pressure onto Spiker and Baby Shark. And the round swings in their favor, and OXG, assuming they don't throw, likely win the half off the back of that one engagement.
Well played there from OXG. I think Wildcard definitely had an opportunity there, and again, as soon as you see that plant start to go down, you do start to worry a little bit. Can be a really difficult site to try and retake. Spiker, his position now known. These OXG players aren't going to line up for him either. These are going to be very separated engagements. Forest above calls out on the pulse scanner. You got the clash that you've got to constantly be worried about. And as soon as you turn your back, what happens? Yoga peeks out from behind the shield and takes you down. OXG achieving a 4-2 split here. Same split that they were able to get against Cloud9 when they played Nighthaven Labs during the regular stage only a couple of weeks ago. OXG did go on to win that game as well, as they were good for 3 rounds on the attack. So setting themselves up here quite nicely. The pressure now doesn't entirely switch on to Wildcard, because of course with them winning map 1 they have a little bit of a buffer. But it would certainly be nice to come in here and to do the business on what is their map choice.
Yeah, but it's good for OXG, though, starting to get some of that life in on the defense in particular. I like a lot of the adaptations. I think bringing in the Clash really did a lot for these OXG defenses, which already started off quite nicely. And I really am intrigued to see what Wildcard decide to do as the ban phase comes through. Hey, double hard reach ban. There it is. Ace and the Maverick, so actually one of the ranged breaches will be available to the defense, or excuse me, to the attack, but more importantly, we'll see the Cade Mira, which both OXG and Wildcard have done pretty frequently in their games. And a lot of the times we won't even really see the Bandit necessarily come into play, but this time we see both the Bandit batteries and the Zoto canisters from Baby Shark and Dash respectively come in. I was about to say, I'm curious. Baby Shark not really making an effort to hide it, so that is something I was about to say that OXG would likely see. And usually what we see as a response is the Zofia. Some sites, for example, when you're attacking Office Exhibition on Skyscraper, you can go down below, sit out the window, and lifeline 2 shots below the house wall to open that up. Equivalent on this map is you go outside the cargo window, shoot up where Baby Shark is right now on the floorboards underneath. That's exactly what Forest will likely do with those impact lifelines.
Yeah, it'll make it pretty impossible for Baby Shark to bandit trick. He will, of course, have a bit of success on the connector wall if he wishes to. And that's definitely going to be the primary focus. But I think, based off the way that we saw OXG play on side of Clubhouse, you've just got to kind of set these little problems up for them. And again, is there a little bit of an oversight here in the bans, allowing that bandit through? Because bandit is a very viable ban here on Labs. And anything that Wildcard can do to make things a little bit trickier or a little bit more drawn out, they're definitely going to try and take advantage of that. Zoto canister will stop the exothermic for the time being. Dash just getting a little bit ballsy, peeking out onto that window, but we know that there's nobody home. That breach will eventually be opened, unless Dash chooses to start chaining Zoto canisters together, which looks like he is doing for the time being. Again, maybe it just comes down to really wanting to burn out a lot of this clock here for OXG, knowing that that's where basically all of their problems came from when we saw them play on Clubhouse only 30 minutes ago.
I think Dash does use a Zoto canister in the process. Might have missed as an IT wall does get opened up. So maybe some potential for that denial wasted. You could also then translate it to the connector wall or anybody pushing in through the rafters. You often see sometimes too where I was play close around a corner, throw a Zoto down at their feet, and wow!
What a shot. What a shot.
I mean, not only is that just a very impressive shot, wow, what a great C4 too. Not only is that an impressive shot by Kansan, but that fully retakes the house side, and the importance here is not a position they'll hold, but it's something they can cross off their list. Kansan can retake and say, hey, that was just Adam backstabbing. Nobody else is over here. We can all train our guns over to IT, over to Garage, and as long as we have somebody watching Aqua, we know exactly what this push is going to look like. And hey, they find the Aqua guy next. Wildcard perfectly reading the situation in front of them, also with some great utility usage. Really being treated to a great game of Rainbow Six in front of us right now on Nighthaven, specifically from these defensive teams. Unfortunately, just for OXG, now that they've switched to the attack, they're the one that has to watch all the masterful play being done to them. So flashbang goes deep. Don't think it even hits anybody in the process. No, Kansan, literally who that flash was intended for, smokes Grixer right after. How about a flawless round for Wildcard to start on their defenses, as Gomez won't even get one. Not a tie game, but 1 round away from it.
I think that was my big worry here for OXG moving on to the attack. Yep, we've seen them do a good job on the defense. They got a 4-2 split. Fantastic. As we know, Nighthaven Labs, incredibly defender-sided this stage. Now, is that skewed games? Is it just the general state of things? A team starting to understand how the bans work? It's going to be a combination of all of those things. But for OXG to come in there and to show us the same style, the same type of stall out that we saw over on Clubhouse, where rounds are coming down into, I mean, there was, what, 19 seconds left on the clock there?
Something like that.
Not loads has happened, to be honest with you. Yeah, we've got some breaches open, but as soon as the backstab's dead, it's like, oh, well, the round's done then. We've only got Raptors control, and you've basically been given that at that point. It's a requirement from the defenders to hold it for a portion of the round long enough so that they see fit and feel like they've done enough to hold Raptors, and eventually you can just give it up, and you can just say, yeah, you can challenge me on a direct 90-degree angle if you want to try and peek around from the reinforced wall leading into control, or you can start messing around trying to breach open that control wall, but you just know that there's going to be impact, C4s, just everything flying out through that rotation. So always going to be a tough time.
Well,
I really don't want to see OXG on that stall out, and I don't know, maybe they need to take that time out and get it out of the way early, because it was something that was good for a round over on Club. We kind of need it to be good for a round here as well.
And also something I think, you know, maybe might be worth seeing is like maybe the Ying and the Grim enter. You know, I know kind of this is a very big Shield team, not really a big Ying team whatsoever. I mean, Grixer will play Grim, but it's not like a mainstay of their lineups, and might be worthwhile. Because, you know, in that round that we just saw, I think, you know, you have the Nomads and the Capitals kind of focused for like an IT and connector side attack, especially with that backstab. But if the initial push doesn't work, you don't have those Candelas or those Bees, that kind of utility. Even if it's a shield, that kind of utility that kind of gives you a way back in and a way to rotate really quickly, even in a disadvantage. And this lineup that we're looking at right now is, unfortunately, maybe going to be something similar, but a little bit different. It's going to be focused on the early round. You have the Deathmark Tracker already hunting down the Azami and the Dokkaebi calls as well to try and give OXG this advantage. Set up Yaga and Grixer as they push in. Yaga right in the middle of things with one player inside of control. The other, I think, spotted on rafters. That's Grixer trying to hold that cutoff position. And yet with that Kiba, they can play behind it so nicely. Nothing gained from that Tracker or the Dokkaebi call for the moment, even though Yaga has at least got in. Another one dedicated to this Azami. They've got to be really careful, yet the first pick breaks Wildcard's way. Grixer can't push around as the Kiba's destroyed soon after. The entry falls as Yaga's prey ends up getting active in the process. Bay 2 kills one, falls back immediately into the site off the back of it. Clean retreat down through the hatch. And Wildcard not at all fooled by OXG's early game. The calls go out, the Deathmark Tracker twice, and it just seems to embolden this defense. Another 2v5 for OXG.
We talk about masterclasses. That was a disaster class. Dokkaebi, Deimos. You've got everything you need. You've got drones. You couldn't ask for more to discover where these players are. And you were so close, yet so far at the same time. Another flawless round as Dash cleans up that final kill. And Wildcard further increase their lead here. I tell you what, Lynx, it feels like these guys are going to Munich.
I mean, 2 flawless rounds in a row. I don't know if they're going to Munich, but we're certainly going into a tactical timeout for OXG, I have to think. That's a guaranteed destination, so we and the teams will have 45 seconds to breathe. As if we're going to have play like that, that 4-2 half is not going to be enough for OXG. Not enough whatsoever. We got to see better stuff than that. And, you know, Dokkaebi Deimos is a pretty classic combo at this point, right? Like, the calls, the tracks, like, I'm a fan of it. And if you even look at the rest of that lineup, like, there's a pretty clear rationale for a lot of the things brought. We have a Valkyrie on the board, got to have the IQ. So I'm fine with Adam bringing that, even if IQ doesn't bring a lot of utility generally. You've got a direct counter there. I'm chill with it. Ram, you're attacking basement. You got to bring those boogie drones. So it's not even that OXG were bringing a lot of the wrong tools for the job. Like, maybe they could have done something differently, but a lot of what you'd want for a roam clear and for a basement attack were present. A lot of it really did just come down to, I think, maybe a lack of coordination with that utility, because we've got, what, an IQ and a Deimos on the board? Well, that's, what, 2 to 4 nades right there? Maybe somebody finds a way to bank it around the corner, land it on the rafters, put pressure on the zombie from that position. Maybe Grixer switches spots with somebody that you can have somebody throwing the rafter or throwing the nades from the door. Who knows? But a lot of the right utility and operators were there. I think it was just positioning for OXG and coordination on that realm, or that realm clear. That was the issue.
And it's a shame as well because, like you say, they've got the tools to do it. We know them to be capable players. We know that they've got it in them to clear a roam. But for whatever reason, that opening pick eludes them tonight. It weren't fantastic over on Clubhouse with the opening pick, and they've certainly not been great here on Labs.
I mean, Ollie. OXG have been in the 5v4 only 3 times this map, and one of them was because Wildcard shot their own teammate.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I'm hungry.
Yoga and Gomez rounds 5 and 6. The only couple of times that we got opening picks from OXG. Of course, as you mentioned, there was a little TK incident, which technically gave them the advantage for a brief time, but the round ended as predicted after you get a team kill like that and a bit of a rush attempt. It wasn't a finest moment for Wildcard, but we do have ourselves a tied game here. And OXG are now starting to, well, they need to find some answers. They've taken their tactical timeout. They've also taken Dash down early on. He will be recovered, though. Now, after the timeout that we saw on Clubhouse, they started to move a little bit quicker. It hasn't necessarily been speed that's been the problem here. Again, it feels like that lack of confidence. You're struggling with a roam game. You need a little bit more confidence to try and deal with it. You need to be bringing the right tools for the job. But a double kill from Bay just makes things go from bad to worse.
Well, and I mean, oh no, this
we're
is
just sending it.
This is
we're just sending it in.
Oh no. I mean, you really hate to see it.
You know what this is?
What?
This is a basically flawless round because only Bay's died.
Shut up. I'm bringing that one back. It's only basically flawless if the one guy dies when it's a 1v5. That's only what makes it a basically flawless. If it happens, if it happens in the normal course of events, that doesn't count because that implies something went well. If it's a 1v5 and then Gomez gets a kill, that doesn't count. Like the intention, like the vision of that round is already failed.
Yeah.
So, just want to get that.
I am glad that Gomez is in the site right now because I was worried we were going to have to go through a tactical timeout and then watch him sit on the roof for 1 minute and 45 seconds. But at least he's giving it a go. Now, he is 1 HP. There aren't any smokes left, but he has been able to get himself 1 kill and collect the diffuser. There is a little chance here, especially given that these two players are still out here on the roam.
Yeah, one player Aqua, which he is kind of exposed to right now, but Wildcard playing it really safe, not even swinging out for this engagement. Who sees him around the corner? Oh! There's actually, there is a kill there. Very, very achievable for Gomez. Sadly, will not go his way. As off the back of a tactical timeout, or coming out of the tactical timeout, OXG improve. They got 1 kill. Where for 2 rounds now, they have got 0 against Wildcard. And it seems that what little steam they had going into the side swap, moving into their attacks, has all but evaporated. And if you look at that round, the idea, you said you wanted to see a bit more of that pace, a bit more of that energy. They bring the blitz. It's the exact kind of thing you want to do. And hey, something Forest is known for, something that I know the desk has kind of been a fan of them going away from that, being so reliant on it, which I agree with. But it's still something I like to see because there were a lot of really entertaining moments with OXG playing off those shields. But right there, I'm not sure what happened on the side with Bay and Garage, but getting 2 kills at both IT and Garage all by yourself, something clearly went awry. Something was mistimed, or who knows. Could have just been a crazy flick from Bay. But when you're the blitz and you're supposed to inject some pace and literally an entire side of your push gets dismantled by one guy in the span of a second, like what the hell are you supposed to do at that point? It's kind of just, that's this map, this series encapsulated for OXG at the moment. Nothing's going right. Even when they're trying to make some changes, by the way, that I think are good, and I like the idea and the vision behind them, it's just not working. And whether that's because of communication or dumb luck, it's just not working. And now, no tactical timeout left, no ability to pause. We're going back to second floor, which is where the first flawless round was out of the 2 we've seen so far. Maybe the Nook will be the solution here.
Yeah, I looked at the Nook, and then I looked at the other side and saw the glass. And thought, okay, maybe. We do love a little bit of glass.
We do.
What they are lacking is going to be hard breach. They've got the tin openers, granted. But if you haven't already sensed, I'm not the biggest fan. You need to be able to be making these more than just hop throughs or crouch throughs. Tin opener is great for lines of sight, great for a little alternate angle. But when you're looking to try and make a push through somewhere, you want as little resistance as possible. With the lineup that OXG want to bring, they want to bring some of these more fun toys, should we say. They are going to be forced into bringing those tin openers. IT breach will be open, and Yoga will have a couple of avenues of approach that he's going to be able to make use of, or not, as Dash actually takes him out early. I can only think that Yoga just walked up to the breach there and tried to start peeking on through. Gomez will respond. I like this movement from Atom right now.
Ooh.
There is quite a bit of info kicking around, but of course on the Nook, he can navigate around that somewhat.
And will shoot the black eye camera in the process. You can see noise being made. Oh! I actually think Adam just creeps around the barbed wire there. Just walking up the rim of that staircase ever so slightly. He will wait a little bit. Oh, but now Forrest is on the side, so he's just... All right, well, he just secured the position, but Adam will have to backstep from another position because now Wildcard will definitely be aware that somebody's pushing from garage. At least I think. I mean, they are, but... What's the plan here?
There's nothing to make Wildcard move at the moment. Wildcard can be really static in what they want to do. Because OHG have lost a couple of bodies early, they haven't got that person to send around and backstab. Forrest is actually going to be doing that now, and he's got the kit. He's maybe the last person that you want in that position.
No, you don't. Don't really want him there. Kanza now wrapping around. Doesn't have to evade the barbed wire like Adam does. Sprints up. There he is. Oh, first opportunity misses. Second one, too. Adam being blessed with that one as he follows it up with the next onto the Deagle. Spiker just trying to make it stop, trying to keep a hold on this round, keep match point alive, and that might be the kill that makes it happen. Adam not able to push in like he was. That double does not merit what it seemed like it should. So now he's got to rotate around to Aqua. He is filling that gap, but again with no diffuser, they've got to win on kills. Adam just sees him. Oh no! Spiker prone, looking the wrong way. Only 15 seconds remaining. Baby Shark might have control of this diffuser, but as the C4 goes out, can't drop down below, can't play close, needs to land that shot and the next, but he waits too long on the nade. Nowhere to move, and the dead man's hand gets OXG their first round out of 4.
Such a nail biter. Like, not even a real close round in the grand scheme of things, but throw it into the context of this game and how much we've seen OXG struggle. A big round for him to come away with there, and they were trying everything to make that happen. I was so nervous when Forrest was the one that went for that rotate. That was a pretty bad engagement by Kansan standards as well. He had a couple of whiffy shots today. A little bit uncharacteristic for him. Oh, you could even see Grix's HP there. It's just it's a stretch of range for that shotgun, unfortunately for Baby Shark. A little bit closer, and there's a good chance that he gets both. I was a little bit worried when I saw Forrest go for that rotation, knowing that he had the kit. But it was a good move from OHG. They'd given themselves a little bit of time to be able to make that move due to how quickly they'd moved in the early portion of the round. Instead of it just ending there where we've seen it previously, there was still a little bit of life left in the round. There was 30, 40 seconds, enough time for them to make that rotate and get themselves in for that alternate angle. But a lot really coming down to Atom, who has been quiet in the series, but historically has been a player that OHG have looked to get a good portion of kills.
Back to the blitz. Ollie, I gotta say, I'm thinking a little about how it went previously, and I'm feeling a little nervous. Just being honest.
I mean, it's not been great for both teams, has it? Let's be honest.
No, it's not really. Now that you think about it, at least, well, at least on this map. Only time was good was that basement rush though from Wildcard. Let's be fair.
Yes, which was, you know, what, 50% of the time that we saw it, less than. Because then there was the other rush, which was just shocking.
Horrifying, some would say.
Yeah. So it's, I don't know. I don't necessarily think of it and think, oh yeah, great pick. But sometimes I'll ask for it though. Sometimes I'll be like, I think they need to play it. So I think you kind of just got to let them roll with it, right?
Well, Force will get rocking and rolling after that Dokkaebi call, but I think unfortunately just walking into an F-Knot, and that will kind of, I think, blunt a bit of OXG's excitement. They'll get in, getting vertical control, but I suppose if that was their win con, hey, you got the early round. To start opening up these vertical angles, look down. It is a first floor defense. So you're doing a lot of what you need to do. Dash aiming for the retake. He's taking a couple questionable engagements, I will say, but C4 around the corner will ward off the blitz. Won't get anything, but yeah, unfortunately, it's the second time now that Dash has been the opening pick for Wildcard, and both times it's getting aggressive where I don't think he needed to. They now sprinting away. What the hell? Gomez hunting him down. Double for the Dokkaebi at the moment as Wildcard, I think, pushing their hand a little bit. Dash getting aggressive. Bay off site too. Kansan getting cut off. OXG seemed on the ropes. They were struggling for anything. But now they win a nail-biter on the second floor, and in round 11, it's not even close.
Wildcard are trying a little bit too hard, aren't they? You can see they're just getting caught out of position. It was Kansan there, for me, was the player that was, you know, really out of it. And it's giving OXG a fantastic platform right now. That could be a big C4, though. It takes Grixer and Forest super low, but isn't going to deal the finishing blow. Goggles activated now, as you know that Blitz is bearing down on you. But you have to hit your shots here. You've no choice. And Yoga will punish. Baby Shark, sole survivor. Plan going down, and a Blitz bearing down on you. No goggles for Baby Shark. Unfortunately, he's the castle. He's already set and forgotten about his utility. We'll find one, though. Blitz is turning the backs on players. It's something we're seeing more and more. Atom, he fell in the melee as well. With that plant being confirmed, Yoga and Gomez can use that time to get themselves back to a safer portion to look at this plant from. Going to be opting for a little bit of vertical control here, an attempt at a bit of a bait out there from Baby Shark. But he hasn't really got the time to be playing those sorts of games. It's going to be Gomez to close it out there. And OXG, they found some life links.
They have, right at the finish line. I think you and I both starting to check out of this game a little bit, be like, okay, you know, Wildcard, flawless, only lose 1 or 2 in the third round. OXG are done for. And yet it's a really close one in round 10. And the next thing you know it, you've just got Dash roaming like that. And Bay, to be fair, by the way, I think Bay just kind of got caught out in a bad position, completely independent of his agency or his role in the process. Because you have Dash roaming. And a logical thing to do when you're a defender is help bring them back, right? Is to make sure that the staircase is clear and that they're not going to get cut off bottom house. And what I think Bay did was very natural. I just think, again, like we saw in that CCTV round, Dash is the opening kill, swinging the breach. I don't know if he needed to do that. There, I like the idea, but by walking past that open barricade, if somebody retakes it, you're trapped between them and the defenders you were trying to flank. You better win that fight or find a way across, or else you are screwed. And then you screw Bay over as well, because immediately they sprint after him, get the 5v3 in. And with one more player on the round is pretty much just done after that. And in the blink of an eye, OXG have gone from seeming like they were completely gone of any hopes at making Munich and back into the action, just 1 round away from map 3.
I'm a little bit surprised to not see Wildcard use their timeout. Especially given the context of things right now. OXG, map point, chance to level up the series. Wildcard don't want to walk away with that tactical timeout unused. They must be feeling pretty confident about themselves here and going to be saving it for an overtime. They've still got to get there. Now, we talk sometimes about panic shields. Panic Monty is a classic one. Is this a panic clash from Kansan? We haven't seen Kansan play too much clash so far, if at all, any today. Something that Dash would usually be tasked with, but this time Kansan is going to be rocking that. OXG have gotten themselves into a decent position here. Should be able to start taking control of this catwalk area. Rotero drone can now move through and start to destroy some of those Kivas. Where's the player that is going to be there to walk up, though? Gomez. The one that I'm interested in. This all starts to come to a head, and Bay is getting a little bit hot in here.
Hold on. It's getting a little hot in here, and yet he's found the only safe harbor. Bay, both firebolts used, and neither propagated towards Bay. He's still alive, no Kivas remaining, but dodging all of this utility, withstanding. And most importantly, has the diffuser right there. Gomez fired or down in the process. And so while the nade gets that kill, look at the damage done by Bay.
Bay's done some really tough work there. Gomez, fortunately, will be picked up. So it will level things out somewhat. Baby Shark and Spiker both still have C4s, and the value of the clash is only going to increase as long as the man count stays equal or advantage to Wildcard right now. Gomez, on his second chance here after being picked up, is still going to be below, still with an option to use that skeleton key, but has he got sufficient info? Forrest is only watching a flank cam for him right now. not as if they're going to have active information as to where these players are, and that clash needs to be found vertically. It is going to be the easiest way to deal with it. You really don't want to be fronting head-on into that thing.
And this is, again, the problem of all those firebolts going awry. At least you could say you got the Azami for it, but you need a nade as well. That's the only thing you've got to deal with that clash. Still alive, still a factor as Adam goes down. It won't be game over if Yaga and Grixer fail, but Munich, or at least the better chance at it, was right in front of them, and they'll have to wait a little longer. Wildcard with another bite at the apple as we've got our first OT of the night.
Let's get it. I thought we were never going to get it to an overtime with the games that we've seen so far this stage and in these playoffs. OXG and Wildcard have butted heads enough for us to make it to an overtime. Still, it's a very somber mood, it feels, on the side of OXG and those player cams. Maybe feeling like that was their opportunity to draw a line under the series and just send us into a best of one after they'd already worked pretty hard to get where they got to here on Labs. They will be sticking on that attacking side. It hasn't necessarily been the best or the worst thing for them so far. It was a 4-2 split. It's not a massive indicator as to how the rest of the game is going to go. But it is a side that they have struggled on, make no mistake. And they're going to be going back up to this top floor. Kansan this time is trying to hide that clash. And the clash was very effective, and OXG, they didn't really have a clear way of dealing with it previously. Maybe Kansan's mindset is, if I hide it this time, they might not expect it. They might think that I haven't brought it and maybe won't bring that thing that they're going to do to deal with it. I mean, you could look toward the Nomad and say that that's being brought for it, but no Capitao. And the Capitao was a good little edge that they had in the previous round. It's kind of a surprise to see that left on the bench, on the sideline.
It's a bit surprising. I mean, OXG have not really done much, like playing with, like, I mean, the execute utility that's open in front of them. I mean, it's kind of weird to say, but Ying has been up this entire game. Well, except for
just don't see Ying anymore.
Yeah, except for Wildcard's first half. I think just because of, like you said, how often she's banned, I think it's just not some OXG really care about bringing. They'll bring the Grim, like I said earlier. But Ying, completely available, not brought. Again, maybe it's just because you have Spiker, that Warden available. You're just like, he's going to be able to look through it anyway, and I understand that. Still get something kind of similar in the same ballpark with Glaz. But as we get into the OT, as you mentioned, Kansan hiding that clash, can now rotate around, get some information on these players. Bay back on Rafters after putting on a clinic last round. And he'll move out a lot sooner. Pocket reinforcement, and this is Wildcard's big change. No holding on to Rafters. Minute 10 seconds in, they have blocked it off entirely.
I love that as well, because look at what Hard Breach is left. We've got one tin opener. Now, IT Wall, I believe, is open. Unsure on the status in Connect. Okay, Connect is still left with a half reinforcement and nothing in pocket. Great shot there from Yaga. Takes Kansan down. That's one of the oldest tricks in the book. Use the Nomad to displace the clash. And it's the start of many kills here for OXG.
That might be it as they all fall. B site cleared entirely. Adam pushing in too. Spiker went down below for the C4, banking, relying on the rest of his team to make it work. And now he's the only one remaining as Sight in complete control of Oxygen. Another match point, another shot at Bank.
There's got to be a moment in this series, and it will likely come if OXG win the map, where we start to see a little bit of belief on these players' faces. Atom showing a little bit there. That smile is what we needed to see, because they have looked pretty down and out, and it really feels like that Lost versus Shopify map one of this series, it has loomed over them almost up until the last couple of rounds. They're able to get a very early advantage there. I can't believe that Kansan's fallen for the air jab trick. I don't know if he was trying to burn it and get himself back safe. You know, sometimes you can trigger the air jab and get yourself out of the way if it's placed strangely on the doorway or something. I'm not sure about that, because you've got the audio cue, you know that it's going to be there, and it's ground that it's very debatable as to whether you need to be occupying it at that point. If you've got the shield, just stand in the doorway.
Definitely one of those moments that I think it not being there anymore, losing that clash so early on, just posed such a big problem. And you can see the impact that it had by Forrest being like, hiding that clash, pretty good idea. We should try that one out. Sitting behind the desk, letting the prep phase run out. Now maybe Wildcard will anticipate it, maybe they will not. Because we don't have a Zofia, don't have a Capitao. It's the only thing we've got to push that Clash's shield aside are 2 nades for Kansan, and Ollie, I see no DMRs on Wildcard's lineup. I don't see Rotero drones either. How the hell are you getting through the 6 pieces of barbed wire they have? The Kiba barricades that'll be generating over the course of the round. Because when you look at bulletproof or bullet resisting utility versus explosives, boy, are we lacking.
Yeah. It's a topsy-turvy economy at the moment, I'm afraid. We're in an explosive shortage.
It's a recession indicator.
Yeah, big recession indicator. And, I mean, there's plenty of stuff available. I guess you want to bring the double heart breach. This is one of the problems when you do want to bring the heart breach, though, and you're not going to rely on the tin openers. If you rely on the tin openers, you get a little bit more bang for your buck. If you need to bring the heart breach, you are a little bit more limited. You throw into that the want and need to bring a shield, and well, all of a sudden it becomes quite a tricky prospect. Yeah, you've got a couple of nades, but a Rotero, an Ash, a Fear, DMRs, as you say, any of those things would be nice. But, of course, not always fully required. Stray mute jammer there is just going to slow Dash down, but only briefly. As Atom can make his way out of electrical and just make the way for Forrest to move through. I would guess that yellow ping is indicating that there is an air jab on the top of that ceiling, and for players not to move through it. You can also hear a nice little beeping noise, which is another indication that you should not go through the door. There it is.
I don't want to get too ahead of myself, Ollie, but this is just one of those positions where I was about to say I'm getting kind of nervous, but Spiker, while he finds one, this is what I was worried about. OXG are fine with you getting the breaches open, and yet the clash goes down again? What the hell? Dash just hops in through the breach. We're at round 15! What the hell has transpired all the way through? I don't even know how Wildcard got that one.
Wildcard pulling rounds out of nowhere here. They do not want to go to bank. They want to book their ticket for Munich right here, right now on Nighthaven Labs. Things were looking good for OXG. I'm going to be honest. Like, they'd given away a little bit of map control, sure, but that's just because of the bans. Because the hard breachers are available, you've got that ability to open up the walls quite quickly, push the defenders out of areas like Connector, like IT. And that's very natural. That's a natural development of how these rounds on Nighthaven Labs are played. What isn't so natural is for defenders then just to start dropping like flies, especially when you've got things like a clash kicking around. Wildcard finding all the answers there and taking us to the mid-floor for what will be the final round of this map. Wildcard ending things here on the defense. Both teams successful on their own attacks, but it has been the attacks that have struggled all night long. Pressure now seriously on OXG. This is a must-win round.
I mean, they've run out of lives. This is a must-win. Munich Major on the line for OXG. On the line for Wildcard as well. I mean, qualification. Even if they lose, they have one more shot. But for OXG, they've either got more Siege to play this stage or they're out until quals later this year, regional finals later this year. It's a difficult position to be in for a team that has really started putting the pieces together, for a team that we didn't have a lot of high expectations for. Get it figured out in playoffs. Really start bringing things back for Stage 2 and org that's been off the international scene since Blast came in. For 2.5 years now, this org has been struggling to achieve the heights that were left by players like Fox and Lax on the desk. This was their moment. This was their stage. And here, just one round away from falling out. One round could be the difference.
It always seems crazy when it comes down to what one round to decide something. But that's exactly where we are right now.
Changing Mac.
Usually they go a little bit slower. It takes us a little bit longer to get into things. Teams are less willing to rush and sort of throw things away. They kind of want to take their time and be a little bit more deliberate in their choices. Opening pick, it's time for Atom. He's been a big player when OXG have needed him, but no, the D shield there from Forest leaves us equal. Dash a little bit low, but that's his second on the round. An explosive mid-round leaves a lot for Grixer and Gomez to do. Kansan, a really important position right now at the bottom of Aqua Stairs.
A really important position, too, with Diffuser in the defense's control. I mean, Baby Shark and Dash, players so often maligned by us for Wildcard, especially in Stage 1. They're both at 15 kills. I was citing Dash as a reason that OXG got into the back half of those defenses. Him and Baby Shark have got 30 kills between them. Now Gomez and Grixer. No good ideas in front of them. They hop in, they take the fight on Aqua, they lose to the cross, a 3K for Dash. Grixer, often called one of the best players in North America, gets one. He's isolated the next, but only 3 bullets remaining. The secondary up next around the corner. Can he land it? No, not a chance in hell. Wildcard finally make good, surprise us all, and make the Munich Major off a lower bracket win.
That's going to be one of the scrappiest gunfights to end a series that I've ever seen. Both players just throwing everything they had at the other. Running out of ammo on one side, throwing impacts to the other. Secondary shotguns drawn for. A real scrappy one to get it over the line, but I think it speaks beautifully to how this series has gone. Clubhouse, not the closest map in the world, but it was redeemed on Labs as OXG gave it their very best shot, but ultimately fell short here against Wildcard tonight. We'll have a winner's interview with Wildcard coming right up.
They say it's not the destination, it's the journey.
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Available now.
Jump, 3, 2, 1, swing.
One out, speed.
No.
Nice, 3v1, guys.
Games, last.
Games, last one, game.
Dash, we need a 3, 2, 1, swing this guy, ready?
Comes.
He's pushing up.
Come in.
Yes! Let's go! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go, man!
Oh my gosh, Dash was so excited. A little unfortunate that he's sitting all by himself, whereas the rest are all together. But either way, with that Wildcard punched their ticket straight to the Munich Major, the third team to be representing the NAL. Let's bring in Spiker, because we need to have a conversation about this. This was OXG. This was the team that hasn't lost anything besides that first match during the regular stage. You guys had a little bit of an oopsie yesterday, day before. What are the emotions right now?
I mean, we're definitely really happy, obviously, to make an event, but me, Jake, and Evan have lost to OXG now, like, I think it was 2 or 3 times to make an event at this point, so to finally make one and beat them all doing it, it feels insane.
Yeah, you're also proving the doubters wrong. I mean, the people here on the desk were saying that you guys were probably not going to win this. We had JJ Blast earlier as well during the stage saying you guys were only at reload because you're invited and you wouldn't be able to make it to an international straight. So that must also feel really, really good.
Yeah, you know, JJ's my boy, so I won't say nothing, but he was definitely talking a little too early in the stage. Oh my god. People are running around. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just feels great. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I also can't think right now. Shark is screaming.
Yeah, congratulations. I mean, I don't want to ask too in-depth questions since, you know, your brain's fried a little bit after the celebration. But I guess my question would be, when you're going up against a team like OXG, you know, you saw how well they played during the stage. What was your guys' game plan prepared for them? Was it focusing on the entries, trying to force to play, you know, shields or uncomfortable positions? What was the ideology behind today?
I mean, honestly, we were more focused on ourselves than them. Like, we were really aware of what they like to do. Like, they like to fight us a lot, especially on club. Like, we scrimmed them a couple weeks ago, and we noticed they were fighting us a lot on our entries. So our plan was to kind of, like, clear and then, like, use the util to clear the people and then get the free kills on the people trying to help them. So that's the idea on club, to do clears like that. But, yeah, I mean, the main thing was playing our game more than focusing on them too much. You know, we knew they liked to play shields against us, so we tried to run more shield counter ops, a lot of smoke, maybe some LS, stuff like that. So that was the main thing. And so was that the biggest weakness from OXG that you tried to exploit, or was there something that you guys noticed today, like in the match, where there was just something that they kept lacking that you guys just focused on abusing? We noticed on their attacks, we hadn't really noticed it before, but they were like really slow today for some reason. Oh my god, I'm lagging.
We hear you.
Like, they were really slow. So we just kind of kept on, like, trying to fall back on our roams more and, you know, forcing them to execute because they were really, really slow. And I think on club, our defenses, a lot of it came down to, like, last-second executes that they lost to time. But the second map, they definitely sped up a little bit. I think we were micro-calming really well in our rooms today. Nobody was dying untraded, and that was the main thing.
Spiker, one, I want to congratulate you on making Munich. I lost faith that you guys weren't going to be able to make it based off your performance against SSG. Yeah. I don't know why you always got to do this. You always got to have your backs against the wall to then be able to come out with this performance. But something that I talked about was your guys' opening engagements. That's one place where you guys thrived even in that match versus SSG, is getting those opening engagements. It was just a matter of not being able to convert them into rounds 1. And then today, you guys had 16 total engagements going in your favor. You guys managed to convert 13 of those out of the 16. I'm curious, what kind of was the drawback or what the realization, whether it was from your end or from the team, and how you guys corrected that and made those opening kills go into your guys' favor?
I think we've always been really strong in OPKs. Like you said, it's mostly just about converting it. And I think SSG, credit to them, they're a really good team at, like, getting picks back once they're man down. And we were, like, our comms were really bad in the SSG game, I think. Like, we were letting them, like, re-aggress on us and get the picks back. And, like, we weren't trading each other. But honestly, I think SSG is playing really well. I think Amady did a really good job of it too on defense, is like pushing when they're on defense to get picks back. It's mostly we just got to be more aware, have our gun up, and you know, coordinate crosses when we're men up more, I think.
Beautiful. Well, congratulations on making Munich. You guys deserve it.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'll see you there.
Any team in particular that you're looking forward to play in Munich, or anything you want to qualify that you want to go up against?
Nah. Just gonna go, have fun, play our game, play to win. You know, we'll play whoever's there, whoever's in front of us.
Wildcard better be giving you guys a pay raise. The last time they attended an event without being invited was back in SI 2020, so I think you guys got some negotiation to do.
Look at that, agent.
Yeah, you know, we gotta focus on performing at the major, and then we can talk about it. Then we gotta make SI. We got some more work to do.
For sure.
Yeah, SI points now in the bag as well, which is great considering how last stage went. So congratulations for that as well. We're looking forward to seeing you guys, what you're going to do in Munich, but also you still have a game later today. So who knows, might be another interview. Take care. See ya.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
Yeah, SI points here I think is also quite an important discussion because looking right now at OXG, they're currently 20th because they only have in the world because they only have 50. SI points. That is a really scary place to be in because they're not getting any more.
Yeah. A lot of the teams that are below them right now are going or might have the opportunity still to make it to Munich, which they'll be able to accumulate more points, which will only knock OXG lower and lower down on the leaderboard, which is not a situation that you want to find yourself in. And it's really bittersweet for OXG with how well they played during the stage. I mean, we've seen them get better and better as the year had progressed, but it looked like when push came to shove, they lose to SR. They revert back to old ways of playing shields, playing very slow. I mean, we heard Spiker say it. He didn't understand why OXG was playing so slow. And it looked like it really came down to the same issues. Communication, everyone getting quiet, everyone getting down on themselves, nobody really able to bring up the momentum for the team. And even though they did their best on the final map, it just came down to, you know, Wildcard just being the better team.
And as for Wildcard, as I said, I didn't really have a lot of hope going into this matchup. I thought for sure Oxygen was going to be able to want to bounce back and showcase their resilience, but it was like the exact opposite. And credit to Wildcard, they did exactly what I said they needed to do. Not only did we need to see Dash step up and perform, especially on those shield ops, whether he was playing that Blitz, whether he was playing that Blackbeard, it clearly represented in terms of their scoreline. But then those opening engagements, like I said, that entire matchup, having 16 opening engagements go in your favor and then being able to convert 13 of them into rounds one, that's where they were struggling with SSG. And the fact that they were able to correct it today clearly contributes to as to why it was such a good performance and now punching their ticket to the major. So very much credit to those guys.
Yeah, but it's also just the fact that they were able to show up today. And like some of these rounds were absolutely insane. And I think the final round that we were looking at, everybody was just screaming at the top of their lungs and really highlighting how they were able to perform under pressure rather than crumble.
Well, yeah, let's talk about some rounds before we got there, because this has been closed out a lot sooner. I mean, round 10 here, Kansan does not need to go for this flank. As you saw Adam then be able to go for that flank into top blue, into water, and get these picks. But let's talk about Bay here being able to play this position. This is a couple times now we've seen Bay be able to play these Raptors and stall out time, get the picks, be able to delay the teams, especially in a 6-5 scenario. Bay should not have survived. The fact that he was able to play his life with Grimbies, with the Capital bolts around, being flashed, being able to down Gomez, and not getting overzealous and selling his life away, which then pushes it all the way into that overtime. Then they get that crazy round to be able to close it out. And then, again, that last round went down to the wire. I mean, I don't play anymore, but I still, like, my heart palpitations were going crazy when it got down to that 1v1, and then Kansan on those impact grenades onto Grixer. Wow.
Grixer in the 3v1, I thought he was going to bring it back. Because you've seen moments like that, and then he has the player stuck. He takes the shotgun out, and really good heads-up play for Kansan to just throw those impacts at the end. But yeah, I mean, I think all those clips, generally, the first one, Wildcard could have easily won it cleaner, sooner. So, you know, still some hiccups there, but at the end of the day, they get to go to Munich. OXG doesn't, unfortunately for them, so it is what it is.
So far, your predictions are correct in terms of the top teams, even though they're being placed in that S-tier category, not necessarily making it to the internationals. M80 still has to show us whether or not that prediction is going to go wrong, because they're going to be playing Dark Zero next. But again, crazy world we live in where we're going to be going to an international with either M80 or Dark Zero not present. Which one of them is going to end their season soon? Who's going to be going to Munich? Let's find that out after the break.
And Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifro. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
of the podcast.
Available now.
There's only one slot remaining for Munich here for the NAL teams, and it's either going to be claimed by Dark Zero or M80. Welcome back, everybody, to the third day of playoffs. I'm your host, Jeannie, and I'm joined with Foxy and Lax. And for this matchup specifically, it's the one that we were looking forward to the most because DZ and M80 usually at internationals, usually performing really well. M80 has had a flawless run for that regular stage just to have their entire world shattered yesterday.
Yeah, M80's been playing amazing. Dark Zero has never missed a major since its inception of a team, and now they're in a situation where they both have to prove themselves. Yesterday, M80 looked very lackluster, getting ran around by SSG. Dark Zero, on the other hand, barely made it into playoffs in the first place. They definitely need to show up today to show us that they are deserving of not only playoffs, but going to Munich.
And let's start off with the DZ roster specifically, because as much as we love to sing their praises during stage 1, now that we're in stage 2, it's been quite a bit of back and forth, and it doesn't feel like they've achieved that full potential since they've returned from EWC.
Certainly not. And, you know, our defense is really the strongest point of contention when it comes to this Dark Zero roster, and I'd have to argue statistically that doesn't look like it since coming into playoffs. They're struggling very hard on their defensive side, which that's the easiest side, arguably. If you're going to come into a game, you realistically want to find success on the defense because it's going to be the easier side. You don't have to adapt as much. You don't have as many moving pieces. You understand the ifs and the can'ts and the maybes throughout a round. But what we saw yesterday versus the Rebellion, they only managed to get 2 wins on each and every single one of their defender maps. And that's not good. You need to at least be punching above that. You need to be able to getting half of it. And then we have to look at the opening engagements. That's a little bit of a yin and yang sort of situation where on attacks, they're keeping it pretty balanced on their opening engagements, keeping it relatively close. But that's, again, it's the defenses, and this is where we have to highlight it. Going 2-4, going 1-6, going 2-4, almost similar to what we talked about with Wildcard. If they can start to ramp up that performance on the defensive side, being able to play together, being able to just execute better at just holding the site down, being able to play off one another, that's where we will start to see Dark Zero thrive. But it's not just only on their defenses. There are players as well that contribute to that.
Yeah, because you're touching upon the fact that they have to be able to play together, and it feels like that's not what we're seeing at all. Because when we're looking at Citizen and Spirits, who are the spearheads, so to say, of this team towards that success, it's never both of them going together in sync.
And that's the unfortunate bit, because whether it was stage 1 or even a little bit throughout this stage, we needed Spirits and Citizen. Well, not we needed. Dark Zero needs Spirits and Citizen to be able to come alive. And not just coming alive just one or the other. They need to be in sync. They both need to be having a pop-off performance, whether that's on attack, whether that's on defense. Both of these two are such a contributor as to why Dark Zero was so dominant throughout stage 1. Whether you just had Citizen on that Deimos, being annoying with that vertical pressure, being able to pull those miraculous plays out of his pocket, and then you have Spirits putting so much pressure with those shields, with the Ying shotgun. We know what these players are capable of. We just aren't seeing them in sync and being able to play off one another. Currently in playoffs, both Citizen and Spirits are the last 2 rankings on their team. So it's not looking pretty for the side of Dark Zero. And if everything is being left on the line here to be able to qualify for Munich, these two really need to step it up. Fox already mentioned talking about Pamba needing to step it up, and JR needing to step it up. We did see that performance from them, but that's off the backing of Spirits and Citizen not being able to find their stride. So if there's anything that really needs to change going into today, it's their defense opening engagements, staying consistent, and then Citizen and Spirits being able to find their stride, whether that's on attack or defense.
So a little bit of a laundry list of things that have to go right for DZ today, and it's just a matter of whether or not that one day off has been enough for them to reset and be able to jump into things. Because for M80 side, they lost yesterday. That was the first loss that they have suffered since the beginning of this stage. So if anything, that could have been earth-shattering.
Yeah, we just saw OXG as well completely crumble due to their loss. I mean, hopefully M80 is not going to be in the same boat. Something that we've seen them do all stage is be able to adapt. They can go fast, they can go slow, they can pretty much adapt to whatever teams bring it. Especially when we saw them play against SSG during the regular stage, during stage 1, and which got them wins over SSG in the regular stage, was that adaptation, being able to use the utility, slow it down when they need to, speed it up when they need to. But what we saw yesterday was just a lack of adaptation. SSG continuously had the game in their hand, and M80 was never swapping it up. Oh my goodness. They were never swapping it up when it came to trying to play different operators. They kept running the same exact utility operators, and there was no transition. And they actually had Kino a lot of the times having to play shield, having to be that entry to try and make players move, but then they wouldn't make any additions off of him. They wouldn't try to play off of him. They just left him there, and everybody on the team suffered. They could not get any opening kill to save them.
Yeah, we have to look at that as well, specifically yesterday against SSG when it comes to these opening picks, because it was not looking good at all.
I mean, out of 33 total rounds, they got 12 opening kills. Even in the first map that they won, they still did not win in the opening kills department. It looked like SSG should have won it, 3-0 every single map. M80 was consistently getting bailed out by the fact that they have great individual players that can turn up, but at the end of the day, that isn't what is going to get you to Munich. It isn't going to win you a tournament for sure. So as you can see, even in the first map that they won, they did pretty bad in the opening kills. So if they could just figure that part out and not be playing from a man down, they would be in a way better boat. And this isn't something new. This is something M80's been struggling with throughout the whole stage. Despite being first, they still lose the opening kills more often than not. So that is the main focus that they need to worry about going into today, going into Dark Zero, going into a team like Dark Zero that obviously is having their own issues on the entry. M80 needs to tighten up and make sure that they're not losing that opening kill. They don't necessarily need to get the opening kill, but we know M80 can win it out later in the game just off of pure individual talent. They just have to make it there with all 5 players.
Okay, they're all vibing, right? I have no idea what song they're singing. Maybe if they win, we can ask them that in the interview later today. But we also have to take a look at the map veto, because this is a best of 3, which means we're gonna have 3 games of Siege potentially, maybe 2, just as what we saw earlier with the thing. But with the game between Wildcard and OXG. Starting things off this time around, though, for M80, it is going to be Chalet.
I mean, this makes perfect sense, M80. They just watched Dark Zero be able to beat Shopify Rebellion on it, so obviously they're going to just instantly go into this. You don't have much time to be able to switch things up, so it is really going to be on Dark Zero, like I said, to be able to adapt, and especially on their defenses. The biggest thing for me for them is you're starting on that defense. You're going to be comfortable here, so now you need to be playing together. You need to be playing for those trades, similar to, like I said, what we saw Wildcard doing and keeping that man advantage. And not just the man advantage. You need to be at least closing out those defensive rounds, either a 3-3 or a 4-2 to feel comfortable on your attacks, because that's where they were finding their stride on.
And then we're going to find them going to Consulate, which is Dark Zero's pick, which, in my opinion, I don't feel too confident about that as a Dark Zero pick. They're trying to do the same thing that M80 did, which is picking Chalet, a map that they just viewed. M80 played SSG yesterday on Consulate, and they didn't look too hot on it. But the thing is, Dark Zero, what's the strength behind a map like Consulate? Your defenses. We just highlighted how Dark Zero's defenses has not looked as locked down as it used to be. So now they're in a situation where you're trying to counter-trap, bring a team where you can have some potentially an advantage on. But that's going to be Dark Zero's biggest issue, is the advantage that they need. They have not been able to find success on when it comes to their defenses.
So prediction time, because so far you guys were actually both wrong about the OXG. M80 was in that S tier. Will the curse continue of these teams dropping out on that second day?
I don't know. It's going to be the same situation maybe as the wildcard game, but I just don't see Dark Zero. I'm a believer. I'm a non-believer for Dark Zero. They did not earn their spot in playoffs. I would have rather have seen Envy. That being said, I think M80 will 2-1.
You know, I'm going to swap mine. I'm going to go with Dark Zero. I do have faith that they can fix their defenses and have a better half where, again, their attacks were looking good. It's just then a matter of Citizen and Spirits being able to find their stride. And more often than not, when your back's against the wall, you can't afford to lose anything. You start making those plays. You start making those hero moments come alive. So for that alone, I'm going to have to give it to Dark Zero.
All right, we'll see whether or not, which one of you actually is going to be right, because you got the curse going so far. It's going pretty well. But reminder, I mean, M80 was in the S tier. They haven't lost a game up until yesterday. Can they bounce back mentally? Have they done the reset? Is DZ going to be okay with all the pressure they have on them, considering their regular stage was pretty terrible? Gonna find out with the decider. Here's Chalet. This series is the one for Munich or the one to end the season. With our casters, Ollie and Lux.
Thank you very much, Jenny. And if you were hoping to find some Dark Zero belief on the cast, I think you will be sorely disappointed. I think Ollie, you and I are firmly square in the M80 camp for reasons we can talk about later. But for Dark Zero, this game, I mean, obviously Munich major on the line, but for them in particular, they've not missed a single major since Blast took over. That would be a hell of a streak to lose right now with things so close in the SI standings. So,
I don't know that I'm a Dark Zero non-believer yet. Like,
okay, that's fair.
Based off all the information that we have up until this moment, yes, DZ aren't the favourites coming into this, and I don't think that anyone would be too surprised to hear me say that. The thing about M80 is we haven't seen that full, well-rounded team performance for them since they got into the playoffs. I don't know if it's the pressure of missing out on EWC and the fact that this is the only major this year, as we know a typical major to be. But there is something bubbling away there with this M80 roster where we are relying on incredible individual performances, which we saw yesterday, and we also saw fall short yesterday. And there's been a consistent theme throughout the stage. So I don't know which is the most well-rounded team at the moment. And then you get to this point in playoffs when we're qualifying teams for a major, and you kind of think, okay, if this is our region, if we're going to take a bit of ownership over NAL and be proud of the teams and proud of what we put out there to the international stage to go up against the likes of EU, SAL, APAC regions, whoever it might be, who do you think will be the best team to send there? Who do you think will be the best team to stack up on that international stage? And I don't know who the answer is between these two at the moment. If DZ can redeem themselves here tonight, then they will have, in my opinion, earned that right. But M80 coming in with, even though it's off individual performance, a little bit more momentum.
It may be, and I think at least for the side of M80, going against SSG, while it was really only hero plays that were getting them through it, it was at least hero plays across the roster, right? Like we had a Gunner 1vx and multi-kills, the Fuser and Hot and Cold multi-kills. It was a bit of a team effort, even if the isolated performances round per round were individual. Whereas with DZ, when we saw them play in the upper bracket, they only got to map 3 basically because of NJR, like locking in for a few rounds, and in particular on round 15. It was a lot more of a lopsided performance or concentrated performance for Dark Zero than it was. And in particular, on this map, it seemed like their luck had run out in round 15, attacking Master Edmund Office, and NJR in a 3v5 out of nowhere just pulls out of 4K and stunned everybody, including SR. Spirits in particular had a rough day during that series across 3 maps. He was the lowest rated player for Dark Zero. Only -1 on the entry, but -14 on the kills playing ops. More often than not, these Shields. It's been a bad playoffs for Shields players. Canadian last night was having a rough time, and Spirits in that game against SR. And as he gets in here, nobody really immediately in his line of sight to deal him any harm. He will eventually have to deal with this library hold, and that is where problems will start arising for the Shield.
Nice Rotero drone. Gets rid of the shield at the top of library stairs there. We could just see a yokai drone manned by Hot and Cold shoot up to the ceiling there as well, just dodging out of the way of the blast, I believe. And there's some very interesting Denari trips that have been placed in and around by Gunner. Library is a little bit of a labyrinth at the moment with lasers running all over the place. Gaveni losing his little pocket of safety on that fireplace as well, with his deployable shield going down. Leaves only one more up in play. It isn't going to stop him from picking up that opening kill, though, over onto Pambazoo, a player that I think it's fair to say has been struggling of late, especially versus the standard we know him capable of.
In that SR game, he was just ranked a little bit below 100 EPS, which seems fine, but given Pambazoo's heights and what he has achieved, this role change continues to just be a little difficult for them. I mean, right there, he's doing a lot of good work. Those Rotero drones, Ollie, I think we can both agree they were excellent, well-placed, got the shields. But is that who you want Pambazoo doing? Is that what you want Pambazoo doing? That's the question we're still waiting to be answered. Unfortunately for Dark Zero, it's something that's not working out in the short term. Spirits is kind of, I think, losing overall from this situation. He gets that kill, but the attack has fallen apart around him. Nave, Citizen, Pambazoo, all gone. NGR can come join with that 417. He was a menace inside of that Chalet against SR, and he will kill his immediate opposition, find the next. NGR does seem to find a way through on this map, but Reese swinging as he swaps to the secondary. Now you're just giving yourself away at that point. Gets a little rocky for M80, but a clean finish at the dismount.
Got a little bit of touch and go there for a second. You think NJR, he's got that DMR, he's lined a couple of kills up already. There's a lot of chance that he's able to collect. There's the humble trip device that was giving Spirits a lot of trouble there on that blitz. He had a lot of space to play with. He was able to get himself into sight, but he has to activate that trip to really be able to do anything about that. Brilliant play onto the flanking Gunner. Soon as Kino dies there, it kind of opens things up a little bit for Spirits, but that piece of utility at his feet was always going to be his undoing. As soon as you move through that, you take a little bit of damage. That's not really the main concern. It's, of course, going to be the slowing effect and the sound cue that come with that as well. And giving your location away at that moment, not ideal. NJR just with a little bit too much to do. Despite him being relied upon multiple times for Dark Zero, it was just a little bit too much of a stretch there inside of round one. Barring game's not going DZ's way. M80 straight up onto the top floor, taking us into office. Again, they can afford to be fairly flexible with these lineups. His army and the Warden being removed. Of course, a Warden is going to be a pretty hot pick if you're playing against a Dark Zero attacking team, because they love things like Ying, Glaz, Blitz. They're all about I don't want to call it cheese necessarily, but they're all about those flashy operators.
You could call it cheese. You could absolutely call it cheese.
Yeah, you probably should call it cheese, shouldn't you? So yeah, a Warden's always a pretty good removal, and his army never a bad option either. But it does free them up somewhat, and they're going to be able to bring plenty of util denial. They've got those laser gates. I mean, Diffuser's been loving Aruni. It's his most played up by far on the defense. Absolutely lethal with that DMR. And the gates are kind of just a bonus at that point.
Unfortunately, NGR on the follow-up shut down. Pamazoo as well. Again, Dark Zero. They get that pick, and it's just not entirely working out. Spirits has lost a lot of HP, but has got both his kills in this round. Citizen tangling with another as Gunnar takes a fight outside West Main. There's the advantage shifting hands. Cavini and Diffuser both aiming for this retake. Hello around the corner. Impacts out. Easy to down Spirits. Got to back up. There's two people moving in from Solar, yet not in an opportunity to trade. Reaching a little bit of a settled position now. As we just start to reach the halfway point, Diffuser inside a bathroom. Ollie, this is a good position for the defense.
I'm kind of surprised that Citizen hasn't committed a little bit sooner. He's still out there on the rappel. And whilst that's fine, he can hold a bit of a cross. These M8 players know exactly where he is, and they're just not going to expose themselves to him. It would be a pretty big misplay right now to just give yourself up to Citizen. Nath, again, going to attempt walking up these Solar stairs. They've kind of already sold Spirits here. They need to make something happen. The laser gate activates, the swing there, on to Citizen. Nath good for one in the 1v1 with Gaveni. Draws for the pistol, but Gaveni just better. Takes the initiative there and immediately swings off the back of it. A little bit of an audio cue of that weapon chain, and bang, he's straight in with his opportunity.
And I kind of like the role swap we see from Dark Zero. Typically, what we saw actually in that Chalet game against SR was NJR playing that Glaz entry, except here, you know, Pamazoo moves in. I believe he gets that initial pick, so I'm a big fan of it. Just again, the only issue is we got 3 people hopping in that bathroom window, and without, we talk about cheese, but hey, without a Ying since M80 banned it, a lot of eyesight is being left up for M80. A lot of ability to take those fights, you know, fully informed, full vision. Makes things a little difficult, and there's also a lot of utility waiting to be tossed their direction. So even though it leveled out to a 3v3 and a 2v2 after that, I think M80 were ready and waiting for that rush to happen through bathroom window. As Dark Zero, they're playing that cheesy style of play that Ali mentioned. That certainly works for them. It's associated with them. But that's basically everything they did on Chalet against R. War rounds like that, and boy did it work against SR. But there's a lot of tape on it now. I don't think you're going to catch M80 off guard. They'll have seen it.
Yeah, the prep's going to be too good, isn't it? Nice little attempt there from Hot and Cold.
Alarm deployed.
Love that little bit of aggression there at the early portion of the round. Nice and safe to do so as well.
Let's see what I can find.
And whilst M80 aren't going for the sort of traditional operators, they're not necessarily bringing the cheese either, but we are seeing a lot of Denari tonight. Gaveni has been let loose and activated on the newest operator in the pool. Able to place those trips out there, and it's just another way of sort of architecting the map and creating little mini games and little problems for attackers to solve. We also have the Solus from Hot and Cold. NGR's already thrown one of these ROU projectors. With the positioning of everyone, looks like they're going to try and get up, but that one doesn't actually go all the way through. It won't stop Spirits, though. He's straight in.
Guy's moving his way in. Won't miss time things too much. Oh, no! Around the shield, through the shield. I'm not sure how, but Spirits has had some moments. I was about to say, I think Spirits might have got a little robbed there, unfortunately. Might not pay for it, though. Dark Zero find 2, though Hot and Cold gifted 1, grabs another. Definitely Spirits, I think, getting punished a bit by forces outside of his control. You lose the shield on that spearhead. NGR as well. That slight mistiming on the ROU projector, it happens. Clips on the objects inside of the world, but mistimings like that can cause issues. Yet Dark Zero, you find another. With Hot and Cold on low HP. This is a 1v3 ready and waiting at the moment. If they can just reset, calm down, and hunt down this remaining player. But Hot and Cold's got control of that diffuser. Doesn't even need the Specchio scanner. It's in his line of sight. Citizen spots just the little edges of Gunner's foot. Still resetting a little bit. Waiting to find this remaining information.
Quite a tense 2 versus 2, this, in all seriousness, isn't it? These are really not looking to overcommit to this, and M80, I think, recognizing Hot and Cold's position and him being very low, trying to play it safe. But they hold all the cards right now. They have the diffuser on the ground. Gunner's actually been able to rotate himself upstairs as well. So providing that Hot and Cold's at least able to fend off for long enough, Gunner should be able to win this on the vert. The diffuser now has been recovered and Citizen can start attempting a plant. This is when we need that Spekios scanner.
Oh, you can see the combination, but unfortunately, Gunner, a little too late to stop the plant, but just in time for the kill. Yet in the process, both defenders, 1 HP. Pamazoo with vert and the horizontal to deal with. It's always difficult, but if there were ever a situation for it to work, it's got to be this one. The greatest odds possible. Picks the right angle, I think, will isolate the 1v1 West Main. Gunner passes, but don't worry, don't overthink it. You've got one right there. You're so close to the end. Just one shot to take him down. Transfer to the next around the corner. Oh, what a flick. It was about as easy as it could be made, but still a hard job to get done. Pamazoo in the clutch. Gives Dark Zero their first.
Sometimes rounds have like a certain energy about them. And I know this sounds quite hippie, but you got to bear with me. There was weird energy in that round. It felt like there was a hell of a lot riding on it. Almost if Dark Zero didn't win that round, that was going to be it. Like, their chance at Munich was going to be done and dusted. And we're at round 3 of a best of 3. Like, we are so early right now. There just felt like so much tension in the air. 2 versus 2 that, I mean, lasted for well over a minute. And you can't even sort of criticize the way that M80 played it because you can see the vision. Hot and Cold, 1 HP, Spekios scanner. Needs to try and make use of that. Gunner, all of a sudden it's time for you to step up. You've got a lot of work to do here. And the timing was just a little bit off. Interesting that Dark Zero are actually going to use their tactical timeout right now as well. Obviously, they call for the attacks a little bit earlier than they happen typically. I'm not sure exactly when this tactical timeout was called for. Regardless of the outcome of the round, it might not be directly linked. There's clearly something that Kangaroo Kenny has seen early that he wants to try and nip in the bud. Seeing there just in the back of Citizen's camera, just yapping his truth. Gonna give his team some pearls of wisdom there and keep them locked in.
Gotta feel bad experience there.
Yeah.
Unlucky.
I don't know how that's like, I don't know how it's worked. Do you know what I mean? Because the mechanics of it just looked like he's basically reverse barrel stuffed or shield stuffed Hot and Cold, and it should have just been a straightforward melee into the down, into the finish with the pistol.
Well, it happens sometimes. And also, I think, you know, it's definitely unfortunate positioning, but Hot and Cold, honestly, just kind of a victim of circumstance as well, because in an ideal world, it'd be, you know, Gunner down below, Hot and Cold up top, and just, you know, when they start rushing you at the beginning of the round, you don't really have time to reposition, especially once you become the only person on the site. So I'd agree. I think M80 played it about as well as you could expect. I love the vision, too. Also love Dark Zero. I mean, they were taking a long time, but let's be honest, they had a minute 20 seconds. I kind of want to see them using as much time as you can, especially with all the drones they had remaining. Really big fan of how both teams played that. So no complaints from me with how that round transpired for M80 or Dark Zero. It'll give Dark Zero their first. They'll take a tactical timeout as, you know, a Pamazoo 3K plus 1v2. It's, you like something a little more certain. You like something a little more decisive. It's not your pick, but never want to bet on a 3-mapper when you're at risk of being knocked out of contention for one of the only majors or international events this year. Bit of an entry on the opposite side of the map. No blitz this time. Spirits had locked that in 3 rounds in a row, and while we have a shield, Monty, very different methodology than the blitz. So while it is a full clear, a lot of different tools, a lot of different players taking these positions.
Different tools on both sides as well. You mentioned shields there for the attack. There was 3 shields brought last time for this defense. Red deployables on fireplace, top of library stairs, and I think 1 inside of the site. None being brought this time in round 4. So another big switch up there in how the round is being played fundamentally. Instead, much more focus on kind of an oldie but a goldie. The utility soak, Jaeger, Wamai, Aruni, all the things that are able to catch projectiles and slow the attacking push down, remove some of that lethality. Nath on the Monty managed to find a little bit of a gap right now, and he's careful not to D-shield, but this should be a dead Gaveni. Nath needs his team to try and buddy up with him. There it is, and Citizen, is he good for 2? Yes, he is.
Oh, Gunner trying to get a little tricky on that connector angle. Oh, they all fall. It is a well-planned push by Dark Zero. And I bet the most satisfied player coming out of that timeout in that round is going to be Kangaroo Kenny. Don't know if it was necessarily all his wisdom, but that's the exact kind of impact as a coach you want to see, or the exact kind of round you want to see after you hit the pause button. Really simple game plan there, Ollie. You just get the Monty walking up the fireplace stairs for pressure. You got the player coming in up Ivy hallway to pinch, hopping in the window as well, moving past the blue stairs. Really nothing to complain about there for Dark Zero. I mean, definitely think Gunner's position probably catching Citizen off guard, but he reacts well enough. There's always going to be unexpected variables that manifest in a round. And even if he dies, Lord knows Dark Zero had plenty of people able to trade him out right around that position. Only thing maybe you could say, Monty's a little exposed. We had everybody on the second floor, so potential somebody could walk up fireplace. But hey, you even got somebody on the office balcony window. Maybe they have to do double duty, but very well thought out and well planned attack for Dark Zero to, let's say, get their first true, genuine victory on the board, and a flawless as well.
It was great.
Love to see it.
Like, I'm a little bit dumbfounded as to how Citizen's been allowed to walk up blue stairs.
So I almost wondered, did he walk up blue, or did he like hop in Ivy and like?
I don't know. Like his position kind of felt like he walked up blue, but I'm just like, how?
Sure, see, because I thought that too, but I was like, no, there's no way. Like, there's no way he walked up blue. Like, I just don't believe it.
Because if he's hopped in Ivy, he would have been seen by Gaveni on the Jaeger.
Oh, that's true.
I don't get it. Like, I don't understand how he's so slippy. He's fully lubricated right now. I mean, if I was Kenny, I'd take that. I would literally, I'd hold my hand and be like, yeah, that was all me. After the timeout, oh yeah, and this as well. Opening pick in round 5. I'll take that one as well. Why not?
Kangaroo Kenny currently at 6 kills.
All of them trades, all of them opening picks, all of them impactful.
100% cost for Kangaroo Kenny at the moment. I mean, Pamsu's got the right idea too. Opening pick, immediately fall back to library. There's no point. Why are you push? You don't need to push it. Just chill out. You got to. You haven't even. He didn't even use a Dokkaebi call to get that kill. How often do we see a Dokkaebi call get used early on and it finds nothing? He got that opening pick onto the smoke. Didn't even need the call. Dark Zero showing a really good about face.
5 as well.
On the smoke too. I mean, we've seen, like, you and I have casted a couple smoke roams on library, but like, you know, no disrespect, but the guy doing that we've seen is usually like Maya. I just don't know if you can get away with that if you're not Maya.
Oh, you just sent me into like a wonderful world of Liquid playing Chalet. It made me feel really warm and fuzzy inside.
Oh my goodness. Oh my god, I love this too. Well, not that, but...
No, I think we've got to be equal. We've got to love that as well from Hot and Cold.
Yeah, that's true. That's fair. That's fair. Good
we got to love all equal. It's a good pick. I think Hot and Cold and M80, sorry, in general, needed something there. This round has been working fairly slowly, but it really has been going at Dark Zero's pace. Another opportunity now, but Gaveni will punish Pambazu. Dokkaebi call or not. The difficulty is going to be rotating up Solar here. He knows that he's not really got the utility to do that.
He doesn't whatsoever. We'll be spotted by the Bees, but Hot and Cold with that pick as well. We got 2 players remaining for DZ, and they know one of them's on the rappel. Even in a best-case scenario, you've got that 3v3. There's 2 Aruni gates in front of Nate. Citizen hopping to the bathroom window, again finds himself in a powerful position. Can isolate the 2v1 on the player on the stairs, but Gaveni! Man, has he been hitting shots these past couple days. That seemed like a Dark Zero round, destined to be so. And yet, out of nowhere, Gaveni, with a major frag in the mid-round, leads into a recovery late in the game.
I think M80 did a really good job not to overreact there. It felt like a lot was happening to them in that round. DZ coming in, getting that opening kill. Pamba managing to find something nice and early. Spirits Obviously, on the library, on the solar stairs as well, seen a little bit of success before Hot and Cold shut him down. It really felt like DZ held all of the cards in that round, and M80 just had to wait patiently for their opportunity, because if they waited for long enough, they knew that DZ had more to do in that round. They can't just have a good early round and then call it a day. Like, that isn't how Siege works. You've got to be good from start through to end, or at least you've got to finish strong. And DZ just kind of faltered out a little bit there. Again, it was an occasion where we had multiple players outside on the rappel, just not sort of committing in, and the side players maybe not having the desired level of impact. And maybe a little bit of desync, honestly. It looked quite similar to the way that round 1 played out.
5 seconds to go.
Where we've got players that are in the building, Pamba, Spirits, and NJR, that are, you know, making things happen, and you look around and it's kind of Nathan Citizen still out there on the rappel, or a little bit further behind that front line of the attack. And that's fine. You can often have a front line and a back line, but there needs to be a good connection between the two, and a knowledge and an ability to be able to move up quickly and bolster and fill that gap once the front line starts to get picked down. M80 keeping their lead at the moment here in this one, 3 rounds to 2. And already feeling like a much closer game on our hands here than our first game in the last series, Lynx.
Yeah, definitely a back and forth at the moment, and unfortunately, I think we're probably in for a pretty boring round 6 and a final round of this half. And Mady decided the finish line to bust out K2 Burrell, kind of the pinnacle of stall and time denial by, I suppose, hard breach denial means. You can see the logic. It's relatively sound. I mean, when Dark Zero have been successful, the one round we saw that wasn't a 1vx, it was off, you know, one of their many rush attempts actually working, but that's really all that they've had. And so if you can just reinforce a bunch of walls and stop it completely with Electro Claws and Zoto Canisters, sure, they have a Maverick, but that's going to take time. That's going to take a lot of time and expose NGR while he's doing it. Gunner positioned aggressively on the window, and I think, unfortunately, as Pamazoo hops in, ends up paying the price for it. Walking up the piano hallway, trying to find this second. There's one in office, but on AES at the wrong time. Diffuser with the next, Kavini following it up as it's another flood by Dark Zero. 6 rounds of it, and I just think M80 are wise to their tricks. Even if the guns are sharp, tactically speaking, Dark Zero, 2 chalets now, have been profoundly one-dimensional. And the flash and the shine caught us against SR. It got them a 4-2 half. They employ it again against M80. They'll come out the losers. Only 2 rounds to their name, one of them a 1v2 from Panbazoo. Of course, while Nath has not lost the round, I have a lot of faith in M80 that with these vertical angles, they should be able to get this final player, especially the BP spotted. You'll keep moving. Try the plant again as they've got more intel to gather, but Nath will actually get the diffuser down successfully. Any takers? Any follow-up? There we go. Gavini finally taking the angle on the hatch. We'll lock in that 4-2, and M80 emerge from the first 6 victorious.
It's another occasion, isn't it, where M80 just let the plan go down, because it kind of just simplifies the round a little bit. Why risk pushing and risk giving yourself up as one, you know, single gunfights if you don't know exactly where Nath is playing? Better just let him get the plant down, and you can really just narrow that right down. The hatch is always a brilliant place to start there. M80 with a good solid round to finish off their first defensive phase here on Chalet. Dark Zero, despite being pretty prolific with that opening kill, haven't really been able to convert that into round wins the same way that we would have liked them to. Pamba's been fantastic so far. 3 times we've seen Pamba get the opening pick, and all of those rounds, DZ have gone on to lose.
It really is just kind of bizarre so far. I mean, Pamazoo with an opening twice, they end up losing it. I mean, it's kind of like what we saw from M80 yesterday, right? I mean, how much were they losing that opening duel against SSG? I mean, Clubhouse, they only won an opening duel 3 times out of 12. 3 times out of 12 with a map 7-5. And that map was kind of the peak of their recovery, the peak of their individual performance. And here you could argue it's something similar. You know, we have Dark Zero getting these picks in recovery, but I think, Ollie, the big contrast for me between this game and the SSG game is even if Dark Zero get the opening pick, it kind of falls apart pretty soon after. It really feels like they get that initial foothold, and after that, they're really just nothing backing it up. And on the defense, I guess that pressure's off your shoulders. You don't have to make that initial play anymore. You don't have to really follow through. You can put forth your setup and watch how the attack responds, but even though we have a similar trend statistically, that SSG game just had a lot more power behind it.
10 seconds to insertion.
See how the side swap favors Dark Zero here.
5 seconds remaining.
M80, as we've mentioned, very strong on the defense this stage. Highest defensive win rate inside of North America for stage 2. Slightly skewed by I believe a very good 6 rounds on the defense, as we did have some very swingy one-sided games this stage in NAL. But the opportunity was there for everyone to get those wins against certain opponents, but it still leaves them with a very handsome scoreline. Attack's obviously not as high, but still up there, above 50%. So on paper, they are looking pretty good in this, especially given that they've come out at a 4-2. But for DZ, it's really been their defenses that have struggled. It was something that Lax and Fox both spoke about on the desk earlier. But their attacks have generally been okay. A lot of the desync has come through on this defensive side. And if they've had a 4-2 or 2-4 half on the attack, you do kind of worry how the defense is going to go for them. Amber, just able to take down a couple of those Selmas that have been sent onto that solar wall. He's certainly feeling a little bit of pressure up here, but he's got plenty to be playing around right now. Dokkaebi Call and another set of Selmas to go out. Kino this time trying to catch him on the cross. It's going to be a diffuser that takes a good portion of damage, and the opening pick, finishing off a previously softened up Pamba.
Now was Diffuser playing outside that bathroom window, and I honestly was kind of curious why the window wasn't open, especially after seeing Kamizu just walk around and get that Selma charge, but maybe Diffuser was just trying to let them have a bit of a false sense of security, break open that door off the back of the Dokkaebi Call, and clearly it's working out, especially once Kino relays that information. A lot of damage taken, I was about to say, by M80 players, though. Diffuser downed and finished off outside a bathroom. Gavini below half as well. He's able to get that kill, but you gotta say Dark Zero are bleeding M80 very nicely. It's only now that things really start, oh boy, really start breaking M80's way. They were at least dealing out a lot of damage in turn and on the way out, but it's the kind of thing that the players you leave up have to make good on that. Unfortunately, M80, even on reduced HP, only lose Diffuser on bathroom window. Everything else has worked out. Taking the time to drone, but they will miss drone Citizen. Unclear what impact he'll have from this position, but it's 30 seconds remaining. He's got the vertical angles, and boy are M80 taking their time. No Dokkaebi Call remaining. He can sit passive through this EE1D, and Kino doesn't start planting. There is full time for Citizen to move across this vertical angle, and Gavini was holding passive last time we saw. He walks in, now he strikes Bakino. Oh no! Really seems like there's an opportunity for Citizen, but maybe even I was being a bit too generous. He does find a gap. He does get something from it. And while he fires towards the Diffuser, the moment for those shots to land is long gone. A 5-2 half seems in the hands of M80 so long as they can just wait and hold passive for 13 seconds. The Citizen will just decide to end things on his own terms. Admirable, honorable, but still a loss nonetheless. M80 widen their lead to 3 rounds.
One of the things that impresses me about this M80 roster is their ability to play just like that. They're in a 4 versus 1. They have a lot of redundancy there. It is very unlikely that that round goes any other way but theirs. But they recognize and give respect to the fact that it's Citizen. They didn't know exactly where he was. They'd used a lot of their utility previously in the round to get themselves to that position. So then they just pivot and play back to that win condition. It's a trait that we see them when they're on the defense. They will wait for the attackers to plant and then plan a retake. And then in the same sense, when they're on the attack, they will wait until they plant and then control the retake. There is absolutely no rush in this M80 roster. They are cold as ice in those situations where you would see a lot of other teams overreacting and trying too hard to get the round done and dusted. And yeah, it works you know, 7, 8 times out of 10. But there's the occasional time where a couple of players will start to line up and it'll be left in a dicey 1 versus 1, and then all of a sudden one person who seconds ago was in a 4v1 is now in a 1 versus 1, and it's kind of like, oh crap, I have to win this because otherwise we'll have thrown it. It's a very nice trait. M80 often seem in full control in those moments. And they're certainly in control here and now. 5 rounds to 2. And showing no signs of slowing down. A lot of shenanigans in the bathtub there. There was some very technical Jaeger ADS placement being called for to try and fit it all in with that deployable shield as well.
One of those moments where it is M80's pick, it is Chalet, so just keep that in mind. This was close against SR and required a big individual performance to pull it over the line, but this is M80's pick. It's the one we expect to win. You just always have to worry a little bit with those 7-2s. Your Citizen trying to fire some shots at those ex-Kairos, but won't be able to find anything from that angle. Sitting inside a bathroom though, behind a shield with multiple ADSs. Util burn really is, the Util burn meta is kind of back in some of these positions. Hear that nade go in, get caught by one of them. All right, Panba. Opening pick 2 times in a row, and just 1 shot from Kino does him in. Diffuser fishing down below. Nate's hopped out the window as well. This is going to give important information to M80. They know it's a 5v3 on site right now because of Nafe hopping out that window. And with Spirits on 1 HP, I'm curious if they'll decide to push or not. Doesn't seem like they will. Instead, Diffuser turning his attention to Fireplace to try and cut off the one player he knows is there. Just doing double duty, looking up the Fireplace, looking down. Finished off by DZ. Could have been a lot more, and I think DZ just happy they recovered from that lost Pambazoo.
Yeah, Spirits are going to be counting his lucky stars there, isn't he? He's still got a Toxic Babe canister to send out there. Gunnar just trying to take advantage of some of these outside to in angles we often talk about on Chalet. On call with the kit. We'll just start to see a little bit of pressure here, but Kino, on the upside down repel, he's going to take Spirits down. Gunnar finds NJR, and slowly but surely, M80 just pick apart these defenders. And again, find themselves in a 4 versus 1. Nafe, this time in the clutches. Not even sure if he's going to get past Ivy window if he keeps peeking it like that. The plant now down. M80 sticking to their win condition. They're playing a brilliant brand of Siege tonight here, Lynx. It's so consistent. Every round looks like the last. You know, they've got a good early game advantage, get the plant down, force the pressure back onto DZ. It really is textbook.
And maybe that's what it is. I mean, these past couple rounds have been really puzzling, and not because of, like, you know, I don't have some, like, big criticism of DZ or even praise of M80 beyond what Ollie said, but it's just like things have been moving really slow, Ollie. Like, really slow for M80. Look at round 7. Opening pick at a minute 42. We don't have kills for another 30 to 40 seconds, right? Look at that round. Kino gets the opening pick on Panba, like, minute 15 in, minute 30 in, something like that. It's like a whole another minute, it feels like, before we get more kills. And then what happens? 3 DZ players die within the span of like 5 to 10 seconds. It feels like just off the pace of these rounds, with how slow they've been, how tense they've been, that one in particular, with the trade on the Diffuser, it feels like things are close. And yet things are happening kind of out of our immediate purview. And I mean that, like, people are droning, people are coming, things that we just physically cannot see or aren't readily accessible to the average viewer, and even to us sometimes, based on what we have to focus on. And whatever it is what you said. It is coordinated, it is clean, it is organized, it is textbook Siege, and the moment it lands, everything falls into place. And while they can kind of give us a whiplash in kind of the momentum and where it felt the round was going, you cannot deny the results, as they are up 6-2 on their own pick. About to baptize Dark Zero on map 1.
Yeah, time to start turning our attention to Consulate already, isn't it, really? DZ already used their tactical timeout. They used it very early in the series, and it was good for a round. They came out with a really well-coordinated push off the back of it. It was something that M80 weren't expecting. We certainly weren't expecting it. The opening pick, it hasn't been a fantastic indicator tonight if DZ have been getting it as to where the round is going to go, because They've had the opening pick plenty and still haven't been able to convert it. The rounds where we see M80 get it, you're like, okay, this is another one. Pamba falling early. Kino can start to move through Piano here. Doesn't need to get too ahead of himself, though. This M80 team is nothing but well calculated. There's a clash that Citizen's going to be playing, which may do something to slow them down. I want to see where Hot and Cold places that Rora.
I'm intrigued as well. Crazy stat, by the way. So Pamazoo, by the way, is currently, I think that is his 7th opening engagement of the series so far. If Pamazoo has been involved in an opening engagement, win or lose, Dark Zero lose the round. No matter if he's getting the opening picks or dying first, every single one of his efforts or his efforts have been wasted in this detriment in this case. It's not going well for DZ. M80 get an early foothold, but they're at least bloodied in the process. As Gavini hops in, he's got the door to library isolated, but you've got to watch Mez. Gavini just not watching Mezzanine or Blue whatsoever, walks in front of that shield with Diffuser. We just praised M80's textbook Siege, and it feels like we've got some pretty big oversights here on this push in the late round. Not aware of the clash, not aware of the player behind this shield either. So as Hot and Cold moves in, that's a easy gunfight for Spirits to win. All right, well, hopefully no more late rounds like that, Ollie, because Dark Zero might actually make a comeback. I mean, he still have 3 rounds, but that really did not look that good.
Well, we've broken the Pamba curse, haven't we? Of him being involved in an opening engagement and then DZ going on to lose the round. But you still got to kind of question it a little. I mean, it's an offsite. For the Siege that we've seen M80 play tonight, we can forgive them one lackluster attack. I think it's just uncharacteristic of what we've seen up until this point, because typically they've had an answer for everything, and deployable shields like that, we've seen rounds where they've just very quickly dealt with that, removed the player, and they've been able to come up with something off the back of it. I don't know if the Rorador was just maybe trying to shoehorn an older strat into maybe a different setup, but it definitely didn't have the desired effect. There's a couple of players there that we kind of saw get caught just running through a cross, and that's not M80's style really at the moment. But they're not going to be sweating it too bad. They've still got a couple of chances to convert this into a map point. We're going downstairs to kitchen and dining for this round. Nate's going to be bringing the Thorn. Like, I feel like this is the first time. I would look down, I was like, who even is that operator? I haven't seen that for a minute.
God, have we even seen a Thorn this stage?
I'm looking. Presence, 0%.
Damn,
Thorn. Not been chosen.
That's a throwback.
If this data is correct, that's the first Thorn in 600 rounds.
Jesus Christ. It feels like it's been a while since I've seen a Thorn.
Vulcans are up.
I want to say, God, I think it's been 2 years since she came out.
You only ever see it in ranked. I genuinely can't remember a time I've seen it in competitive.
You don't even really see it in ranked anymore either.
No. Even when things get weird in like SAL or something like that, you don't see a Thorn.
Well, interesting pick. I mean, it is a trap operator, but I mean, maybe one of the trap and the shield. But I mean, we got a Fenrir up. Like, we got Fenrir, we got Capcan. Maybe he just really wanted like the trap shield combo, and I don't keep a encyclopedic knowledge of every single primary and secondary util combo, so please forgive me. But anyway, he's also kept a lot of them in pocket, oddly enough. Maybe it was an accidental pick based on how he's placing a lot of them mid-round, but anyway. Toxic Canister will go out. That is something you got to worry about on that position, especially if you're playing close to the edge. If a smoke canister goes out, you got to do what Diffuser just did, but M80 taking a lot of time again.
I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing.
No, not at all. As long as you
We've seen them set themselves up quite well.
Oh.
Ooh, nice pick. Even nicer that we saw the player that did have them in the sights, I think it was Hot and Cold, switch over to a smoke at the wrong moment. But Nath did get taken out on that Thorn. Spirits, close range with the shotgun, NJR for the next. It's a little bit scrappier this time. It's certainly a little bit more frantic.
Oh!
Big engagement there from Gaveni, though, to take NJR down. That should open up that top floor.
Oh, yeah, it seems we might be done here. The CC wrapping around, though. What a reaction by Gunner! Just flips around with the shotgun, shuts him down. With the DMR, excuse me, shuts him down entirely. Citizen dies to that fire if he doesn't have the Rima dash right there. Long angle, oh my god, nails him to a post outside. Gotta take a breath after that hard work. 40 seconds remaining, and a lot's been used. Hear the Banshee upstairs. Drone will spot him. He can at least rotate over. Direct down on the hatch. Oh, no. Diffuser outside the building. And Mady might have to go hunting. I don't think they have time to go recover. Citizen knows somebody's above Solar. Tries to break through the wall. Caught on the ledge. So he'll back up to West Main. As they both creep down. One peeks the angle. Oh, but he doesn't hit a single one. Making me believe for just a second, but it is clean from M80. 7-3 on Chalet.
M80 showing that they can get it done by multiple means there as well. Not only have they got an ability to orchestrate a plant and to control that post plant, when the diffuser's out of action, they can still push through and get the kills. A very consistent map there from M80. And I'm excited to see what's left in this series. We're going to cut to a short break. After that, we'll be back with our desk and getting set up for map number 2.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and give Road their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blacktown.
Available now.
West.
Sounds west.
I'm with you. Hurt, let's go.
Walk,
Ready?
walk,
3,
walk,
2, 1, go. I'm standing. I'm swinging now. 3, 2, 1, swinging.
Time. West.
Good shit.
Come on, bro.
Good shit.
Well done, guys. 2 minutes. Take a piss. Go to the sink. Go to the bathroom, and then we'll go.
Go to the sink. I don't know about that one, but a really, really strong start from the side of M80 in this best of 3 series. This is what we wanted to see from them. We wanted them to see them turn up the heat. We wanted them to show us exactly what they're capable of. They're not just best of 1 merchants. And what better team to do that against than DZ?
And it was a great job because Dark Zero, even in their previous Chalet that we saw them play against SR 2 days ago, wasn't really that great. So great call to go to a map like that. It really works into M80's favor too. And out of all of the rounds, Dark Zero got 4 opening kills in the game. And out of those rounds, they've only were able to convert 1 of those rounds, which goes to show M80 does a great job playing at a man deficit. They can bring rounds back if they lose that opening kill. But if they can maintain the opening kills advantage, which they did in this game, it makes it that much easier. And it goes to show that they can just snowball as long as they're not consistently losing that opening kill. So I think that's the biggest takeaway that M80 needs to stick onto, keep going throughout the rest of the playoffs into Munich if they win this next map. Is just that, focus on getting that opening kill, be passive, because worst comes to worst, you know that you can pull a rabbit out of a hat if you lose the first one.
No, and I completely agree with everything that you said about that. Now they find themselves on Consulate where Dark Zero, I mean, they lost to this team on Dark. I mean, they lost to this team on what? It was Bank when they last time played throughout the regular stage. So this isn't going to be an area where, again, DZ's going to find any sort of comfort. I mean, if you're struggling on your attacks already with Spirits still being able to find success, which I do want to say, Spirits and Citizen being able to find their stride this matchup, it then falls back to what you made a point of Pamba and NJR not stepping up, not being able to help out when the job is being done at that front line. So it just leaves to question Dark Zero. What is happening inside the comms at this point? Because I can't really pick out one particular thing, then just revolving it back to being around Nath, especially on those attacks of, okay, something is clearly going wrong, something's going right, let's try to fix whatever's happening wrong, and let's solve that issue. Because clearly, like we said, Citizen and Spirits need to step up. They're stepping up. Now it's NJR, Pamba, and Nath that we need to see come alive, being able to swap between these operators. Whatever's being banned out, whether it's the Ying, whether it's the Deimos, doesn't really matter at this point because it doesn't seem like they're in conjunction with one another on these attacks.
I mean, you can even see it in the comms. Obviously, they're listening to their coach right now, so they're not going to be talking, but you could just see it on Pamba and NJR's face. Like, they don't look like they have the confidence or the energy right now, and I feel like that's always how it is when you see those two inside of the game, inside of the server. They're really kind of just there waiting for their moment to shine. They're waiting for their entries to put them into place, which this game, Spirits and Citizens were doing that. They just were in the position, and then they would lose it away. I mean, even in that 2v1, Pamba won. That was an amazing round for Pamba. Let's use that to snowball the energy, get the momentum up. We need to be able to see them enjoying the time that they're in, they're having a good time and working together with the rest of the team. It just doesn't look like NJR and Pamba are communicating with the rest of the team.
But it's also a bit difficult to do that considering the stage that they've had, the regular stage, and then they're coming in here 2 days ago. They lose that first best of 3 series. They're now into that lower bracket. I feel like the pressure from the looks of it has really gotten to DZ, which is a scary situation to be in because, like, yes, you lose that first map and it's a best of 3 series. You still have an opportunity to bounce back. But realistically, can they do that on Chalet?
See, well, this... Wait, is it
Consulate?
On Consulate. Sorry, I made the mistake in saying Bank. I meant to say they played each other just recently, the stage on Consulate, and where M80 shined was on their defenses. They were able to slow down those attacks, and that's where Dark Zero really only found their stride was on their defenses. But what I just talked about going into this matchup, their defenses have lacked very heavily due to those opening engagements. And then only once again, I mean, in 4 maps now that they've played, they've only mustered to come out with 7 defensive wins. It's not looking good for the side of DZ, and it comes down to the simple game of communication, setting up crossfires, understanding the opponent you're playing against, playing into those bans, and using operators to slowly thin and take away at that M80 push.
Yeah, and when we're looking at DZ, I mean, even now, like, the comms don't look like they're too happy, but I feel like you've already had, like, a watch list of things that you wanted to go the right way when it comes to DZ, and I feel like they were only able to tick one of those, and that is Citizen and Spirits being those spearheads. So I feel like when it comes to seeing all of them on the same page, obviously from a comm side, it's not working. The day that they had off yesterday wasn't enough. So really, now that you're down to this final map, realistically, this is a best of 1 in their case. How are they going to be able to come back?
I mean, I think DZ needs almost a SR are spoiled getting 4Ks every round. They need a big player to be able to step up and rally behind. Someone who has the energy, whether Nafe gets loud or somebody on the team needs to be able to bring the momentum, because you can just see it on their face. I mean, they're just there. It looks like they're just waiting lamps to a slaughter. They're just waiting for their moment to just get it over with.
Get in there.
We've been there, and it's not just on the IGL yet. It's not just on the IGL at this point. It's on every single player to step up and have that moment, and everyone build off that momentum. And that's the biggest thing when your back's against the wall. Hope is a contributing factor here. And with each and every single round that you take, you get hyped. It could be the most simple, boring round, but someone needs to be yelling. Someone needs to be bringing that energy. Because as we're seeing all of their faces on those player cams, they're kind of just waiting for the next game.
Nafe is the only one that looks like he's actually listening to what the coach is saying. Pambo looks like he's envisioning, you know, that meme of the picture, that the dude in the war zone just
the 1,000 yards.
Yeah,
there.
just 1,000 yards there, exactly. They just look like they're just kind of like lost. They need somebody to be able to rally them back.
Yeah, but Nafe historically would be good at doing that, and considering that he is listening, you would hope that this is the time where he really gets to shine and like actually show us that he's here for a reason. But honestly, like we're still looking at the cams from the players of DZ, and it is a little worrying, especially because it feels like the polar opposite of the cameras that we just saw from M80. Because even before map 1, they were singing, they were in there, they were vibing, they were like having a great time, and then it's like day and night difference between these two teams, not just in the server, but also like IRL.
I mean, it might sound silly, but if you're having fun, if you're having a good time, usually your team is going to play better. It doesn't have to always be cutting business and, you know, paint drying on a wall. It really does come down to everyone needs to be able to believe that they can win, and you can see that in the energy. So Dark Zero desperately needs that right now.
And it also comes down to this final or second map of this series. It is do or die for DZ. Either they push this all the way to the decider, or they lose Consulate. They lose their spot at Munich. They lose the opportunity to get SI points with that as well and cut their season short. DZ has to lock in. M80 is looking for a ticket to the International. We're going to be covering Consulate with our lovely casters, Ollie and Link. So guys, take it away.
Well, it is do or die for Dark Zero. Ollie, as we mentioned, top of the show, this will be the first time DZ will miss an international event since Blast entered 2.5 years ago. And given the praise we were leveling on this roster last stage, given the fact that they got second in the stage overall, it seemed like even if it wasn't their time last stage, and even if they didn't win this stage, but they had the pieces to be one of the best teams in North America. And whatever's happened, whatever cause you want to attribute it to, it is just not there right now. And they've got to figure it out on Consulate, where they played M80 earlier this stage, where M80 started on the defense and went up 5 rounds to 1.
It's one of those situations where I don't really want a Munich Major where neither of these teams, or where both of these teams aren't able to attend. It's sad enough that we have to leave one behind, and one behind potentially at the end of this map as well. But it's the state that we're in at the moment. I agree with what the desk was saying. I'm a big believer in looking at the player cams and seeing how the players are reacting. I think that the players are the personalities of the scene, and they're very important. These are the people that people can sort of look up to. The characters, they're the people that are funny, the people that make them laugh, the people that make them cry, all those things. So the player cams for me, it's a window into the world. And for DZ at the moment, it just doesn't look like they even believe themselves. It feels like they're just waiting for this to happen to them. And I don't know what there is to be terrified about. It's a game of Siege. They've just got to go in there and give it their best. I really want to see a big clutch round come out of nowhere that enables them to believe a little bit. And it's something for them to get behind and get a little bit hyped over. And let's be honest, on the attack on Consulate, it's probably going to be a clutch round, because this is not an easy map to attack, Lynx.
No, it is not whatsoever. Like I said, last time these two teams met, it was on Consulate. It was during the group stage. It was on Playday 4. M80 start on the defense, go up 5-1, and hey, they drop a few rounds. Play 5 on the opposite side, only win 2 of them, but when you go up 5-1, you only need 2, and they end up winning the game 7-4. Find ourselves, at least for the starting sides, in the same position. And so what can DZ do to make that go right? What can they do to overcome that threshold that we often talk about on maps like Skyscraper and maps like Consulate? Well, the first of 4 Lances goes out. They're not able to hit that initial Electroclaw. One in pocket as well for Kino. So we'll continue the trial and error. They, again, miss it. Really trying to find... Oh, no, we've got 3! 3 Lancer. We haven't even droned!
Oh, dear. Well, there is 1 Lance left. But what are you able to do?
We have a
with
Thatcher,
only
by the
one?
way.
Yeah. 1 EMP. Or should I say 3 EMPs, excuse me. They've still got both the exothermics. So, I mean... Is it as bad as it looks? Probably not. But it's a bit of a telegraph as to what their approach is going to be here. Spirits is very likely going to just want to post up with that glass outside the window. Halfway into the round, and Pamba is going to hop in, but he just gets deleted by Diffuser there on the wall bang.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, Gaveni adds on to the pain. It was a Thatcher. Lynx, it's now no longer a thing.
I mean, what do you even say after that? I mean, hey, let's be objective, let's be fair. I imagine reason they didn't want to bring the EMPs. Look, we got 3 C4s, something we've seen DZ and many other teams do. But DZ in particular, they bring the EMPs and throw them during the plant to stop any C4s from detonating. That is, I think as you and I have pointed out, sometimes not the most reliable strategy. But for the viewers curious, that is probably why Citizen did not use any of the EMPs and why they brought the Chalet to do that job. The bigger issue really is not droning to find with that Electroclaw whatsoever. The first one, hey, I'll give you that. You got 4. You can throw 1 out. It's fine. But not droning whatsoever to figure that Electroclaw is. It's a small thing, and yet, look at where we are. It burns a lot of time, gives M80 the ability to position themselves, accomplishes nothing for Dark Zero. Now we've got 35 seconds left. 3v5 push in through, I was about to say server. Diffuser gone undroned because, hey, of course he has. It's late round. Dark Zero don't have the resources to spare to just start throwing drones. They don't got the manpower. They don't got the time. And they sure as hell don't have round 1. M80, I don't even think needed to really put half of their potential into that one, as things are basically stopped at the beginning of the round at Garage Wall.
So weird as well, because mid-floor is such a vital piece of the puzzle for attacking that basement. You need to get into piano. You need to get the floor open. It's very checklist. And then as soon as you push frontside fails, well, you've got no option, but you need to push backside. And because there's no vert, because there's been no pressure, there's no consequence to defenders just saying, oh, yep, no worries, I'll watch the back. Turn around, don't have to worry about anything other than the angle that you're holding. As demonstrated by Diffuser there, as he's able to pick up 2 to close the round.
Deploying jammer.
Kind of a round to forget. You know, I don't think we can judge DZ too heavily on that. A little bit of a mistake in the early portion of it, and we clearly didn't see the full intention of that round. But it's certainly not a trend that can continue, because that would not be befitting of this team that we know is extremely capable.
5 seconds left before insertion.
But for whatever reason, they haven't got their mojo at the moment. This, to me, looks like a better lineup. They've got that soft breach. They've got Spirits on the Blackbeard. They're going to be able to lock off those flanks with the Nomad. They can open things up with Ace. They've got a little bit of everything here. There's no heavy reliance on anything too cheesy or anything too unpredictable. All fairly standard stuff, and I mean, that's a great bit of value early on to be found there from Nath, just getting rid of one of the Goyo canisters. They know that that top floor is going to be needed to be cleared. M80 are so good at focusing around, either letting these teams in and letting them get the plant down, or looking to hold on from the very start. You are going to have to try and open that top floor, and something else you're going to have to open is this yellow wall. Not going to be too easy there as the Selmas.
Oh, no.
They're not going to eventually go off, but I mean, how is this happening again and again?
I don't even know. Citizen's hopping in. I think he just got shot through the soft. I think he actually just got shot through his own breach all the way from Spiral side. I like the aggression from M80. Call comes out, the Citizens kill the guy on yellow. You peek his own breach, put him down to 1 HP. I like the idea. NGR finding a really nice gap. All right, we got something here. Gunner ratting in turn. And again, this is just the unfortunate situation. He can hop up. Oh, what a reaction. We're back in it. NJR falls, but Dark Zero at least have made me believe for a little bit longer. Diffuser forced down below as we actually have a ball game on our hands. It's a time to open this vertical angle too.
Time is something that DZ have quite a lot of at the moment. A couple of breaches. It's very doable. Diffuser in hand as well. Nath flicking some drones downstairs. Can maybe look to reposition some of his own. That line of sight should enable Citizen to get rid of the bulletproof camera. Mute jammers are going to cause a slight bit of problem here, though. An M80, masters of this post plant. We know that it's very viable at the moment for Hot and Cold to be saying, right, I've got a C4. We've got a Valkyrie camera inside of Piano. I'll play below. You call the plant. Boom at the right time. You know the score. Diffuser, he's pretty split up from it at the moment, so I would guess that that is going to be the strategy right now. And as the time continues to tick, DZ need to be cautious with what they feel is safe ground.
Ooh. Forces Citizen off, but C4 doesn't work and the black eye camera gone. So the strategy will be entirely on Diffuser from up above. Tips his hand a little bit with that shotgun shot, and I just don't think the angle's going to give. Citizen 1 HP around the corner. And, oh, he just lands it. I was about to say, oh, it doesn't work, but Diffuser makes it happen, but only 7 seconds to go. Does he have the angle? Can he find the little bit? Nate falls off in turn. The round's gone anyway. He'll rotate over to A, but Diffuser, he's looking. He's got to rotate. Got to get to the other angle. Oh, no, he reconsiders. He falls back, thinks he's still inside of the other site, and as a result, Nath gets off. He can fall back to the hallway, and this 417 packs a punch. Low HP doesn't matter, just 2 shots and Diffuser's dead. Around the corner, waiting, no information for the castle. Gives his own position away, makes it across, fires some shots, but at least made it in. Oh, gets a little bit of an angle. Knows he's far down the hallway, so he'll start with the defuse. Draw Nath in, half the round gone. Does the Twitch have an angle? No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't! Nath completely baits Diffuser, and then the youngster gives Nath a taste of his own medicine. How about that for 2 in a row?
Fox was talking about a big round, a big play that the team could rally behind and get hyped about. That was it. That was the opportunity for Dark Zero to make something happen. Fairly scrappy round. No one really having the upper hand throughout any of it. 3 versus 3 into a 2 versus 3 into a 2 versus 1. It was fairly straightforward. Nice trades. But for Nath to give that away there, I believe there was a drone inside a Piano as well. Now, I can only imagine that it wasn't pointed in a great direction for him. And the plant spot was far from ideal. Nath got that plant down with less than a second left to go in the round. So he's not had a great deal of time or ability to pick a good plant spot based on the current climate and the current state of that bomb site, where the vertical is, where angles are open, where's going to be safe, where isn't. He's just got to try and get it down. And he does that. But the post plant wasn't very well considered at all. And hey, Diffuser's a pro. He doesn't fake.
Oh, he's real right now. 5-0 at the moment. Only player on M80 with no deaths so far. I think my takeaway from that round is exactly what you said. That was the moment for DZ to get back into it. You can just see it, right? 3v5, Nathan now 1v1. You can see them fist bumping. You can see them getting hype. And both we and they were denied it. And so Spirits, he's found a gap right now. He's found a little bit of movement, and yet right there, downed again. Finished off perhaps? No, he'll just escape around the corner. But Hot and Cold even dedicates a C4 to that. They've got one to spare. But NGR goes down too. How many rounds have we seen like this so far? Not just this map, this series. 3v5 to start. I get how Spirits died. How the hell did NJR die? Where the hell did he die? What happened to get us to this point?
Feels like a lash out round, doesn't it? You have Spirits on the Ash, just doing exactly that, just lashing out, trying to make something happen nice and quickly, running in through sight, running in to try and get down service stairs. Pamba, as the sledge knocking at the door of the site. There's maybe more work that could have been done leading up to this. Could have led them for a little bit more success. Now, is it a turn tail? Are they going to go upstairs? Looks like that's the focus. Nath at least leading that charge. Dokkaebi Call primed and ready now. That can get sent off. But M80. They might be getting a Dokkaebi Call sent out, but there's no reason to move.
Oh, okay. Okay, you can see the plan. That's a flank watch up top, and Citizens and Canva clear down below, but I don't know what got accomplished with that Dokkaebi Call that, you know, couldn't have got accomplished with a drone. I mean, we still got no information. Keno's just killed 2 people who've walked in front of him. Whole lot of nothing right now for Dark Zero. Quite literally a whole lot of nothing. We got a clown car coming in, and ill-advised to M80, but Lord knows DZ aren't going to punish him right now. I mean, what do we got there? We got a Dokkaebi Call to facilitate a rotation down bottom yellow, only to run in front of the defenders, who we've not droned, and die anyway.
Keno was clay pigeon shooting.
One of them had a drone in pocket. We had 1 minute 20 seconds left. Like, I'm sorry, but what are we doing?
It's at this point that I ask myself the question, which team should we be sending to the major? Which team is going to represent North America the best? And the answer is very clear in my eyes at the moment. With the stamp of siege that we're seeing out of Dark Zero at the moment,
Are we even taking a timeout?
there's nothing to indicate that they are deserving of that major spot. Like, you just don't usually see engagements like this. Do you know what I mean? I look at how many bodies are in such a compacted space there. I fail to believe that there's any significant strategy going into that round. It literally just looks like every man for themselves. Like, we're just all going to push this. That's the plan.
I mean,
I guess credit to M80 for dealing with it, right?
No, of course. And hey, you know, we've done a lot of, it's been a lot of focus on Dark Zero failing, but let's acknowledge right now, M80 look great. M80 are doing very well, winning the game in front of them, and if they win this 4 more rounds, they make it to Munich. Team that fell short in playoffs, didn't make EWC, and I know how much of a heartbreaker that was for everyone involved, but Hot and Cold, and I think Hot and Cold in particular, Fabian as well, but really everybody on the roster had the potential to do it, just fall short in a couple of choked games. And so to make it would be great off the back of this victory, especially to beat DZ doing it. I mean, sure, even if it's a bit of a weakened DZ, it's still Dark Zero. That name carries a lot of cachet. They've been in this game for 6 years, majority of its life cycle at this point. That carries a lot of weight. And this M80 roster, who is still, even though under a different name, still trying to channel some of that Manchester magic. We're waiting to see it and to get an opportunity to do it at another major with M in the title, by the way, and Manchester and Munich. It's exactly what you want to see.
You're clutching at straws.
Double M.
I thought you were at least going to say, like, another European major, maybe.
Well, European and double M.
I mean, we need to find a third thing, because they always happen in 3s, right?
Can't, because UK...
Double shields.
That's 2.
Not 3, because Blitz is banned and Fuse hasn't been played, which I would have been mad about. I kind of like the lineup.
Oh!
It looks like NJR does as well. 2 kills as Diffuser and Gaveni both get caught pushing where they kind of don't belong, right?
Where they kind of don't belong, but honestly, I kind of want to give credit to DZ there. I think that is a well thought out clear. We see roamers on the top floor, Dark Zero flood in, one guy falling back, and they have a reaction. They say, hey, we think there's 1 or 2 up top. Go flank down Visa, one of their retreats. We'll see if we can catch them. And they do. Get them both. NGR pieces up Gavini and Diffuser. Now we have Keno walking out. Oh!
Okay, Keno. Okay.
You're not allowed to do that.
This guy goes from having barbed wire in his hand when he's got a shield walking down Spiral to just doming spirits in a wanna.
Activating external insert.
Now the backstab. Gunner got flashed, by the way, didn't even move. Gunner is literally, what a Chad. One around the corner. Oh no, they check. Oh, the moment's gone. Gets Pamba. Melee in the process, but not the next one. Nafe not falling today. His DPI is well entrapped. Now to 1vx for Keno. 1 shot with the revolver with you Citizen in. He's not tracked anymore, but Nafe's hunting him down, pushing him into garage, isolated. That's the man with the diffuser. Shield in his way, should be the end around the corner. Kino was hitting some nasty shots with the TCSG that stage, but there's a smile on Nafe's face, and that's the most important part. I was concerned about the lack of a tactical, but they win their first attack, and that is the most important part.
If I was Kenny now, I would take the tactical timeout and just yell at them for 45 seconds about how they're the best team in the world. Because that is what they need to hear right now. They've just had a couple of things go their way in a game which it really hasn't been going their way, but they've not really been helping themselves in that endeavor either. But a few nice things happened there. A couple of players line up for NJR. They're able to push them down Visa stairs. NJR's there for the catch. Big tick in a box. They're able to push down the spiral stairs. Kino, it's a live shot. It happens. But again, it's dealt with. Big round for Dark Zero. You don't need too many rounds on the attack on Consulate. It's not quite to the extreme that we talk about Skyscraper, but it's probably the second hardest map in the pool to attack onto on any given day. DZ is certainly finding those struggles here and now. There's a very good chance that they can start to salvage this. I just hope we don't get baited in the same way we did on Chalet, where DZ showed, I mean, it's still one of the best rounds we've seen tonight, by the way, that DZ rush round onto Bar and Games. Regardless of how DZ have played for the rest of the evening, in my opinion, still one of the best rounds of Siege we've seen. I just hope we don't get baited here the same way that we got baited on Chalet, and that they've got a little bit more substance to back this up with.
That's the hope from this round. It's my biggest desire. And hey, again, Consulate is one of those maps. You get 2, you're fine. 2 attacks, you are chilling. And so even if it's not a good one, even if it's just another, they'll be feeling good. But we want it to be good. We want it to look like the Dark Zero that this team was in Stage 1. The Dark Zero that we feel that they can be. Especially with M80 playing quite well individually at the moment. Looking decent together. It's not only a good time to do it to recover your own standing, but this is a good team. To start winning good, convincing, clean rounds against a team like M80. You're going to start restoring that confidence piece by piece and round by round. Intel gathered early on. Diffuser tracked by some of those Bs. Oh, it's Gunner to back off down yellow stairs. More go out. A lot of utility expended, in fact. I mean, we got, what, 3 Bs, multiple smokes. Spirits hops in soon after, but there's a first floor defense, by the way. So now as we're hopping in, players getting blinded by their own flashes, but these things happen in the chaos and the tumult of a Rainbow Six round. And what can you find of it, Dark Zero? More and more utility being spent. All of Nafe's primary. Most of the flash is gone. Pamba finally gets Kino, yet it's traded out, yet it's nothing. M80 able to hold on, hot and cold with a big 2 kills. And Dark Zero invests so much on that clear, so much on that yellow entry. And all they get is CEO when it's vacated. Spirits has made his way into the site, but he's got no support.
Not a great position, really, that Dark Zero find themselves in right now. Down and out on utility. They've got plenty of deathmark trackers, or at least one. Plenty of targets, I should say. A Citizen can sort of gently tap on the door to sight. They need a little bit of information to work alongside this.
Let's have a look.
Valkyrie camera up as well. Hot and cold in his trademark position below. That has now been found. NJR, big kill onto Diffuser, but immediately traded once again. These numbers are just going to keep going M80's way. Citizen can recover the kit. No active diffusers, but there is a lot of information. BP should be easy to deal with. We still have a Valkyrie camera up inside a west corridor, but that isn't going to help too much right now. Citizen, he has a little bit more time to figure out a post plant this time. He'll look to plant in a slightly better location, but Hot and Cold forces him off. Not allowed to get that plant down. And whereas we've seen historically M80 happy to play retake games, they are not going to let it get that close this time.
And the MVP of round 5 right there, Hot and Cold with that big double. As it seemed, Dark Zero were picking up steam, get the opening pick up top. And while they don't find much more up there, it seems it might have been a double hop in through art window. And even if it wasn't a double, that's certainly where the player with the diffuser went down. And that's just as important. But it seemed like a double. Hot and Cold gets both, and that just blunts all the momentum, doesn't it? It kind of makes you feel silly if you're Dark Zero. Not that even you necessarily did anything wrong. I mean, we certainly did see what happened. Maybe Hot and Cold hit 2 life shots. Who knows? But once they go down, that play doesn't work out, and the diffuser's in the site, in the hands of the defense. That entry upstairs, you are banking a lot on the advantage you have against those players on the second floor, netting you more kills later on. And what M80 have done very well so far, Ollie, I know you commended them for them earlier, is just playing passive when they need to. They are not giving away openings, which is really impressive when you consider that they've made a habit out of the past couple games, even the one they lost last night, of recovering rounds in which they've lost advantages, and pairing that today with a seeming inability to choke man advantages most of the time. It's been really quite impressive.
No, M80 are just playing a really nice brand of Siege tonight, and it's a brand that will work against a lot of teams internationally as well. It isn't tailored specifically for Dark Zero. They've got a very clear identity, it seems, developing in this M80 camp at the minute, and it's great to see. There's no consistency on the side of Dark Zero at the moment, and that's the biggest problem. NJR, it took NJR to get a 3K for them to come away with round number 4. And one of those was the opening pick. Now, the opening pick hasn't meant too much because M80 more than capable of fighting from behind, as we saw them have to do so many times over on Chalet. But again, it was another one of those situations, Lynx. It's a weird stat, and it doesn't mean a lot. It's maybe just suspicion at this point. But Hambo was involved in that opening duel. He got the opening pick onto Kino, and then DZ go on to lose the round. It's just another one of those situations where you think, what is it about that that's causing a bit of desync on the side of DZ? Because there's got to be a bit of a correlation to it. It's happening too often for it to just be coincidence.
I agree. It's just there's often stats are just useful to, like, even if it's not necessarily indicative, it's evocative, right, of the problem. You get the feeling and the connotation associated with it. See the entry right here. Double soft breach, Buck, and Sledge looking to hunt down these defenders. But M80 playing the game plan they've done so far, just backing up. Not pushing things too far. Cavini flashed in the process. Diffuser will swing around the corner. Oh my god. Lasered through the wall. He'll have to back up as his support falls. One part of the duo will go down, but Diffuser unpunished. Zombie for Buck? I don't know. That's pretty good. But as the C4 goes down, that was very, very well timed with Gunner going down as well, but it's entirely separate. Spirit's playing with that shotgun. He had a good play with it, rushing up solar stairs on Chalet. Have one running down Visa stairs here. Information as we see one just running around Visa. NJR put to low health. So Diffuser aims to go in for at least the finish on that Hibana, but so close. Oh, he's got to run like hell, and unfortunately he stays much too long. There's another through the floor. There's a 2-piece with the M10 last time, but it seemed kind of a long shot before, but Ollie, I see a 2-4 half in Dark Zero's future.
It really should be, shouldn't it? They're 4-2 up. Yep, Spirits and NJ are a little bit low, but so's Kino. They've got time. They've got drones. They've got Deimos. There's no excuse for not converting this. They have control of the kit. It's one of those situations where we have to see them eloquently put an end to this round. Citizen just watching the flank at the moment, hot and cold, as we so often find him in these positions. Doesn't really need to do too much at the moment. Kino should be able to give plenty of information away as to what's going on and where this push is mounting from.
Oh, no.
But hot and cold, look at his position right now. He could find 2. He's going to do it as well. The deathmark track comes in too late. If he finds this kill, it could be wraps.
What the... What the... Okay, that's one of the more bizarre endings to a round I've seen in the bit. But hey, Dark Zero get it. It just still goes to show that even when they're winning, there's still missteps being made. We had drones. We had death marks again, and Hot and Cold finds himself in another gap. A one-off, it happens. But these one-offs keep happening and adding up, and at some point it becomes a trend. The headline, though, is Dark Zero get 2. Get 2 attacks on their side of Consulate. Better than the half they got against M80 last time, and they were good for quite a few defenses there. It was a 7-4 victory for M80, but Dark Zero at least got 3 out of the 5 defenses that they played. So here, obviously, if the same trend holds, M80 would win 7-5, but it goes to show that Dark Zero have a game to play on Consulate and on these defenses. We'll have to see how MAD have adapted on their attack, how Dark Zero have adapted on their defenses. And MAD deciding to not let anything get silly. A zombie ban makes sense, but following up with the Vigil, that's 20-25 for you.
Very rarely see a Vigil ban. What a round this was. There's a world where Hot and Cold continues to swing there and gets the third. It was so... I don't know if you could see him, if you got a good glimpse. Obviously, there's a hell of a lot going on in that moment. He's literally just got a double. But if he swings and gets that third as well... Hopefully, DZ can rally behind that, though. It shouldn't be a round that you necessarily have to get hyped over, a 4 versus 2. But when it ends like that, yeah, it's worth getting hyped about.
It's worth laughing about, I think.
They need anything that they can get at the moment.
It's one of those, like... I don't know if you need to start screaming, and I say laugh about, like, you know, we saw moments yesterday, like when Shopify went down 6-0, like everybody starts laughing. Have a moment like that. Just kind of like keep the spirits high. Just be like, that was weird. Now, I would understand if the faces looked dour, as we fortunately have Consulate defenses to play ahead of us. I don't think the attack nor the defense is often ready at how stagnant of a game this can be on this side, on this map. We'll see what both teams have in store for us. Shield on shield action, it seems, for the initial bit. It's a glass blitz ban for Dark Zero. Fuser with a hot drone in front of him, looking to take initial control up spiral. No, just firing the cam initially, which is perfectly fine.
That Vigil ban is still scratching my brain a little bit. Amber played it quite a bit previously, but I don't know that it was like that big of a deal. Maybe it's just something to knock Pamber a little bit and give M80 a little bit more freedom. Certainly easier to find players that aren't Vigil on the drones. But yeah, it does just seem a little bit strange. Spirit's going to be on the Clash. We'll be able to pop that Goyo canister and deter Diffuser from aggressively pushing up. Look at Gunner's position right now. He's got a perfect backstab on Spirits. Oh, Spirits just gets some fortunate timing there, reactivates the shield. It will be enough of a gap there for Gunner to get out of dodge as well. Can cover his track with a bit of bees and let himself know that, or give himself some surety that he's not going to immediately get pushed there. But a little bit of a probe and a prod there from M80, but they haven't really gained too much aside from admin control at the moment.
No, it's a point a lot of teams struggle with on attacking this, well, I was going to say this top floor, but at least right now this top floor extension is it's actually a middle floor defense. I think MAD might be trying to cut their losses at this point, given the struggles they've had. But remember, teams like to play vert nowadays. M80 in particular. One of the first teams I saw, though, a couple iterations ago, really enjoyed playing this top down, and it's something they'll have to deal with. These ROU projectors, these light screens from the Sens might look nice, but NGR can just peer right through them. And that glass has been banned. That's one-way vision. So we'll see if Hot and Cold can get in, put this Diffuser down. First kill goes M80's way. Citizen sent sky high, and there's not a single bit of counterplay. I thought Hot and Cold maybe at least take some damage beforehand, but it's only coming off the Diffuser that he faces any trouble. But with the shield player going down and Gunner on 1 HP, there's a clear way in. Gavin's keeping things under control on the top floor, but what angles do they have? Pamazoo and Spirits taking control of the mid. The defenders and attackers have fully swapped positions. But we saw Hot and Cold get this Diffuse down in the right spot. Shield in front of the Diffuser. I like this from Spirits, but Diffuser walking in. The exact right play. Cuts down Nath as well. And so Pamazoo's retake, meant to distract, now has to be everything for Dark Zero. And it all crumbles into dust. That round is a struggle for M80. 2.5 minutes of nothing. And yet finally they get in. Finally they put the Diffuser down and are 1 round closer to making Munich.
I'm really surprised that Nathan didn't get on that Diffuser straight away with Spirits covering him on the Clash. Obviously, Diffuser was obviously not too far away, given that he was able to pick up both of those kills only a few seconds later. I'm not entirely convinced there was enough time to get that counter diffuse off, but it feels like it was worth a go. DZ just looking a little bit flat there in the retake. And again, that's without even calling into question how that plant goes down in the first place. You've got a clash. The plant really oughtn't be going down in the middle of the site like that. Hot and Cold certainly showing some bold character to get himself straight in there. Kangaroo Kenny choosing now to bring that tactical timeout. We've never seen this energy get above 5 or 6 out of 10 tonight for DZ. And it doesn't look like it's going to, honestly. Not unless we maybe get to a third map. Everything is very level at the moment.
I do like that from Gavini, by the way. Anticipating the wow. Anticipating the retake attempt from NJR, only swinging around. I mean, that's just great timing anyway, but vision from M80 is good too. I know you mentioned not seeing the clash on site, but I think part of the reason they went is just, you know, they see the clash up above. Might be a weird play from DZ, but gotta admit, good call from M80, good opportunity spotting. It was
great from M80.
Oh yeah.
The problem is on DZ, if you've got the clash and it's playing it extended like that, there needs to be a little bit more of a contingency plan for if the site immediately gets pushed and how you try and leverage that clash to help you. Otherwise, you've just got a shield with an average gun.
Oh, of course. The point I'm making is just you got this really problematic I guess not even. I don't know the exact word I'm looking for. Basically, you've got DZ giving openings and M80 finding every single one. Not even like in terms of kills, just like strategic openings. Like, oh, they're a bit bloated up top. All their powerful operators are up top. It seems like if we just walk into the site, there's no clash. If we just have somebody up top to swing the warden once he takes those vertical angles, we should be good. That's exactly what M80 thought. They implemented it, and it works out perfectly. It's just that deadly combo of DZ slipping up and M80 saying, all right, I got you there, got you there, got you there. It's difficult for any team to work their way out of, and just unfortunate that Dark Zero, they're the ones down 2-5. They're the ones down 1-0, and now find themselves 2 rounds away from missing their first international event in a hell of a long time. Spirits looking to maybe get a little aggro. Will shoot the drone that hops down. Oh, Hot and Cold. Get a little sloppy right there as he just hops in right after the drone. Doesn't even wait to hear that it's been shot. And I guess this round is done.
Okay, we've not seen a minute, and there's only Gunner alive. A rare lapse in judgment from Hot and Cold, and M80 in general. We don't really see them make those sort of careless plays, or at least things that aren't super well calculated. Is that going to be the first of many exit frags, or is it going to be the kill that propels M80 onto a series point? It's going to be the first. Nathan, the C4 from below. Timeout, clearly good for something there for Dark Zero.
Not the vibes.
The vibes are off.
Yeah.
I think we've just got to come to accept that.
We've literally...
But they can still do it, you know?
That's true. It's just like, you've literally just punted M80 into the atmosphere. You have demolished them. And what I see is, all right, good job.
Yeah. And the most casual fist bump ever.
Yeah.
Attackers have discovered the location.
I mean,
of the
like,
bomb.
Virtus Pro pre-Pasha was getting more hype over that.
But you think the least hype team has ever been?
It's gotta be pre-Pasha Virtus Pro, right? I mean, Dan would get hype, but like he was literally the only guy.
Yeah, I probably agree.
10 seconds remaining.
So I'm trying to think.
I don't think if there was another EU team.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I feel like there's been some pretty stoic EU teams in the past.
There have. There've been a lot of those. Maybe like a Finnish team. Like you go way back when.
Because that's always been the trademark for NA. It's been like a bit of whooping, bit of hollering, bit of keeping the vibes high.
We're not loud.
More
I don't know
trash
what you're talking
talking.
about.
Oh, it definitely has.
No, us Americans loud? Surely not. Doesn't seem right. Ooh. A little double shield action at the moment. Hot and Cold going for a bit of a walkabout with diffusers and the spear at his back.
Tango located. Second floor.
really don't know how I feel about these kind of rushy rounds that M80 are pulling out here. We've spoken so much about how they've been giving us really well-measured siege. I suppose they're at an equal man count right now. They've taken Spirits down. Kino's also fallen. They've still got Hot and Cold as a shield to play behind. Definitely putting a lot of pressure on Dark Zero in the early portions of these rounds.
Oh.
Looks like they're going to burst into sight now as well.
That's what I mean. This might not be well measured, but they're reading the moments. They recognize that the roam is so concentrated, but the intel's lacking. NGR catches one out. Now the Monty alone inside of the site. Gavini losing a lot of HP. NGR's likely given the call, and unfortunately the moment's gone. There was a very real opportunity. A very real opportunity. And Dark Zero shut it down, and you could start to see just a little creep of a smile on Pamazoo's face as he gives that fist bump. A little bit of hope starting to enter the eyes of Dark Zero. 2 defenses in a row, and 2 defenses, by the way, where they have well and good smashed M80.
Just feels a little bit off-brand for M80 in what we've seen tonight, though. Do you not think?
No, I would definitely agree.
Like, M80's had a very healthy lead coming into this. We know that attacks can be difficult on Consulate, and we've seen them attempt a couple of times there quite a cheese play. Shields, Finkers, trying to make something happen. It's not necessarily, it's not a bad thing, it's not terrible, but I feel like they could have better success just dismantling DZ, because DZ are rolling with the punches right now. And they've got, you know, whatever we can say about Dark Zero tonight, they've still got shooters on their team. They have still got some seriously talented individuals. And if you just give them gunfights and just put bodies in the way, they're just gonna dome. They're just gonna shoot people.
Yeah, rounds like that, they can win those. Like, come on, let's not be disrespectful.
I think we need to give a little bit more of a better account of ourselves. I just don't feel like M80 have done too much setup in the previous couple of rounds. It's not like we've seen them vie for a bit of map control and, you know, really go for a bit of a utility exchange. It kind of has just been brute forcing things. And it's in some ways some of the things that we saw Dark Zero attempting as well. You know, just trying to flood bomb sites and trying to overpower and make something happen, spot a gap. I feel like M80 are running headlong at gaps that are either a little bit narrow or didn't really exist in the first place.
I think that round's a really good example because, like, they were right. Absolutely was a gap, but it seemed fueled more by vibes and intel because, you know, I feel like if SSG's there, they know NGR's there, they get that kill diffuser down. There, they know there's a gap, but beyond that, wow.
Yeah.
Gunner with a great reaction. Might not be a gap created, but it's a 5v4 with literally nothing invested aside from a little bit of time. See Pamazoo push deep inside of admin, aided by Spirits' information gathering from below, who I know for a fact has not been droned right now. The diffuser could spot him with that scanner if he wanted. Deep pre-fire around the corner. I was about to say, M80's intel gathering has unfortunately not been the best in these past couple rounds, and also I think we have to acknowledge there, definitely a case of Dark Zero also thinking on their feet. I mean, the pulse down below was completely unexpected. C4 sends 2 sky high. Dark Zero still got some game left in him.
Amber looking for a little bit of aggression here as well. Not happy with just a man count advantage. Wanting even more. But Hot and Cold isn't going to give him that chance. Gunner can start to move through. Real close range engagement, but oh, the Banshee catches him out there. What do? You've got to shoot the Banshee, and Nath just uses it as the perfect audio cue. Kino and Hot and Cold with a lot of work to do here. 2 versus 4. Still got a minute. No diffuser. Diffuser now. Hot and Cold has recovered. And start to try and move through where previous members of M80 have failed. But with this top floor clear not being complete just yet, I worry that the Blackbeard alone isn't going to be enough. And it certainly won't be. Pamba and NJR with 1 apiece to close it out there. Surely now, DZ have to start believing in themselves. That's 3 really good rounds on the bounce. It's the best thing that they could have asked for. Nath he's hiding a smile right now. He's got his hand over his mouth.
And they should be excited. Not only Dark Zero playing well, but, I mean, let's be honest. These 3 M80 attacks have looked really unconvincing. Really unconvincing. I mean, of course, you know, we all know how rounds 8 and 9 went. I mean, I'd kind of lump those in with the forgettable round we saw from Dark Zero at the beginning, Ollie. Like, all right, not much we can take away from that. You know, it's not working. But that round, I think there's no better way to kind of explain what happened than the IQ running into Visa and not only failing to see the pulse, dying to Pulse's C4 along with one of her teammates who she let in. I mean, like, come on, guys. I get things happen. I understand. But you're bringing an IQ. Why are you bringing an IQ? And that's not me saying why isn't questioning it. You bring an IQ for one of two reasons. Is there a Valkyrie or is there a Pulse? Sure, there's some other ones. But those are the two operators that every person who's picking IQ, it's like that individual, and guess what? You banned the last one. So you know, if you're bringing an IQ, I gotta spot those black eye cameras. I gotta keep an eye out for those heartbeat scanners. And more importantly, I gotta keep an eye out for those C4s. And we do none of it? Maybe it's a case of not giving Diffuser IQ, but come on. That is the example of kind of the sloppiness we've seen creep into M80's play in rounds 8, 9, and 10. And DZ proving that, hey, we've got problems. Trust me, we got problems. We're not a bad team. If you're gonna give us rounds like this, we are going to beat you, and we're gonna beat you hard.
5 seconds remaining.
I feel like Fabian would have said something similar in that timeout, but it might not have been as nice.
It mightn't. We probably could not have played it on stream.
We'd have had the beat button working overtime.
We had to call Parker in to get the beat button. Maybe like somebody was sending Morse code with how often he'd have to press it.
Scanning for electronics.
5-5. A good time for a timeout for DZ as well, because they, of course, get an opportunity to speak. And it can just be more of the same. You're doing well at the moment. Spirits maybe could go for a little bit of a C4 drop there, but it wouldn't give them any success. Instead, Gaveni this time is going to be trying to jump into that scanner, but if Pulse can't see the IQ, it's going to be tricky for the IQ to see the Pulse. We will get a bit of information here. Pulse fantastic on Consulate. There's only a handful of maps, really, that you'll see a lot of Pulse played. A lot of it is because you just need a good early indication of which side this push is coming from. Is it admin across? Is it CEO across? Where are these players coming from? Hot and Cold punishes Pambazoo there on some aggression. Pamba tried that in the previous round multiple times as well. And Hot and Cold is more than ready for it here. Oh, Spirits. Surely not the double dip.
No, surely not. He doesn't know it, but he doesn't know it, but it'd especially be ill-advised now that Gunnar and Gavini, and Keenan have all hopped in the building. Boogie Drone will also reveal that it's a top-down tape, but I can see the calculus being around in Spirit's mind, Ollie. Sure, he's Pulse, but surely M80, with the problems they've had, are they going to drone connector when they've got admin control? That's the big concern right now, because Spirits is in one of those spots that I really do think... Oh, no, he ran away. All right.
Hey, he's doing the right thing. He's running back to site. He's got his C4.
I respect that heavily.
He's running back to basement. He's still got an important part to play here. NJR and Nath both have C4s, and they're going to need a little bit of guidance. There is a bulletproof inside of Tellers. But the pulse scanner is going to give them that extra element. Boogies can now be used to start providing a little bit of sound cover and further opening up this floor. DZ have really consolidated themselves onto the site here. They've not got too long to try and hold on for. 35 seconds should be fairly doable right now, especially with the kit that they've got available to them.
It should be. It seemed like Citizen was contemplating a flank, but instead decides maybe to try to flank on the horizontal instead of the vertical. Hot Cold makes the first attempt. It's going to be a lot of reattempts just given the way this site goes. Oh, both C4s land. Beautiful. Best 2 out of 3 is exactly what you want here. NJR with a third. Seems like we might have a map 3 in store after all. 4 in a row for Dark Zero, and you see the hope creeping back in. M80, one more shot to have a shot at closing it out at 2.
Spirits has played a blinder there. There is so much temptation to run out. And we know that he would have likely been safe because all the M8's players were inside. But he has made such a good call in getting himself back down to site, providing a bit of information for those C4s, and look at what happens. You get 2 kills off the back of those C4s. He's still in his heartbeat scanner as it's a 4 versus 1. Like, he's still providing information as to where Diffuser is. He wasn't needed for the gun. He wasn't needed to get kills. He just needed to play that information game. And it worked out beautifully. Dark Zero, what a comeback we've seen so far on Consulate. I just hope for their sakes that they can get it over the line and stick themselves into a straight best of 1 over on Cafe. Because at the minute, that's what they deserve with the way that they've played. They have really turned things around on Consulate. And in the same breath, where we've credited M80, and we credited M80 a lot, by the way, on Chalet, I don't feel like they're worthy of that same level of credit here on Consulate.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
No.
Starting shock drone.
It's just a shame. It's just a shame, really, to start to kind of see this collapse get into play. Normally I don't often reference text on broadcast, but Gabe did just send me something that I do think could be prescient. He said, and I quote, actually I'll pull it up here. Gabe said, "Hope is a scary thing, and M80 need to shut it down right now." And honestly, I think that's kind of the best thing, because Dark Zero looked demoralized. M80 looked on top of the world, both in terms of how they were playing and also in terms of their vibes. But now they've let Dark Zero get comfortable. Now that they've let them get settled in, they've done the worst thing possible, and that's make them feel like they've got a chance. And if a best of 1 on Cafe's in their future, I know there's one team in the lobby more eager for that than anything else in the world right now. Be a roam. Pretty heavy one, in fact, Ollie. We got players up top. We got players on the middle floor. Gunner walks in through the beepers. I know Citizen. Those keen ears. He's going to play patiently and wait to see if Gunner overextends.
A little bit of a face-off going down here as well. Citizen, he will find that kill onto Gunner. His patience is rewarded here. And an opening pick for Dark Zero. When it matters the most. Kino and Diffuser now just got to dance around this site player. They've already got themselves quite deep here, Lynx.
Ooh, they have, but what the hell is this? Dark Zero! We're overcooking it! We just don't gotta commit like that! I get the 4v4 sucks, but what have we learned? It's never over until it's over. And they know where NJR is. Kino just spotted him. He'll reconfirm the visual. And what did we have? We had Cafe in the palm of our hands. We had a 5v4. I get dropping 1. But snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. That is their fate in round 12 as Kino mocks him, laughs in his face as it slips away, and M80 push it to OT with 1 more shot at finishing this in 2.
I think that's the round that M18 needed right there, not only because it keeps them in the game, but this felt pretty sewn up. It felt almost guaranteed at the end of Chalet. And DZ have been really working hard in the background to make this happen and to get themselves into this position. And it feels like just as they start to get a handle of things, just as they start to climb that mountain, they slip down again. Still not over. Still a chance for us to see all 3 maps. Real aggressive play from Pambazoo there.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
Even if he gets that kill, he gets back inside. Like, he should be cut off very soon after. Blessing in disguise for Dark Zero, I guess, that they're starting off on the defense here with the way that those attacking rounds have gone. 4-2 halves through and through. Now, sometimes we do see it switch. Sometimes we do see a game that has been fairly attacker or defender-sided throughout regulation. When we get into the overtime, it often flips because you've seen those sites a good number of times, and, well, professional teams should be able to adapt at some point, so there's always chance for it to change when we get into an OT. Speaking of change, well, new additions being brought this time as well. Mainly the Capcan from Citizen. Going to be trying to essentially catch out M80s. They have often moved quite quickly in the early part of the round. See a fairly heavy concentration of them over toward the yellow side at the moment. The probably going to get themselves up onto the roof and hatch a plan from there.
One person in particular, I imagine, whether Citizen knew it or not, will be the main target for these EDDs. It's going to be Gunner on that Nook. Going to be lurking around, creeping. As the pushes have just not been working for M80 consistently. I mean, let's be honest. Big reason they got that last round was Dark Zero just swinging outside of the building. So we still need to see something a bit more convincing for M80. They are not back into it whatsoever. So maybe adding a bit of flexibility, maybe trying to find that gap, see a little space in between. Could be the recipe they need. And if not, you've always got Keen on the Backbeard as a follow-up or as a fallback plan. It's a split side defense at the moment. M80, I honestly like this, Ali. We've not seen anything, but it's feeling like Chalet where they were taking a lot of time to set up.
It's a similar approach, really, from Dark Zero, isn't it? They've got Spirits on the heartbeat scanner. They've got a lot of C4s. That's going to be the win condition right now. M80 have got to navigate around that. They have the IQs. They should be able to find out where the pulse is. Oh, quick engagement there. Nath sends the C4 out, but already the player from M80 has pushed in deep and is just going to take full advantage of Nath laid prone.
Ooh, Gavini getting into Diffuser, ready for Panbo around the corner. M80 much more like on Chalet. Take a long time to set up, make us think you've got no idea what's going on. And even though Spirits might spot 3 people there, they've got control of the site, and 2 of them are sitting on a hatch. You're not getting a C4 that way. You'll need to open up the floorboards, thread the needle through. And maybe taking some time on Safe Harbor. There's a comically large amount of people on this hatch right now. In fact, it's Diffuser trying to hunt down Spirits, make up for that early round, running up through Visa, dying to the pulse. Also got one player creeping down below. Gunner not for the opening, but for the finisher. Spirits ready for it. Yet M80 undaunted, not worried whatsoever. As NGR C4 goes, Diffuser's there for the trade, a 3-kill for him. And with Spirits only on 1 HP, and there's a long hallway in front. And that M10 might be the worst shotgun at range in the game, so he'll hop out, not even find one. As that M80 hacker finds Safe Harbor outside, and M80 will move back to point. 2 in a row, and boy, how hard these rounds have been fought.
M80 have finally started to pull it out of the bag a little bit here as well. You mentioned their links that they look a lot more similar to the M80 that we saw on Chalet versus the M80 that we've seen for the majority of Consulate on these attacks. They've started to take a little bit of pace out. They've started to understand how DZ are wanting to play here, and they're coming up with very good adaptations. Really tough engagement there to kick things off, but I don't know, but I think Diffuser's just sort of decided himself that maybe enough is enough and it's time to shut the door on this. He's 15 and 9 at the moment. Got nearly twice as many kills as anybody else on the roster at the moment on the side of M80.
I mean, worth mentioning, by the way, we kind of haven't really talked about it. Obviously, Diffuser 15 and 9, but I mean, 3K round 1, 1VX in round 2. It's been a long time since. But if there's anybody who has single-handedly, I mean, bought rounds for M80, it has been Diffuser a couple times this game, opening 3 times to be specific. Almost half his kills acquired in 2 rounds. And then, of course, 1 more to knock it over 50% in that 1v1. And now that M80 have got that attack move to the defense, it might be that trend you mentioned, Ollie, where suddenly the attack becomes the favorite side. But something I have not noticed until literally just now. This is our first CEO defense of this entire map.
What a time to bring it out. I mean, the CEO attack can be quite good. It can be exciting, but I think it's very well known at this point, isn't it?
I mean, even...
The Gunner primed and ready at the moment for a little bit of a jump out. We'll have a pocket reinforcement as well, so we can start to get that all shut up. No more shenanigans allowed over there instead. So though attackers are going to have to move through. Nath with some hard breaches could choose to get that opened.
Ooh. This is interesting from Gavini. And a zombie Kiba hold inside of admin. Don't really see that one all too often, or at least, you know, I certainly haven't seen it a bit. And it's strategically sound. Sure, you waste a lot of Kibas, but you can retreat back. Diffuser. Okay, switching spots is interesting. Because now he's kind of cut off on this window. Gunner hops out, get NJR. Things starting to look a bit worrisome, but at least a clean trade for DZ. Gridlock for Fenrir, pretty even trade, all things considered. Only issue, Diffuser's stuck in admin. He's got 2 players on rappel waiting for him to fall. My God, we're sticking with it?
Getting backed up. Yeah. And Kaveni's coming to his aid right now. So much getting put into Diffuser. Deathmark tracker, pressure from below. Upside down on the rappel, Spirits eventually will find one, but 2 kills come the other way for M80. That little bit of an extension, that tiny hold, that tiny bit of presence in copy has done so much work.
And that might be it. It's a bizarre round to be sure. Holding for dear life onto admin, not even the sight. And yet that might be it. Nafe walking into the F-Naught, walking into the Vulcan. He just accepts his fate and watches his dreams turn to ash. 3 in a row to take it in OT. M80 qualify for Munich, and Dark Zero miss out on their first international event in 2.5 years.
M80 redeeming themselves for stage 1 performances there. Missing out on EWC. They will not miss the major in November. They will be going to Munich. And a team that it's clear to see has put a hell of a lot of work in. Has shown us some fantastic siege here tonight. We might have qualified our teams, but there are more games to be played. For Lynx and I, that will be it. We'll be back after a very short break with our desk, and they will be setting you up for our final game of the night.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
can fight off these sunnies.
We have a
Yeah.
glare for door, back door.
They're comms. I'm playing Batman.
Why you shoot that? Yep.
I popped the glare for my door.
Could be in glow.
Clear comms.
Major, baby, let's fucking go, baby. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
That's right. M80 is our fourth and final team here at the NEL that has qualified for the Munich Major. They still have another game to play, so let's make this really quick. Bring over hot and cold. Congratulations, guys, on qualifying for that Munich Major. You still have at least one more game today, but in general, a sigh of relief, I assume.
Yep, definitely a sigh of relief. It's been a minute since we made a land, so I'll take it.
Yeah, congratulations, obviously, on the win. That being said, what do you think was the biggest downfall for Dark Zero today, or I guess towards their playoffs? Is there a weakness that you guys wanted to make sure that you made sure, or that you hammered home on exploiting of those?
I feel like on their attacks, they're very, very weak if they don't get early picks. So, I mean, yesterday I think we got absolutely destroyed in opening advantage. I don't know what today was, but it felt like we were doing a lot better. Just trying to not give them as many entry picks and then just slow them down late round because their executes haven't been, what DZ's executes used to be, in my opinion.
You guys' opening picks were definitely better, and congratulations on making Munich. I kind of want to talk to you. You put out a tweet yesterday saying that you took all the blame for that loss and what happened. I'm kind of curious as to why you took all the blame yesterday and then what changed in today.
I mean, our attacks, I feel like a lot of my attack calls yesterday were just very one-dimensional. And I let other people come up with ideas instead of just taking the reins and reining everyone into one idea. So I feel like that's why on attack we just kind of looked all over the place. Today, I mean, that was more of a focus for us, just listening to me, listening to what I want to do, and I think they went slightly better. Still some improvement needed, but
I mean, going to Munich I think is definitely better.
Yeah.
Yes, well, congrats once again. We're going to let you go because we do know that you guys have a very quick turnaround into that next game that you're going to be playing against Wildcard. Best of luck for that one as well, and we'll see you around.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Damn, DZ didn't make it to an international?
I'm happy about it.
Whoa!
In my opinion, DZ is just very boring to watch. I just don't like watching their style of play, so I'm happy it crumbled towards the end so that we could get some exciting teams to get to go there. And we're going to get to see Wildcard too. I'd much rather prefer an up-and-coming team, like a team like Wildcard, that they look so good at reload. Maybe it's the...
Let's stop talking about reload at this point.
Yeah,
no, but I'm saying maybe they're a LAN team, so I'm excited for them. And of course, at M80, they had an amazing stage, so it's nice to see that they went undefeated during the regular stage. Yes, they had a hiccup loss versus SSG, but it's great to see that Hot and Cold addressed it. And usually, so far, with this version of M80, every time they get a big setback, they always bounce back with a statement. And I believe today is a statement. For them to be able to beat Dark Zero, claim that spot, played very well. The opening kills was the biggest factor. I like the fact that they were winning in that engagement because that's something that they've been struggling on throughout the whole stage. It wasn't perfect, but it's in the great direction.
I mean, for M80 to go up the way that they did and then to have a huge decline from round 7 where that then tapered off and then it just looked like it was falling in Dark Zero's favor. And I want to commend Dark Zero. Yes, they aren't going to Munich. Yes, they're going to have a long off season, but they really did succumb a comeback. I mean, the hope that was being instilled from each and every single round, they weren't winning these rounds and it was just like, okay, yeah, Dark Zero won. It was convincing. They were doing very well using that pulse, being able to use the utility. It just came to that last round, round 12, where they just spoon-fed M80 their hope back, and then it just crushed their dreams.
It's kind of a throwback to what Intero said at day 1 of playoffs. Here comes the DZ Clown Car.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't make sense here because M80 has no control of the map outside of getting close to site, but everywhere inside the map, they had no control of Dark Zero fighting Visa for no reason, having all of the control, all of the pressure applied on M80, then to just spoon-feed them that entire round, and then because of it, now they're out of it.
Sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. I mean, it do be like that sometimes. A tough one for DZ, and the bracket has also been further updated because we now have our final 4 teams for the Munich International. SSG already in the grand finals, waiting patiently for the winner of Shopify against whichever team wins the upcoming game, which is going to be Wildcard M80.
Yeah, it'll be a great game between those two teams. Wildcard impressed me a lot today. I mean, I do think OXG underperformed a little bit, but Wildcard, if they can use that momentum to snowball themselves, it'll be a really good back and forth between them because I'd say Wildcard is a little bit slower. They have an issue on their entry, but they are a very slow team. So it'll be interesting to see how M80 adapts to that. Will they try to match a utility, or will we see M80 revert like they used to do to a more aggressive playstyle?
Yes, but we're going to find that out after the break because first we take a little bit of a breather. Wildcard taking on M80. The loser is out, but they have already qualified to Munich. So this really is just for placement and SI points to see which one's going to come out on top and play Shopify Rebellion tomorrow. Come back after the break.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifro. Their first. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom from Blackout.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Welcome back to our third day of playoffs here at the NAL. With every single one of our teams locked in and ready for Munich, we still have to play for placements. So M80 is facing up against Wildcard in this lower bracket. Not really a chance for survival because both of them are already locked in for the international, but SI points, respect.
That's the biggest one.
And
SI
placement.
points.
Oh yeah.
Seeding's really important too. We forget to acknowledge that when you go to a major event, obviously, seeding is a big important factor. Would you rather go up against, the #1 seed out of SAL or EML? Or would you rather potentially play the 4th seed coming out of one of those?
So you're saying that like NA can't take on SAL or EML?
Can the 4th seed beat Furia? I don't know.
No.
That's a pretty tough one to task to do. So would you rather play a Furia or a FaZe? Or would you rather play,
I mean, you got to beat them all if you want to win. That's
Essentially,
that's
yeah.
the NA mentality right there. Either way, let's head into our game. M80 Wildcard.
Yeah, it'll be a great game. M80 has definitely been playing a lot better. It's still, like Hot and Cold said, little too sloppy for comfort, but at the end of the day, a win is a win. It got them to Munich. Now they need to be able to improve. Wildcard, we'll have to see what they can do with that momentum.
Yeah, let's bring up this Wildcard roster specifically because we were kind of hammering down on Dash a little earlier today, Lax. We're saying, okay, he's got to lock in. He's got to do what he's got to do, and he delivered.
He definitely delivered, and I'm glad that he delivered. The whole team stepped up in the department where I said I needed them to, and it was honestly just being able to work together, being more cohesive, and what we saw even in this last round right here, for the fact that Kansan was able to just throw those impact nades, be able to grab that. We're going to go all the way back to the beginning and restart this. No, I'm kidding. It was a really good game from Wildcard to say. I mean, I didn't have a lot of hope going into that matchup, but like I said, they fixed everything that I had questioned going into this matchup, and I said it. When their backs are against the wall, that's when we tend to see Wildcard look to be their absolute best.
Yeah, so the question then remains, because at this point, your back is not really against the wall because you've already qualified for the major. Is it a flash in a pan when they just like show up for one series, or can they replicate that success coming into this one?
I think they absolutely can replicate it. And remember, the biggest thing that I took away from that matchup was their entry engagements. The fact that they had 16 entry engagements going in their favor and then was able to convert 13 of them into rounds 1, that was the biggest thing that stuck out the most to me. And then the second of that was actually Dash, as you were saying in the beginning of this, having a better performance, not using that Monty, taking advantage of the blitz, being that spearhead and creating space and taking gunfights. And then even in the last bit, we saw a little bit of Blackbeard coming out of him. And he has to be back in his natural nature and his habitat of what Brazil is, of just constant aggression.
I really like seeing how Wildcard played on defense too, specifically the way that they would coordinate off of each other. Yeah, in the end right here, really good play from Kansan to use the impacts instead of just, Gunnar was already hot off of the first 2 picks, so not giving them that gunfight. But I really love their defenses because they were very meticulous on the roam, constantly being shifty. Specifically on Clubhouse, Dash was one of those players always flanking up blue. In that one of the rounds on Labs, we saw Kansan was going for a Rafters flank. It didn't work out, but those flanks had more success than they had failures, and that's something that Wildcard realistically hasn't really done throughout the stage, is try to be elusive on the roam, try to be lurking, try to be flanking. So that's something that Wildcard did, and they took advantage of OXG's lack of teamwork.
Yeah, M80 though, teamwork is not an issue here. We've seen them, at least today, show up very strongly. Complete night and day difference to what we've seen from them yesterday, and that's exactly what we need. They have now tasted defeat. They were able to bounce back. So as much as I am hopeful, it's also important to keep into consideration that they just came off of a BO3 series.
Yes, but it can be a double-edged sword. You can be tired, exhausted. The other team was just watching you, but at the same time, you could also be warmed up. And with the momentum that M80 had got from this game, there was a lot of clutches in their favor and a lot of situations where they were in control of the opening starts of the games. And I think that's the successor that's different with M80, is even though they just played, they're constantly adapting, constantly changing elements, running different utility ops, running different fragging ops. They're constantly being able to change the mold of the game, and that's something that we saw them do today that they haven't been doing, or that they didn't do yesterday against SSG. And one of the biggest factors was their opening kills. Against SSG, they only had 12 opening kills out of 33 rounds. That was pretty bad. Today, they had a good amount of kills. I believe it was 15 opening kills, and they only had 9 opening deaths. So obviously, out of the rounds that they're losing the first pick first, they're still able to clutch it up. As long as they maintain a majority of the opening round kills, don't make it harder on yourself, and Matey's going to be able to close out games way easier.
Yeah, something we did touch upon, however, earlier today, Lox, was the fact that Wildcard's map pool was not as deep as you might want it to be for a team of this echelon when it comes to playing these best of series. So now that we've already seen what they're able to play in the best of 3 series on the first day and today as well, I do feel like M80 in this map veto can potentially exploit that.
I mean, we had a scenario where Oxygen could have exploited. Did they exploit it? Absolutely not. We're going to find ourselves in a scenario here. Is M80 going to exploit it? And I think we are going to get a little bit of that. You know, when you look at this matchup going to Lair, I think this heavily favors the side of M80, just given the play style and where Wildcard has struggled. Now, to touch up on Fox's point, with these flanks and the M80 starting on that attacking half, I actually do think this will benefit M80 heavy because they run the gridlock. They run the Nomad. So if really Wildcard wants to get wild and go for these flanks, they're going to have to eliminate one of those operators in the ban phase to be able to try to make that happen, because M80 isn't going to slouch on those flanks. They aren't going to be that Oxygen squad. They are going to punish you. So it's really going to be on Wildcard here, not only to keep the opening engagement going in their favor, but to really be aware of these flanks and when they can actually time it correctly than what we even saw in that previous game from Kansas.
I really like the map ban phase, just taking out labs, and essentially you get Lair, you get Chalet. So Chalet and Clubhouse are going to be heavily favored on a Wildcard side.
I'd agree.
But at the same time, Clubhouse, there's not too much diversity you can do on it. M80, we saw them beat SSG on it. That was the one map that they were able to actually win, and they were losing the opening kills constantly. So it's a situation where they will also have the Blackbeard. Dash might be playing it, but they'll have the Blackbeard on Kino. And that was something that kind of lost them the game against, or was losing them situations against SSG, which hopefully Hot and Cold will be able to manage whoever's call that was and be able to really rally behind the Blackbeard, the shields that he can control.
And similar to what I was saying in the game prior, is, you know, M80 gonna watch and see where Wildcard's strengths and weaknesses are? And for me, it's getting rid of the Blitz, getting rid of the Blackbeard, not allowing Dash to find comfort and forcing that Monty play, because as we've seen, he doesn't find a lot of success on Monty. He can't get that aggro, so you're already eliminating one player, and it's practically then a 4v5 at that point. And we see how well they play on their defense, being able to set up those crossfires. And if you can't have Dash be able to be that spearhead, they're going to struggle, and then it's going to fall back to Bay.
So then my question remains for the prediction side of things, because we've seen SR yesterday struggle to go from back-to-back best of 3s. Are we expecting the same from M80? Is it going to be a different ballgame?
I think M80 should be favored. I'm going to predict that M80 wins just because Wildcard still was really good. The fact that they could take advantage of OXG not playing together as a team and those isolated 1v1s, especially on the roams and the lurks, I don't know if that'll be replicatable against a team like M80 with how good they work together.
I agree with it. I think I'm going to just go with Wildcard just for the sake of the desk or the couch to be able to, you know, go at one another. And Wildcard, I mean, they didn't look bad by any means, and I don't think it was a lack of also Oxygen not playing very well. I just think Wildcard fixed a lot of their mistakes that they needed to, and it clearly shows me that they learned from their match prior against SSG and how they were going to tackle, oh my God, I'm losing my train of thought. How they were going to tackle Oxygen, and then how they're going to tackle here against M80.
The one thing that I like that M80 did throughout the map ban phase is most teams, you ask yourself, oh, Wildcard only has 4 good maps. Why do teams keep playing on it? It's because you can only really ban 2 maps. So realistically, Wildcard's at least going to pick one of their favorable maps. Something that OXG made the mistake of and teams will make the mistake of is just picking one of Wildcard's other good maps, and then Wildcard can pick the other map that's free. So they're getting 2 out of their 4 best maps back to back. And that's something that M80 did not do. They banned 2 of their best maps, pick Lair, which Wildcard banned against OXG because they didn't want to play it. So they're taking them to an arguably weaker area for Wildcard. So it's something that, as the viewer at home, you probably don't understand too much of, but it's nice to see a team doing that because I feel like a lot of teams have been giving Wildcard the easier route in the map ban phase.
Oh, I'd have to agree. Why is your mouth wide open?
Everyone at Wildcard just lost their internet. So.
M80.
All right, it's going to be us 3 versus M80.
Yeah,
We're losing that.
No facts. We're going to be going over to a little bit of a break. We'll be back once the players have internet. We'll keep you guys updated. And the casters for the series as well are going to be Intero and Jesse. Hopefully you guys see them after the break. See you around.
Thank you so much for your patience, everybody. Tech issues cannot be helped. And of course, we rely on the internet as a utility to keep us super connected. And these teams are going to be super connected for 3 maps. We will waste no time because we know it's already been a long day. And depending on how these 2 teams match up, it could be another 3 hours of us spending time with you. Isn't that so nice, Jesse?
Oh, God, 3 hours with Parker. Yeah, that's what we could have in front of us. At least we'll get some good Siege to watch whilst we bear through the noise. M80 coming up against Wildcard. Winner of this game will go on to top 3. Loser will be locked into 4th place for the stage. It's worth noting that there's not a huge difference between 4th and 3rd place overall. There's about $2,000 in prize money, and there's a bit of difference in seeding when it gets to the major. But the big difference comes when you get to top 2. That's when you get a whole lot more SI points. That's when things really start to get good for you. And first is, of course, even more. Both the lower bracket finals and the grand finals will be played tomorrow. So the winner of this plays Shopify Rebellion, and the winner of that will play Space Station for a chance at 1st place. Should be an exciting game nonetheless. We've got our operator bands coming on in. Lair tends to be a pretty open field for what gets banned. There's no hard meta. Usually you do see a focus on the walls. That's why both Mira and Kaid are getting banned out here for the defenders. And then attackers losing the Montaigne, losing the Ace, dipping a little bit into the hard breach bans. And Monty, probably the single most banned attacker on Lair.
Not really much on the line, right? Just the SI points, 50 points for 3rd and 4th place. So not a huge difference. There's a little bit of money, but yeah, honestly, this is more just about getting some game day reps in, as now these teams, as you rightly said, are preparing for the Munich Major. We almost existed in a timeline where the top 2 teams in the NA League failed to make it to the Major. If you're a fan of M80, that did not come to pass. You were going to be very excited by that one. They were spectacular games. Frankly, you and I watched them together while we were waiting for our best of 3 to begin. And I do kind of fear for M80 in terms of their stamina and endurance. Yesterday, for those that watched the Shopify Rebellion Space Station game, you saw, well, a really nice warm-up for SSG. I actually reached out to Troy after the match, and he said, no real excuse. Basically, we were just really tired and didn't play our best. That's it. And if you talk to these teams, they will all say the same thing. It is grueling to play a best of 3 and then get about 40 minutes of downtime to get back into the action. Now, Wildcard was involved in the first best of 3 today, so they've had some time to watch that M80 matchup. But losing their internet for 15, 20 minutes means added frustration, mental frustration, and it also means you can't get started. It does allow M80 a little bit more time to recover and prepare. Will it make a difference? It remains to be seen. 45 seconds into the round, and there's the first bit of action. Jesse Gunner almost beheading Bay. He takes some damage on the side of Bay, but still walking.
Yeah, real good opportunity there for the opening pick of the match, but doesn't quite come just yet. Bay has remained in this strong position, and without an ace, it's going to be kind of tough to open up that op wall from operations. They don't need to open it. They can simply force him back as they have now. The Goyo gets popped, and Gunner takes that space. Understanding that it's probably better if you're Bay to just give this up. You've already wasted a good 60 seconds. Now you can play with Kibas in the site, and Azami back behind the desk can be so powerful. So keep that alive if you can. Rest of the map also has players pushing through it. We see Kino here in Skybridge. He's going to retreat for the defuse kit, but yet to be seen which way he wants to go with it. Looks like it'll be ops. They do need a hard breach if they want to go for a plant in the mask wall. They'll use the first can opener from Gunner on the ops wall, and then the second one will sit in his pocket. You're kind of limited, Parker, at this point. If you want to go for a push from that room, you're going to have to make it through a tough angle, but instead it looks like lobby will be the call, focusing on frags this time around.
Wildcard waiting this one out. Just a little bit over a minute left in the round. The first player dropped is Gavin, finished off by the shotgun of Baby Shark, and Dash will find a second for Wildcard. Very quickly, M80 on their heels. You still got that shield up. You've been unable to open that ops wall, so Kino will just have to take the fight and the engagement head on. Kansan has not been a factor from a gunplay perspective, but his gadget will obscure the Blackbeard, who still kills Baby Shark after that little bit of close paranoia had ended. M80 now trailing by 1 with 30 seconds left. Diffuser still in the hands of the very capable Kino, and they will find another kill on the side of Wildcard. Dash will pay for the damage he did earlier. Both players that got kills on the side of Wildcard are no more. Bay's now dropped 2. M80 suddenly has grabbed the lead, and they might take out Kansan as well. Kino taking no prisoners. Spiker will need to clutch this round. He manages to drop Houghton, now shooting into the shield of Kino, but time is running out. A swing on over. Kino gets dropped in a huge play from Spiker. A 3K to save the round. My goodness.
Excitement all around in the team house for Wildcard. You can tell that the vibes are in a good place after winning their first game today, qualifying, and then a big clutch from the captain. Massive play from Spiker with the shotgun. I really thought I was going to be singing Kino's praises after that round ended because he was doing so much good work on that Blackbeard all by himself, don't forget. Gavin was the only player really playing with Kino. Diffuser was down below when he died. It was a nice rotate from Dash down the green stairs to find him. And the last 2 players on M80 that weren't to the Blackbeard were pushing from a different direction. So Kino with Kit was a little bit isolated, but he did so much work all by himself. It was almost enough to clutch up that round, but Spiker just better in the opening round. 3 kills, 0 deaths. One of the best kind of SMG-11 shotgun players, the SAS operator kit that you will find here in the North America League. It's been amazing watching him grow, not just as a player, but as a leader as well on this team. And I mean, we're seeing how well that pays off in that first round.
5 seconds remaining.
Remarkable play by Kino to close the gap between the two after Baby Shark and Dash gave Wildcard that leg up. And then, while Spiker is the savior and the hero of the round. Spiker is, an interesting little fact, the only player to enter this series yet to break 100 kills in the NA League. He is 3 closer now and just 3 away. He started with 94, up to 97 at this point. Everybody else has gotten into the triple digits. Highest kill total in the lobby goes to Gunner and Diffuser, tied between the 2 of them. They were the original duo that was picked up from that Beast Coast roster, well, at the time, I guess Beast Coast Cloud9, and brought over to M80 before Houghton and Gavin would complete 4 of the 5. At 5th player, who's no longer on the team, Spirits, actually played against M80 in the last matchup we saw. Unfortunately for Spirits, he will not be present at Munich as DZ in a rare position did not qualify for LAN. So these teams battling right now to see who goes up against Shopify Rebellion, which one will finish 4th. Loser finishes 4th, same amount of SI points, 50 for either team in 3rd or 4th, and then just a little bit more money for 3rd. But the goal is to keep going, isn't it? You want to make it so that you get to the grand finals. Right now, if you didn't watch the games yesterday, you won't know, but Space Station is once again in the NA League Grand Finals. They made an improbable run through the lower bracket in Stage 1. Well, Stage 2 a little bit better. They're at the top of the upper bracket. Baby Shark finished off by an impact nade, killed. Down he goes, and M80 has a lead.
Yeah, they're really working at this armory hold. It's been a heavy commitment from the defenders locking into this room. They had the hatch open for a late retreat, but they've wasted a good amount of time with it. Even Toxic Babe is being used relatively aggressively. Now we start to see some fights come through. Kansan is able to find one, but his whole team bleeding around him. Bay falls, and it's just Kansan. Bomb site's below, by the way, Parker, but I don't know if we'll get there. Kansan needs an ace if he wants any hope of winning this, but he's got a Blackbeard on his face, and Diffuser across the map hits the shot. A weird round where it felt like the bomb site was armory and weapon, but not to be.
No, I mean, that's more of the stuff that M80 was hoping to pull off in round number 1, but knocked astride by a bit of aggression from that Wildcard defense. I mean, it was Bay that was actually tussling with Gunner in the first couple seconds of that initial round, and I don't know if M80 was expecting such aggression. Again, M80's matchup against Dark Zero just finished about an hour ago, give or take. They have very little time to rest, very little time to prepare. They have to run this gauntlet. So right back into the action. If M80 is able to persevere here, well, hats off to them. That will be an incredible moment. They will get a day's reprieve before going up against Shopify Rebellion tomorrow. That'll be our first match of the day. And then the winner of that game will play Space Station in the grand finals to see which team claims Stage 2 champions. It could be Space Station again. They would be NA League champions across the board for both stages. You and I will be casting those matches tomorrow, and they have a bit of a later start. For those on the East Coast, I believe first match is set to go at 6 p.m.
Important for this game as well. I mean, you talk about the preparation that goes into these best-of-3 playoff games, and when you get into playoffs, when you get into LAN events, right, the coaching staff in particular often stays up all night getting every bit of information for the teams, making sure they're very much ready for the game that's coming up the next day. For both of these teams, I imagine most, if not all of the prep went into their first games, which were do or die for the major. They probably haven't prepped much for these specific opponents. This is going to be more of a kind of raw test of just how the teams do on their own, how their defaults look. This map in particular, chosen by M80, but incredibly rare for both teams. Wildcard have only ever played Lair a single time since this team was formed at the start of the year. And that was a 7-5 loss against OXG earlier on in Stage 2. So very much going to be kind of an element of surprise, I think, on both of these defensive sides. Might lean a bit more defender-sided than what we're used to because there's a lot less information going out. I think that last round might have been a good example of what M80 maybe weren't expecting to go up against, but still handled it quite nicely.
Discovery phase now still underway as M80 came within inches of winning round number 1, falling short in the final moments thanks to a Herculean effort from Spiker. Now, round 2. Far more practiced. What can they muster against this wildcard team, which has plenty of tools at their disposal? Ash, his attention is turned completely around. He gets punctured from the back as he watched the great work that was being done by the Maverick on that reinforcement. Diffuser, not credited with the kill, but instrumental in keeping Dash's attention.
This looks like setting up for a nice little Sens Capital play. They're going to have a lot of ways to stop that denial from up above. It'd be very hard to see the defuse kit because this Sens wall will block the verticality. Much like the Capital smokes are doing right now, they'll throw all their util in and try for a plant.
And there it goes, hot and cold with Diffuser in hand, but he's immediately taken out by the gas of Spiker Kansan on the board as well, as Gavin has gotten one for M80. Both teams coming to blows, ending up in the exact same situation. Kino now to the rescue. Great in round 1. In round 3, he gets the Diffuser down and almost manages to get away with his life intact. The Nitro Cell will take what little remained. It's all up to that dynamic duo, the two highest fragging players on M80, Diffuser and Gunner. They're outnumbered by 1, so they will be outgunned. There's still gas canisters in pocket for Spiker too, so his advance can be blanketed by that yellow smoke. A drop though, Spiker not able to use any of it, and my Diffuser is just catching them as Wildcard engaging in a bit of a trust fall. Now it's Bay as the last man standing. M80 just waiting out the timer. They just need to keep Bay busy for a couple more seconds, and the round is theirs. Bay fishing for something. There will be no Yaga clutch this time. He takes down the Glass, but Diffuser gets the exit frag, and M80, who could have 3 rounds, will have to settle for 2. They take the lead.
You know, we're not supposed to have favorites as casters, but I gotta say, that is probably my favorite way to see a team attack on that bomb site. Taking top floor is so difficult as an attacking team when the bomb site's down below because the defense can hold 4 players up there. They'll have the hatch open to rotate back, really tough angles. So a lot of teams these days are simply taking bottom green control, tossing out the Sens wall. They add the Capitao in for extra measure, which is even more powerful. And you saw it. Initially, that plant did get denied. The Toxic Babe from Spiker was really well placed to stop that plant going down, even without full knowledge as to where it was being placed. But then they just retreated to a backup plant spot. They got it down behind the pillar, not a big issue. You saw how easy that post plant looked. Just watching for the drop down the hatch, they had the ideal angle to catch that. So great plan coming out from M80. Executed it more or less flawlessly. Yes, they lost a couple of bodies, but they were never in a spot through that round where I thought they were really in trouble. Very much in control and happy with how that was going throughout the whole thing. So clean, confident rounds from M80 to start things off. Other than that miraculous clutch from Spiker back on the first round, I'd say they've been in control of this map since the very start.
Yeah, I think that's a great way of putting it. Lair is a fascinating map. I think we've talked about how it feels like there are times where it suffers from room-itis, but I do appreciate how efficient teams have gotten at approaching these off-site areas. And it doesn't play out the same way every single time. The space and design of the map allow for small variations that can have a profound effect on the way that you attack and you defend. So no 2 rounds in Siege are ever the same, but on a map like this, doubly so. What does M80 do now? They've managed to take 2 rounds. Again, they could have almost had a third, but you can't go off of what almost was. DZ almost won map 2, but it ends up being M80 who takes the spot. Don't look back, look forward, right? That's what M80 is going for right now. Already hunting down Baby Shark with that death mark from Diffuser's Deimos. Diffuser's off to a great start. 5 kills, and now Baby Shark will be punished by Kino, as it wasn't Diffuser's Gadget who gets the job done, but certainly aided in the misery of Baby Shark.
Nice little teamwork there. Good cutoff being held. Baby Shark doesn't really have the same teammates to fall back for, and nobody helping him get up those green stairs, so not a lot that he could have done. With that first pick, you've got to imagine M80 are licking their lips. No Blackbeard. It did get banned after the first quarter, so Kino is having to go back to the Glaz instead. An operator that he will be very familiar with anyways, so by no means a huge disadvantage. Bottom floor control now being held by Diffuser. The fact that they still don't have any pressure inside of operations is a little scary, but clearly this push is going to come Green Hall up through Sky, so it shouldn't be too big of an issue. And now a 2-man advantage as Spiker dies on the smoke.
Incredible start to this series by Kino, already up to 6 kills, and he's been a bit of the tip of the spear, both on that Blackbeard and on the glass, instead of playing a more backwards-facing role and being the heart of this team. He's been the hands of it, and boy, oh boy, are those hands being put to work. Now it's Dashed sustaining some serious damage. Elsewhere, Bay punished by Gunner. M80 winning all of their engagements. Down goes Kino, but it's traded out immediately. And could we see yet another SAS clutch? No. 1 kill is all Wildcard is able to muster before Dash is shut down, and M80 has now taken 3 in a row. A terrific start here on Lair continues to improve for the team that just punched their ticket to the Munich Major.
And a really good round, as you mentioned, coming through from Kino. I feel like Kino doesn't get a lot of credit on this M80 squad. There's a lot of big names that often take the hype when talking about M80. But in my mind, Kino is the ideal support player. Coming into playoffs after the group stage, he had the fewest deaths in the entire league. He had the most plants in the entire league. He had played the highest percentage of rounds on shield, so he was playing the most shields in the entire league. And he had never lost a clutch. It's like through the single group stage, that's about as much as you can ask for when talking about a hard support player. Now, through playoffs, other teams have played more maps, so he's lost a couple of those stats. Still the current highest shield player, with 77% of the attacking rounds being played on shields for Kino. But I think it's really easy to understate how much impact Kino has on this team, and it's nice that we're getting to see him flex to a couple of different roles in this matchup and always finding big value, especially on that top floor site.
Wildcard will attempt to figure this one out. M80's teamwork against DZ was impeccable. Obviously, there were some slight blips, but they got the job done in a 2-0 that looked a little bit hairy there on that second map. Here, though, they're firing on all cylinders still. So while some teams might say they're a bit fatigued, other teams can say, no, we're warmed up and ready to go. In this case, it sure looks like fatigue is not an issue for M80 at this point, but a best of 3 is a long series. They can triumph here on this map, lose on Chalet, and by the time Clubhouse rolls around in an hour and a half to 2 hours time, you could be completely depleted. It comes down to when you woke up. It comes down to how long you've been gaming for. All of those things factor into your ability. On the side of Wildcard, they had a bit of a break, and if there was any momentum and they were feeling themselves, it could take some time for them to settle in. Wildcard narrowly won that first round and have not really been in the conversation for the 3 rounds that follow. So the scoreline is not exactly a perfect representation of just how dominant M80 has been.
Yeah, I'd like to see Wildcard maybe getting a little bit more active in some of these early rounds, trying to take the initiative. It's been 3 opening picks in a row now for M80, so if they can turn that tide, maybe get an advantage to start things off rather than losing someone early. That can make a big difference in terms of just starting these defenses off on the right foot. Can often be tough on a map like Lair. It doesn't always lead itself to aggressive plays, but you can find your opportunities in certain times. Gunner hunting for one of those opportunities for the attackers as he's entered in through the bottom floor. Nobody is here. Interesting, they didn't go basement. You'd expect it for round 5, but it will be armory weapon. Or not armory weapon, bunks briefing. They essentially defended the mid floor last time they came through in round 2, so may as well run it back, I guess.
That's a creep up now from Gunner, who was hoping to play off an oh my. He might have just escaped that cardiac sensor, but Kansan takes the engagement. Kansan, a terrific shot in his own right, able to match up against the best of the best in any region. That's a relatively easy kill onto Gunner. Only one logic bomb expended. Not great value from the Dokkaebi. M80 are going to hurt after losing that operator and Gunner early on.
A little bit retreat going on now. Kino does pick up dash across the map, so the numbers go back to even. I said I wanted the opening pick. They got it, but when it gets traded out, is that going to be as effective in winning the round? You did lose your two-brow, which could be absolutely critical late round, keeping some of these hallways closed up, keeping the hatch or wall closed up. More creeping around now. Baby Shark and Kansan both quite far from the site, leaving Spiker and Bay alone up top, and then the site itself relatively weak. It's not the focus, though, for M80. They know how important it is to get in up above. They've got the same setup as last time when they were attacking this site, so they're hoping to go for another somewhat direct take through bottom green, but you can tell after losing Gunner, that plan has kind of been halted, and they're going to need to get back on track if they still want to go for this.
Kino's getting that diffuser down. Hot and Cold falling by the wayside. Wildcard in a good position. Now Kino has spotted Kansan to the rescue. Wildcard sweeping through this M80 team. Gavin tussling with barbed wire. Now we'll have to fight the 3 remaining players on the side of Wildcard to save the round for his team. Absolute best round that we've seen of Wildcard so far. They're almost assured to walk away with a victory here. Even if Gavin's able to bring 1 or 2 of the opponents on Wildcard down with him, it would take, well, a Spiker-like performance, and he won't get it done. Baby Shark says, no, there's some blood in the water, and the Shark is there to sniff it out. Wildcard's second round, they've closed the gap between the two teams to just 1.
And I suspected they might be going for the same push. They actually didn't. We're on the outside breach instead. Got that opened up with the thermite, and then Kino went in for another smoke plant under both Capitao and Sens walls. But while they may have considered the top-down plant style, right, they were able to stop any of that going down. It was Bay on green stairs that got this kill right here, and then right after Bay gets that one, it's a kill from Kansan inside of briefing. So from one bomb site to the other, ends up stopping that plant from Kino, which makes all the difference in the round. Tough to win from a point like that. So M80 trying something a little bit different on their second attack. Maybe couldn't quite get the control that they wanted green side, and so had to go for a bit of a backup. Something they probably will not be trying again if they see that site again, but won't be till overtime if we get there, because this is the last round in the half. Wildcard are avoiding Armory a weapon and do go back down to the basement to complete a standard rotation. I don't think this will be as aggressive as a hold as we saw previously, but you never know. They still have the Azami.
The final round of this first half, so these operators will likely be freed from their prisons. I mean, it really does depend on what M80 and Wildcard choose to ban on the flip side. We saw that triple hard breach ban earlier today against OXG, and I just want to take a second to comment on how miserable an experience that must have been to play with just a single hard breacher open. My God, I know you obviously had some thoughts on that. We talked about it briefly.
Yeah, it was not good to see coming out from them. Ooh, the hard breach bans were really hurting for OXG, but on a map like Lair, you don't see that quite as often. Hard breach is important, but maps like Nighthaven, Clubhouse, those are the maps that really lean into the hard breach where it's absolutely necessary to have it, but we just didn't quite see OXG being able to do much without it the previous game, and because of that, they're now playing a 5th, 6th decider. I should mention that 5th place decider game, I believe, is going on as we speak, although I don't think it's being streamed. That will be a game for 50 whole SI points, which can matter when we get to the end of the year.
You know, there's been great debate over whether or not that 5th place match should be streamed. Some teams take it very seriously, others do not, and it can just be a chill blow-off game. But with how few opportunities there are for teams that don't make majors these days, I would hope that anybody playing in it is taking it as seriously as is possible. Even if you're one of those teams that knows if we don't qualify, we're going to make a roster move, or you have some kind of inkling that you might, there's still some work that can be done. Great coordination there. The Yokai blasting the shield away, Spiker killing Kino, but maybe all for naught, Jesse, as M80 immediately doubles up on frags. Down goes Spiker, down goes Kansan. 2 of your best supports completely gone.
Yeah, Gavin by himself making some good vert. He got that pick across the map while the shenanigans were going down over towards filter side. He's going to have to reposition, but with the man advantage. They can be pretty confident. Good time on the clock as well. I think Baby Shark just got caught on a drone. He should be dead to rights. Oh, but he hit a nasty shot, so it doesn't matter. 3v3 now as the Shark has equalized.
Baby Shark's having very high value with his kills here. He's only got 4 to his name, but they've all been round impacting kills. We try to caution people when you see the kill tally go up that sometimes a player that finishes with 10 kills might not have provided the same value that somebody with 5 did. Oh my goodness, a jump out from Bay. I like the thinking. I don't really love the result for Wildcard. It leaves Baby Shark to get more of those impactful kills. UMP's not really the weapon you want. That's a great pick on Gavin. An inhuman shot. He has to worry about the control above. Diffuser hoping for his 10th kill. This Baby Shark now rotates all the way around, and Diffuser gets the job done. 10 kills for Diffuser, and M80 will move out of this first half on Lair, up 4-2.
Good to see Shark still shooting back despite the rough half that they had. He dropped 15 kills, map 2 versus OXG, to lock in that 8-7 victory and qualify the team to the major. I remember back when Wildcard were in Rio for the Reload events, they actually had a decent bit of fan support because they have Dash on this roster. They had the Brazilian representation. I'll be curious to see when they're in Europe if they get a little bit of that fan support too with Baby Shark on their roster. They've kind of built a team that can get cheered on no matter where in the world they play. I don't know if that was part of the strategy or not, but they might need the fan support because this game is not going so well, and they might have a rough couple of first games if they don't get a high seed heading into the major. I know the desk touched on how you don't want to be going against Furia. You don't want to be going against Falcons in your first game. If you can get in with a mid seed or a higher seed, it can really make a big difference once you get to that major event. I'll also remind everyone too that this is M80's map pick. So going up 4-2 your Lair attacks, I mean, that's pretty good. You expect that to result in a win, but if you're a Wildcard, I think coming into this whole series, you're more expecting to win on maps 2 and 3. It's only your second time ever playing Lair as a team. So if you don't walk away with the win versus M80, then there's still a lot of hope in the series to get to that third place and still play tomorrow.
I mean, the conventional wisdom with Siege is that it's always easier to defend because most maps have a very friendly layout for the defenders. And defenders tend to have a higher win rate on all of these maps and tend to do better. So it becomes incumbent upon you to pull off successful attacks. And it does kind of color our casting a bit because it's very easy for us to get negative about a string of consecutive bad attacks when in all reality, the job is very, very challenging. That said, if you've never really played any map, you're going to hope to God that you get to defend first or at least get comfortable and settle in on that position. Lair is like that thinking, but on steroids. It is a humongous map. As I touched upon in the first half, there's lots of strategies and lots of variations because of how big of a map it is, whether you choose to do a deep lurk, whether you choose to actually roam. Are you going to play close to the site, aggressively near the site? Are you going to turtle up and keep most people in those bomb sites? A lot of options at your disposal. This is not just a regular map to attack, though. So while Wildcard had all those things going through their head when they were defending, now they have to think, what are my opponents going to do? Where is M80 going to be? And you've likely seen M80 do this. They've likely studied it, but again, not a huge turnaround time between their match that they just had against OXG a couple hours ago and here to fully prepare. So I don't know. I don't want to get too negative, but I'd be shocked if Wildcard are able to keep the wheels on it for the remainder of this map.
Yeah, certainly not in a good position, but we'll see what their attacks look like. Interesting Mira setup from Hot and Cold. He actually has the Aruni gate outside the building that's on the wall but just behind him right here. This kind of fun. They had to run outside with the Aruni to set that up after the round started. It's the little rotate that you see to the left side. So not a common setup with these Mira windows, but it will be interesting to see what he can do with it. Certainly makes opening those breaches very intimidating. And after Wildcard bans both Bandit and Kaid, putting the fear into them and stopping them from opening the walls is not an easy task, but I think they've done it.
Sen's an operator whose pick rate is steadily increased, but at a point now where I think it's just plateaued. You want to use those smoke walls, as you'll call them, to just conceal your movement. Down goes Baby Shark. Losing your Deimos really early, unideal. Losing anybody on your team, unideal. But what a powerful operator to help aid what might be a shaky set of attacks for Wildcard. Spiker taking some damage too, but they managed to open up that black mirror and push Hot and Cold off of his position where he has to fight his way out of it, and he ultimately loses it to Bay. So the numbers go right back to even with 50 seconds left on the clock. Hold on a second though, Jesse. Diffuser and Gunner decided that this one's just about over. Kansan's last man standing as Gavin takes down Dash. Hot and Cold dead means, well, it won't be a team ace, but M80 are liking their odds here, aren't they? Shotgun and a Scorpion, both trained at either side of the door. They'll plug the hole, and it's Diffuser, who wasn't even a consideration, credited with that final kill as M80's lead grows, and they're 2 away from putting Lair into their win column.
Yeah, not really able to get past the utility in that round, I fear, Parker. I mean, they eventually get the wall open, but by the time that's open, they have no ability to deal with the Kiba barriers that are still deep in the site. Gunner's playing a really gross angle behind one of those barriers to get the first pick in the 4v4, open things up. Another one from Diffuser from a strong angle, really shut down that operations push. Made things really, really nice, and despite losing Hot and Cold early, it just felt like they were very aware of where everybody was pushing. Again, the Kiba barriers, start to finish in that round, they were the real threat. We got distracted by the shiny toys, the mirror window, the Surya gates covering the mirrors, but it's always the Azami. It feels that tends to tip the scales in favor of defense. Probably the best defender in the game. Not able to get banned out if you want to focus your bans on the hard breach of the walls, which that's Wildcard's decision. Still hasn't really paid off, though. Struggled with the entry of the walls, struggled to make their first attack work, and now facing a 5-2 deficit. Not where you want to be.
5 seconds to go.
So, Spiker entered the day with 94 kills. Well, not the day. He entered this series because he played one earlier today, at which he got to that tally. We are on 100 watch. Spiker got 3 of his current 5 kills in that very first round, and it was a critical round, and all 3 of those kills were instrumental in winning one of the 2 rounds that Wildcard has been successful in. I don't think it's a consideration for Spiker at all. I don't think he's got it in mind. I don't even know if he knows how many kills he has, but
yeah,
1 kill away from 100 for Spiker will be something worth celebrating. Keep in mind on his role, guiding this team forward, leading this team, playing the unsexy operators that more often than not will die without making a single kill happen. The fact that he's relatively close to some members of this team is great. So we'll keep an eye on Spiker, but the rest of the team, well, there's some real rough performances from players we do expect to do well. Bay in particular having a bit of a tough start here.
Yeah, Bay, entry fragger for this squad. You want to see a lot coming out from him. Dash as well. I mean, not always a big performer, but was the MVP in the game earlier to qualify up against OXG. Highest rated player EPS-wise, both on maps 1 and 2. So he might be out of gas after the first game that he played, but do watch out because Dash can come alive in an instant if it's necessary. A major champion from last season on W7M and hoping to repeat in Munich. For now, his team lurks around this mid-floor. Kansan, the only one inside, looking for a rare entry engagement, but hasn't found it just yet. I don't think they know he's here in bottom green, Parker. If he's quiet and cautious, he could get a freebie.
Wildcard's not paying him any attention. Down goes Diffuser at the hands of Spiker. That's kill 100, Jesse, and it comes against the raid boss of M80. Diffuser with 12 kills. Don't count out Kino, though. He's still on the board. Gunner's also gone from M80. So M80 very quickly goes from 5 down to 3. Wildcard haven't taken a single point of damage here. A very impressive start to this round. And there go all the walls. A beautiful thing to witness. Bay opening up this bomb site for the taking from Wildcard. They've got the forces to play off site. Down goes Gavin. Now Dash encroaching upon these defenders' position. They're just destroying them. A flawless round for Wildcard to pick up another one. 3 rounds for them, not a single point of damage. Done to one of the 4 teams representing North America in Munich next month.
Just a clean push coming through. It was a first a pick on the window from Spiker to clear out the raid boss, as you put it, and then Bay for the second frag, a player that we were just talking about. Both those opening picks coming from outside the building. I think M80 getting a little caught by some of the outside windows that they were running past or that maybe they were swinging instead. something that the Azami in particular is supposed to be quite powerful in stopping, but I guess just didn't quite have the Kivas in the right spots that round. Ended up losing too many bodies early to have any chance of holding that down late. Nice little shield play from Baby Shark in the late round too. So good to see a solid attack from Wildcard, one where they're able to kind of slow things down a little bit and let M80 make those mistakes, make those rotations that they're then watching for and can take advantage of. Saw how deep they got into the building too. Again, I think that Blitz and Ace combo just inside the med hall was something that M80 weren't super prepared for and ended up losing a couple of bodies for because of that. So something to watch out for if we head back to that bomb site. For now, the basement will be our third site. Both of these teams feeling it's going to be worthwhile committing to an armory hold. Look at that mirror window setup.
I like the Nook. I like what's being brought on the side of Wildcard. If Wildcard thinks that they can take advantage of M80's haphazard roams, then a Nook is only going to punish M80 even more. How well is the intel game on the side of M80? They have those black mirrors, I suppose that counts, but beyond that, they don't really have anything. No bulletproof cameras, no Valkyrie on the board. You're just going to have to play off your own instincts, so...
So what? Sorry?
No, it was so as in like a so and then like the, you know, like a transitionary statement. Like it's not, I wasn't gonna, there was nothing else there. It's just like, you know, so it's like so ...
I feel like if you had said ... I would have picked up on that.
That's a normal
Maybe
human thing
time.
to do, right? People say ... after they finish talking. Yeah, that's how humans communicate with each other.
Big push coming into Armory. Here comes the Blitz. Blinds it super out, but he's got a teammate, and Gunnar and Gavin are cleaning him up, Parker. Really tried to commit to clearing that Armory side, but it's nothing so far from it. Kanson's been stuffed out with all of these fire and toxic babes. Spiker trying to make something happen too, but the Kiva barriers are blocking his routes, and every player on M80 has now taken this opportunity to fall back to the bomb sites.
Two devastating losses for Wildcard, and just like that, M80 now in a very similar position that Wildcard was in the previous round. No damage has been done to M80 at this point in time. Hot and Cold having a bit of a rough go of it so far, and he's been playing more active roles as a defender. Kills are just sadly not really coming for him the way that I think he'd hope. Lots of noise now being made by one of the ejected Black Mirrors. As Baby Shark sees the bees that have been shot out by Spiker's gadget, still nobody from M80 is taking the bait. A Nitro cell primed and ready for Gunnar as we hit the point where the execute is about to happen. 40 seconds left in this round.
Yeah, I mean, I like the verticality being used, but they don't seem to have information on anybody from M80. You see Gavin up at the top going for a little stroll, currently in Skybridge. If he has a good timing, he could single-handedly shut down this whole push.
Spiker now trying to get something open with that secondary can opener. Baby Shark pushing up. Diffuser gone. That's the first potential domino on the side of M80. They will find Gunnar as well. Kino trades it right back. A drop from Kansan, not as successful as he'd hoped. Kino's just so good this round, so good this series. It leaves Spiker, last one to trickle in, and guess who it is? It's Kino with a 3K yet again. M80 moves to map point.
Very nice play from M80's Brazilian, taking out so many of those players late round. Again, I just feel like when you commit to that hold on the top floor, right, and it pays off for you that well, there's almost nothing the attackers can do in the 3v5. Something that I think we're going to see more and more teams doing. You know, it used to be back on the bottom floor of Lair, you would see the most common defense was just 5 anchors, 5 guys sit in the basement and they wait for the push to come in, and there was nothing wrong with that. We still see that pretty commonly. Then you'd see some crazy roam strategies. Maybe it'd be one guy by himself top floor. Maybe you'd commit 2 or 3. But I feel like recently, the last events, maybe since the season started, we started seeing a lot more teams commit to hard holding inside of Armory, using mirror windows, using Aruni gates, using whatever they can to commit to that Armory side as much as possible. Because, I mean, as long as you hold that as a defender, it is impossible to get a plant down offices, the hatch and the soft floorboards, of course. So you're kind of forced to hit it head on, try to clear it like Wildcard just tried, or completely give up, go over towards garage side, and then you end up quite predictable. That's probably the worst side to end up pushing. So nice to see both these teams trying that strategy. A little bit more effective from M80.
That'll put them up to map point 6-3 now on their own choice of Lair. Chalet will await us as Wildcard's pick if we end up there. Well, when we end up there, I should say.
I do think we will need a second map, Jesse. Not to once again dive into the depths of mathology here, but if it's a best of 3, I believe that means we need 2 out of 3. And you know, as the old saying goes, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. So
counter. Wildcard could all lose internet again, in which case we just never play the second map.
Jesse, I would like to see my family again. So if I could be, if that could not happen, so that we could be free at some point, whether it be 10 p.m., whether it be 11 p.m., maybe even midnight, that's okay. I like to go to bed late. That is fine with me. I would like Wildcard's internet to pull through, you know? Bay, unfortunately, having a bit of a rough go of it. He's been quite good so far this stage in terms of kills, at or near the top of most of Wildcard's games, but it's just Lair is not his map, struggling to get anything going either on defense or attack. He'll be the first to die, and that's your primary hard breach. It's all your hard breach, frankly. You don't have any backup can openers on the side of Wildcard, so any of those hard walls, they're staying hard. M80 do not need to sweat any hard destruction.
Won't have to worry about that at all. And I mean, it's going to make pushing ops really difficult. I have to imagine, given that the Mira is not being brought, it was banned out. They don't have the same setup as before, but even still, you are firmly stopping these walls from opening. They lose Baby Shark again as well, who is likely trying to go down below, try to cause some disruption with the Deimos. 3 players, Dash, Kansan, and Spiker, all hopes on this map will rest on their shoulders. Good utility, still with both Ying and Grim, but they've got to do some strong work with it.
This entry point for Kansan's going to be particularly challenging. All the fire underneath him. On Cold might not get a kill here, though he does have an eye-watering 7 assists. Make that 8, as he allows Gavin to get on the board, Kino as well, and now it's all up to Dash. Spiker hitting the wow. Wow is right. M80 cruising through this map. I don't know what Dash is going to be able to do. He's going to take some damage to the Surya gates. As he finds the diffuser's in that position, fire now in front of him. Uncold could get more than 1 kill before this one's done. More action right now happening in the chat, Jesse, than in the server. I don't know what a jiggle pump is. Well, I do actually, but jiggle pump is also the name of my new band.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I've just decided it right now, as Dash is just prolonging the inevitable at this point. There's almost no way with half HP and the reserve utility on the side of M80 that he's going to be able to pull this off. So we will go to Chalet with M80 up 1-0. Just all about when Dash decides to take this engagement.
He's playing for Katie at this point, Parker.
Do it for the stats, right? He did prove everybody wrong in their earlier matchup against OXG. I already saw some commentary on social media about how much better he performed than other games. Down goes hot and cold. What can Dash muster? Nothing. Clock will run out. M80 taking map number 1. Bit of an anticlimactic end, but hey, it's an end all the same. Number 1 team in NA continues to cruise onward, hoping to make it to the grand finals against Space Station. A couple teams are in their way. They're already up 1 map over Wildcard. They could take Chalet, and that would be it. They would have a date with Shopify Rebellion tomorrow. They're looking mighty good. Wildcard will need to get their house in order, as their map is up next.
And Dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gifro. Their first round. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They've given him a 1v1. They've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blackout.
for contact.
Available now.
Bro, I cross-mapped Sean. The Ying was by pixel and I was top rocket and I one-pumped them.
This
So
game's ass. Matt, I said get his ass.
Nice.
Alright.
Can't pre-fire.
His ass, they got and M80 get the first map. I mean, this is kind of what we work, so why are you laughing?
As you said, this game's ass. I said, get his ass. So, like, they're having, like, mid-conversation as that round is ending.
I love how Kino was just, like, talking about something, like, just had nothing to do with the round. He's just, like, talking about what happened on the other side of the map. But great game from M80, went as expected, in my opinion. I think they really led the charge, and great pick to go to a map like Lair. I think they just were able to have such control over everything and just constantly get the opening kills, run it through, carry on and transfer that into more picks. And I really liked the way that, Kino was using the Blackbeard on attack. I think it was really good. And that's something that we saw in their matchup, in their last matchup today, against SSG, where Kino was running it, but they didn't have the follow-up like they do now. And so it's nice to see them correcting those mistakes.
What specifically then did you like about it?
About the Blackbeard? I liked how M80 was playing behind it off of it, because in the SSG game, we saw there was a lot of situations where that was the call. Kino go on Blackbeard, and he'd get pressure, he'd get in someone's face, but no one else was able to follow him up. No one was able to be there. But time and time again in this matchup, maybe it could be because of the confidence of going up against Wildcard as opposed to SSG, but every single time that Kino was in a situation where he was applying that pressure, that's where we saw the rest of M80 actually acting on that pressure.
Yeah, it was a little questionable for me. I don't know if Wildcard's kind of like letting their foot off the gas or just happy that they qualified, but banning out the Monty instead of the Blackbeard, where again, and then you were, they had everything set up for the shields, but to leave Blackbeard over Monty, I would have much rather see Kino play a Monty given his story, given his history on it, where again, Blackbeard does allow you to fight similar to what I've talked about with Dash, not using the Monty, being able to play on a class that can frag out, and then we see Kino on that exact opposite side, not being punished for it, and then actually abusing the Blackbeard and creating that space and finding a lot of leverage from it.
And it makes sense, I guess, on Wildcard's sense, they just went into it just thinking of, let's just play our game, let's play our Lair. It's one of our weaker maps, so they weren't really worrying too much about what M80 was going to do. But that was the downfall here, because M80 doesn't even really play Monty all that much anymore since Hot and Cold has been on the main support role. So I think Wildcard was just in a little bit in their own game, but they lost it. But now they're going on to their favorable map.
Yeah, Chalet is coming up next, and as we talked about already, like, it is Wildcard's favorite map. But also, I kind of want to bring it back to your point, Lax, where you're like, okay, they've already qualified, like maybe they've let their foot off the gas a little bit. I think it's also important to take into consideration they played earlier today, so maybe a little bit of exhaustion coming here as well.
If anything, they should be carrying, any bit of momentum they possibly can, because they still have to qualify for SI, and getting this win here and putting themselves one step closer to being able to go to a grand final gets them more SI points. So it is very important for them to still be treating this as serious. I'm not saying that they did let their foot off the gas, but obviously, as to what Fox was saying, they felt that it seemed that, they weren't playing, they weren't trying to focus on what M80 was doing. They were more focused on how they can just play themselves, where that's not going to be the case here. Sure, you can find comfort in your own map, but you still have to play to your opponent and play that stylistic matchup.
It'll be interesting to see how Wildcard is able to attack on Chalet, because that's something that we talked about, is them entering on the map has had some difficulties, specifically since it's usually just Bea on his own or Baby Shark on his own. Although Baby Shark had a great game, he was hitting some nasty shots, but I would love to see what we've been talking about, which is Dash on the Blackbeard actually able to follow up on his teammates. When it comes to Chalet, since they're starting on attack, they really need to get the momentum up and get a good amount of rounds on their attacking side, the energy up. So if they don't, M80 is just going to look like their game all throughout map 2 as well.
Yeah, I think it's also important to highlight, though, like for M80, they have had a really good regular stage. So maybe like the fact that yesterday they had that realization that they're not undefeatable. I feel like if anything today, they're coming in with even more passion, because the goal ultimately will always be to win the stage or at least be in the grand final. So for Wildcard side of things, I don't want to say that they are less, like when it comes to like their goals of the stage, it's like less than M80, but it's also like it is Wildcard, and the pressure on them to even make the international wasn't as high.
I would still say it was high. You still had to make the major, and given, the last time they were at one was at Reload, which is what we were holding on to for so long throughout stage 1. And you even heard Spiker in his interview, they were so close and then would lose it out. So it felt good to be able to get the win that they did over Oxygen to just kind of rectify that. But then still here again, the biggest thing to take away from these placements now is getting to SI. And that's, I would argue, far more important than being able to just make Munich itself, because that's the most prestigious event of the year. So we can't see Wildcard, and I can't see them falling short here, given this is their map preference.
Yeah, but we're also ready to head into our second map of the series. Potentially, M80 can make this a 2-or sweep, or Wildcard can push us all the way to the decider. Either way, we have our lovely casters coming as Jesse and Intero.
Ready?
So guys, take it away.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. We've repeatedly been put in positions where we think it's going to go all 3 maps, and then at the last second, it kind of falls apart. Do you think that Chalet is going to go into Wildcard's way, or do you think that M80 might be able to seal the deal here? This is a very lopsided community poll, so we can talk about this before we talk about your thoughts.
Well, listen, Parker, I think they've got better than 17% odds. I'll tell you that. I think Wildcard certainly are going to be looking good on this. The desk talked about it as a strong map for them. They played Chalet a ton throughout stage 1 and also at Reload. They only played it once in stage 2, but that was a crushing victory over Cloud9 in the group stage, 7-2. But on this side, it's not a bad map by any means for M80. A 3-1 record this season, their only loss being an 8-7 game against W7M. And of course, one of those victories was against Dark Zero just a few hours ago. So maybe a bit of a benefit to Wildcard that they can sit back and watch that game. It'll be fresh in their memories. They maybe won't have every little angle. I don't know if they'll have time to go through the match replay, but if nothing else, they've just watched them play this game against DZ. So a little bit of an advantage in that sense, certainly for Wildcard. I think the big question for this map, the big test is like, okay, you lost your opponent's pick. You're the underdogs coming into this matchup. What level are you really at if you're a Wildcard? You know, how high can you hang? If you're beating M80 and then having a close map 3, I think we're starting to talk about Wildcard, or even win map 3. We're starting to talk about Wildcard as a real threat going into the major. If they kind of pitter out here and they maybe have a similar result to what we saw in the first map, then the narrative shifts a little bit, right? It's like, okay, still a young team. What are our real expectations for this squad? It's tough to really say after a game like that. So I hope we see a lot of life come out of Wildcard here. I want to see them really shine on this map. It's Chalet. It's a fast map. It's aggressive. I want to see them leaning into their gunfights a little bit more, leaning into their individual skill. But it's always tough going against a seasoned opponent like M80.
I've already seen comments on social media about how Wildcard as an inexperienced team won't fare as well as, say, Dark Zero or OXG, and those two teams should have made it. And, you know, I can understand why people say things like that, but at the end of the day, Wildcard is, objectively speaking, a top 4 team. And that's just it. They have made it. OXG did not. DZ did not. Wildcard, you had opportunities to push Wildcard out of the top 6 during the group stages. No team was able to do that. You had an opportunity to eliminate them twice here, and, well, nobody's been able to do it. So Wildcard is one of those teams. Yeah, they might not have the same international experience as a team like OXG or Dark Zero, and sure, they might not have the same resume that these other teams have, but these are players that have done pretty well before and should be given an opportunity to succeed. And my hope is that whether you're a fan of Wildcard or not, maybe you give a bit more grace and consideration to the team that has actually made it, or maybe it's just sour grapes from the fans of the teams that didn't.
Always a little column A, a little column B. Craziness going down inside of bars. We've got a Blackbeard fight going down. Kansan hoping to find Gavin, who's playing Ring Around the Rosie with him, but instead it's Kino who comes up from the basement, deals some damage. Gavin kills Kansan as well. I mean, it's all chaos, Parker. It's not done. Kino gets his second after his first was finished off, and he's just going crazy at the moment. Another drop for him finally takes him down. But Parker, what was that round?
I don't know. Do they have rodeos in Brazil? Has Kino gone to them before? Because that was a real rodeo inside of the site from a player who has been just steadily improving on this team. I remember the days of, God, when I was casting with Pengu way back, when we used to, I don't want to say mock, but maybe we were not the kindest to Kino about his Monty plays. Mm-hmm. And the one thing that we would always try to say when using that type of criticism was, well, it might not necessarily be Kino himself. It might be the way that the team is using him and deploying him. Because we've seen players who have been complete duds go over to another roster and take off. There's a player on M80. Actually, there's a couple players on M80 who are just like that. Hot and Cold's career was on a downward trajectory. He went over to Mirage, a team that people were left scratching their heads about. And then we had Hot and Cold blow up and be, I think he was the highest rated player, the first stage that he played with Mirage. And since then, he's just been impeccable. He's won a major since then. I mean, you could say the same about Gunner, picked up by that original SQ roster. Really poor performance with that team. Turns out he just wasn't well suited for the team. They weren't using him very effectively. He ends up being the MVP of the Manchester Major on that Beast Coast squad. So, honestly, hats off to Kino for what he's been providing to this team. Everybody on M80 has great numbers right now. The lowest KD is Gavin at +7. But Kino has been proving his worth on, frankly, harder operators than you think, and he's been excelling. And a big point of success for M80 has been because of Kino playing the way he has.
Yeah, we've talked a lot on the desk about kind of the role swap that happened between Kino and Hot and Cold over the summer offseason, and it's really resulted in both players finding a lot of success. More success in the entries being found by M80. It's something that they did extremely well on map 1 back at Lair, winning most of those opening gunfights. They'll find another one here onto Baby Shark. Taking down the Deimos, always an important operator to be able to clean up, and now you're left with just 4 of these attackers who looks like the plant might come eventually. Solar side, that's where Spiker is with the fuse kit. We're still quite early. You can see Bay is, of course, here library side trying to do something about the player Mez, but it might just be more of a distraction, more of a bait, as the rest of his teammates are really focused around the site. Not getting into the building yet, but setting up these Sens walls, getting ready to go for big plays. One thing I will mention is there are going to be mute jammers set up around the site specifically to stop these Sens walls, so be very cautious about that when those walls come in. You don't want an awkward gap to be revealed at the moment of the execute.
They lost the Deimos early on Lair as well on the side of Wildcard, Jesse, if you'd recall. And I mean, this is obviously much more familiar territory for Wildcard. This is their favorite map, so they're starting on the side that M80 picked for them. M80 opted to defend first, so you have to think that the defenders will have an advantage, or maybe just M80 thinks that's the best way to match up against Wildcard. Frustrate Wildcard by giving them a series of unsuccessful attacks, maybe get into their head. One thing that you can say about a team like Wildcard is that their lack of experience as a team will mean that the team dynamic could potentially flounder a little bit if emotions run high. I mean, we've been seeing the faces of the Wildcard guys. They look like they're in pretty good spirits, so all we can do is really just speculate. Confused by what Dash was doing there for a second.
You got the Banshee.
They slowed down, but I didn't hear the wub-wubs as they've been dubbed. 9 players still alive, Jesse. 20 seconds left in the round. This is very, very rare to see. Wildcard showing a lot of hesitation. They have no idea how to approach this bomb site. They're going to march on in. Down goes Kansan. Dash not long for this Earth as well. Nitro Cell tossed out just to stop the Wildcard players in their tracks. And the round will end. Wow, with 7 players still alive. Spiker had been downed, but the kill had not been secured. So all 5 still up on the side of M80. 2 players alive, though, one of them bleeding out on the side of Wildcard. Technically a flawless round. All the players on M80 survived, but didn't kill all the opposition. I mean, you won on time alone, and there's 5 of you. That's flawless, right? Wildcard wasn't able to do much damage and immediately calls their timeout. This is the worrying sign to me. This is your map, and you've called a timeout after round number 2? That does not speak well for the confidence that this team has.
I mean, I do understand it. It doesn't speak well. You're absolutely right, but I get it after that round that they just had. I mean, complete stall going on there. They had the Sens walls all set up early in the round. They were using them early in the round. I'm not sure if they ran out or if they were somehow destroyed by the defenders. I didn't quite catch what happened, but by the time we got to the last 5 seconds and Wildcard eventually hit the site, there were no Sens walls to be seen. They had none of that coverage that they had spent 2 minutes and 55 seconds setting up. So it felt like they took a lot of time in the early game and setting up their utility, and then they didn't even get value out of their utility when they went for the execute. So yeah, one of the worst pushes that we've seen from Wildcard in a hot minute. Plenty to fix, I think, going into the next round. Again, they did lose the opening pick. That kill onto Baby Shark outside bathroom window was the main thing that really stopped. It was the only real action in the first part of that round, but you wouldn't imagine just losing your 1 entry fragger would be that big of a stall, right? You need to be able to recover from moments like that. And yeah, just not sure if there was never a trigger called, if there was never a go that was decided upon, but M80, a clean 2-0 to start Chalet.
Not the spot you want to be in when you're looking to make top 3 in the region. Shopify Rebellion is waiting and watching. Some of their members might even be co-streaming this right now. Saw a variety of big names still watching these matches. Even those that are affiliated with teams that are competing or have competed. I think it's good. just being a pro or a coach or an analyst or a content creator or affiliated with an organization is not often enough these days. And if I'm ever asked for advice when it comes to participation, I say, if you've got any type of platform, use it to grow your brand. I know you might not like it at the beginning. I didn't particularly like streaming as well, but good things can happen when you take the opportunities that are given your way. If you are on a team with an org, affiliated with them in some way, I strongly urge you to either co-stream or do companion streams, or if you don't want to stream yourself, at least put your name out there by spending time with people who are streaming it. A, it ends up being quite a bit of fun. B, it's good for the scene. And C, if neither of those really matter to you, selfishly, it could be good for your brand. Wildcard might be hitting the site hard and fast as Dash bursts through. He's disoriented from the Guzmat mine. Looked like he stalled for a second there. Kino, the first casualty, and the only casualty up to this point. The Blackbeard will take no prisoners. Dash just continuing to rush on in. Yellow looking in the wrong direction. Baby Shark on the ground. Bay getting diffuser down. M80 just imploding at this point in time. Gunner's the last one standing, and he will have to deal with a timer and 4 angry Wildcard players. I love that they use their timeout to workshop this. It has very effectively defanged this defense from M80. Gunner's taken one down to go 4-0. Now we'll try to long arm, and it's a bit of a foolish prospect. Somebody will find him. They'll circle the wagons. Kansan takes him down, but all 3 players from Wildcard searching for that final kill. Gunner was not getting out of there alive. Wildcard finally on the board on their own map.
Well, after being the only death for 2 minutes in the last round, Baby Shark certainly makes his presence known in this one. Great push in through Mudroom to get those last 2 kills. Great movement starting on the floor, jumping up for his second frag. I think that really made a big difference in the success of that push coming through from Wildcard. Traditionally, you would see a plant like that denied from up above, right? Because it's complete soft floor, top floor. If you're a roamer up above, you can definitely come through and stop that plant from up top. Gavin and Hot and Cold were in position to go for something like that, but they made the decision to rotate down the blue stairs just because they knew there was strong window pressure. It was actually Spiker on the Nomad that was holding from up above, and while he didn't kill any of those players directly, he's the big reason why they were forced to run back down, had to do battle with the Shark inside of the Mudroom, had to do battle with all the site players that were here causing so many problems. Really nicely executed coming through from Wildcard. I think notable that that's not exactly a push that requires a lot of map control. Feels like a lot of these pushes so far, they haven't really been able to secure themselves in a strong spot on the map. Usually, just as that last bomb site is an example, you'd see a team maybe go in through Master, take piano control, get inside of Office, and then try to work some picks from the players playing around the top of the stairs or around Mezzanine or something. But Wildcard, just a fast, aggressive rush is their first round to get on the board, and it's good to get something to start with, but you got to imagine they will need to take some map control if they want to win some of these other rounds.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
We've been able to see in real time how players like Baby Shark and Dash have settled in on this roster. You know, as I speak from experience here when I say it's not easy to upend your life and move to a whole other continent. Just like it's not easy somehow to be a Deimos on attack on Wildcard. They have a life expectancy of about 45 seconds, if that. In the first 10 seconds of the round, Bay, the Deimos, has died to Gunner. M80 have now a massive, massive advantage. Not just getting rid of the Deimos, but having so much time for them to settle in. But I wanted to just take a moment just to kind of give a tip of the hat to both Baby Shark and Dash. I know that they're not new to North America, but neither of them speak English as a native language. There are cultural differences. There's lots of things that you don't necessarily think about, and that comfort level can prevent you from being at your best. Baby Shark and Dash have improved as this team has found their footing, and I have to imagine part of that is that they're getting a bit more comfortable with where they live and with whom they live. Wildcard all live together. Baby Shark, though, having a bit of a rough go of it. Kino shreds him as he's still playing on that upstairs angle. Baby Shark not able to muster all that much. Dash playing on the Amaru with 0 kills is, again, on his roll, not necessarily good. And Amaru's going to want to slingshot into the site or near the site and do some serious damage. He's got the shotgun and the SMG-11 as his loadout, and Dash can make some noise. They're hopeful that he will, because if not, this one will go by the wayside. It's already fallen off for Wildcard in a hurry.
Yeah, I was really excited when I saw that op lineup. You know, Nook coming through. You've got Amaru as well, but I'm not sure we're going to really see much from it. Kansas on the board with 1, but now it's a 2v4 as you've been able to trade out, and M80 just sitting back in the site. Nobody looking to get aggressive at this point. Nobody needing to get aggressive. 60 seconds left on the clock. Wildcard have to go back out, get that defuse kit, and then find some way into the site. With Dash on this Amaru, might have a bit better time than M80 will be expecting. I could see something crazy straight in through the master window, but not going to be simple. And with Dash's position, I don't think likely either.
That Supernova does pack quite the punch. It's a nice skin, too, as he unsheaths his W7M branded SMG-11 to Jiggle Peak. If he had the shotgun out, I guess you could call it a Jiggle Pump. The name of my band, of course, if people had forgotten from the very first match. Dash has that diffuser, but M80 have the numbers. They've got the time as well. Kansan will really be the big question mark here. Tossing out a flash, maybe keeping this M80 team from seeing him. Nope, that's not exactly what will happen at all. M80 gets the final 2 kills needed. They suffer only 1 player. That was Gunnar, who basically toppled Wildcard very early in this round, and M80 continue business as usual, regaining a 2-round lead.
Again, for Wildcard, yes, they might be on the unfavorable side, at least in M80's opinion, but you do want to be racking up the attacks on Chalet. It's generally a 50-50 map, if not slightly favorable for the attackers, and M80 themselves have been quite a proficient attacking team. Up against Dark Zero earlier today, they played 4 attacks and they won 3 of them. So they're very strong at attacking on this map. Wildcard would love to leave this at a 3-3, but even a 4-2 I think would be fine given where you're at right now. You can't afford to go down 5-1 in this first half. These next couple of rounds will be critical. Game's just not started how you want. I talked at the start of this game how Chalet's an aggressive map that can often rely on individual gunplay, and we've seen that out of M80. Lots of spawn peek, lots of aggression, lots of ways to catch Wildcard off guard, but it's not coming back the other way. Aside from the 1 rush just in through the game's window, we just haven't seen the success from them. Kitchen for our next bomb site, and then it'll either be games or the basement to end us out. Really hoping that Wildcard can get something going here. They'll put 0-4 Dash on the Monty to try to recover something.
I remember back before shields were as meta as they are, you would slap the guy who was just not hitting anything on a shield. I remember Iconic got put on that role at the Charlotte Major Finals after he entered that match against Dark Zero as the highest rated player in the entire event. And he was so poor, they said, you know what, we're going to put a shield in front of you and hope for the best. Sadly, that Astralis team would not achieve the best. Easy ended up winning it. That Astralis team, though, is definitely one that has one of the more memorable runs. That and then the 6th Invitational as well in Montreal when they went on an improbable top 4 run where they ultimately got beaten by, I believe it was G2, en route to G2, winning with a coach whose name I honestly can't remember. So it's not like he's definitely still active and certainly isn't coaching one of the teams in this match. Oh my, Dash. I mean, you can put a shield in front of his face, but he almost dies early yet again, Jesse.
He is the primary shield player on this team. He's not just being put on it for stats, but not the greatest entry into the building for him. It does force some of these M80 players back. Diffuser is not fearful just yet. He's still playing with Gunnar top floor as well. More damage now into Dash. 1 HP left. They're just catching weird little angles on him, and I think he's assuming Gunnar to leave, but this is still a crossfire setup, and now maybe Gunnar wanted to fall back. I don't see any support for Dash at the moment. Bay is inside of Library, but otherwise, I'm struggling to see who is supposed to capitalize off the space Dash is making.
Oh my, down goes Dash. So they finally managed to get him. He was a man walking on borrowed time. And unless he's able to muster something in the next round, this will be the first half without Dash getting on the board. Compounding this issue is Bay's struggles too. The guns just aren't gunning for Wildcard. This is honestly, oh my, a reoccurring thing. I mean, when you got Kansan on your team, he can always pull stuff like that off. He's now disoriented inside of the lobby as the F-Naught from Gunner's Fenrir takes his vision away. Dump down towards blue just to isolate one of these defenders. 40 seconds left, and both of these teams in a 4v4.
Double from Hot and Cold finds Spiker. The rotate has happened, and there's another down. Hot and the site is doing everything he needs to, Parker. Bay, the last one in the 1v4, but can't get the job done. Great anchor play coming through from Hot and Cold at the end. Really nice stuff coming out from him. I gotta say, again, Wildcard really struggling on that roam clear. You saw how much they were worried about blue stairs there, right? They had the guy on the cases window, top floor, watching for blue stairs. They had the Grimbees going out. It was about 35 seconds when they were shooting beehives at the blue stairs, worried about Gunner. Gunner had not only already left the stairs, he was already through the basement up Westmain, whilst they were still worried about clearing him. I think losing track of players a little bit on the side of Wildcard, and especially losing your main shield player as the opening death, I mean, feels really rocky in a round like that. So we thought maybe M80 would be out of gas going back-to-back after playing that first BO3 and then coming straight into this one, but it seems like they've got a lot more in the tank than Wildcard do right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most damning thing here for Wildcard is not who they're losing first. It's not, frankly, when they're losing them. It's the operators that they keep losing first. Deimos going out immediately. Monty going out immediately. Yeah, I know these are operators that are going to be leading the charge into the building, and they are most likely to be the op you lose right off the rip. But there's no real variance here. You just keep losing these super high impact operators early on. M80 is just punishing you. Wildcard have been struggling to get in the building, to get anything going. They struggled with it on Lair. They're struggling with it here now. And it's honestly not really us wagging our fingers at Wildcard. It speaks to the strength of a team like M80. The only time that Wildcard succeeded on attack was when they decided to just rush the bomb site. And I mean, it's kind of hard for you to have some troubles getting into the building when all 5 of you jump through windows in the first 20 seconds or so.
Gunner in the rat spot. This will be a freebie. Bay is gone. There he goes. Second time these playoffs, we've seen a player go misdroned in that solar rat spot. And it can just be so effective, especially when you know you're playing against players that might be a little bit demotivated. Gunner somehow is getting all the way out to Library 2. Nothing can stop this man. 3 magnets in his pocket. He's still got to set up. So that would have been a valuable pick had they droned and punished it. But it's just these simple mistakes going over and over. It's tough to drone all of Chalet. You got to take shortcuts sometimes, but the fact that there's no trade, no follow-up really hurts if you're a wild card. Another opening death goes the way of M80, and they'll do what they consistently do after they get a man advantage, Parker. They'll rein things in, they'll go back to the bomb site, and they'll let wildcards sit around and twiddle their thumbs for the next 2.5 minutes.
Bad time for Bay to put in one of his worst performances against tough opposition. Much was said during the group stages about the difference between the top of NA versus the middle and then towards the bottom. I mean, the top was M80 and OXG. One of those teams no longer with us here in the playoff hunt. OXG bid farewell by this wildcard squad just a couple hours ago, ending any hopes of OXG representing the region at the Munich Major. Wildcard grabbing that spot, but again, that chatter was that Wildcard, historically not the most successful on an international stage. Doesn't really matter. You have to start making it to events to get that experience, and Wildcard will be there. But I mean, it does show that M80, for good reason, were the top team in the region. They earned this. Down goes Dash. He will exit the first half without a frag. Kansan picking them all up, though. Now as down goes Kino on his side, traded out immediately by Diffuser. M80 just playing keep away at this point. Gavin with 1 pick. Scoreboard flying so fast, I can't even see it, and it does look like we're in for one heck of a defender-sided Chalet. That's good news for Wildcard, as they will now pick up the mantle from where M80 dropped it. But a 5-1 first half for the team that already won a map. That puts Wildcard in really bad territory.
Parker, I got good news and I got bad news.
Hit me with the bad news first.
I won't do that. I'm going to hit you with the good news first. The good news is that the last time Wildcard played Chalet, they won 5 of their 6 defenses. They were very successful. They have a history of doing well on the defensive side. The bad news is that game was against Cloud9. And despite the fact that both Cloud9 and M80 have dropped Packer in the last 8 months, they're very different teams. And I think M80 will be a little bit stronger on their Chalet attacks coming into this game. Operator bans coming through. We do see a zombie, as she is perma-banned on this map, get removed, along with the Kaid, which is a bit rare to see on Chalet.
And then the Monty ban coming through from Wildcard, again targeting that against Kino. It's something the desk didn't like about that first game, is how hard they focus on the Monty ban. Despite that, they will repeat it and instead leave up the Blackbeard, leave up the Blitz for Kino to try to abuse.
I wish we did exit interviews for the teams that don't win, because I think there's a lot to be learned from how things went right or how things went wrong. Wildcard only been able to do, what, 3 rounds now? It was a 7-2 on Lair and 7, or it could be a 7-1 here. There was 2 rounds, right?
It was a 7-2 or 7. Yeah, I'll look it up. Honestly, it wasn't a very memorable map, if we're being honest. Wildcard.
How could you say that? How could you say such a thing?
It was 7-3. It was 7-3.
7-3.
5 seconds remaining. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Did you have a point you wanted to make with that 7-3 or?
No, I just mean that it's, the point I was making was that I'd like to get the exit interviews. Right? Sorry, I didn't do the ... dot for you. I forgot that you need to read text and hear text in human form.
Thank you.
Through the language that we share and communicate in regularly.
Thank you.
No, my point was, if Wildcard does end up losing by quite the deficit, which seems like it might be the case, then I think it's important that, or could be interesting, if we were to hear what they have to say, right? That the first thing I did when I saw Shopify Rebellion get smoked was message Troy, because I wanted to know. And obviously he said more than that, but I'm just not going to say everything he said on the broadcast. But at the end of the day, I mean, it was summed up as we were tired, they were less tired, they were a better team. That's really just it, right? And I mean, I think a lot of teams will say that. It's been very common. Troy said that before in matches like this. And I mean, way back in the old DreamHack days where you would be playing multiple best of ones, multiple best of threes over and over again, teams will tell you how exhausting it is.
Yeah.
I'd be curious to see what Wildcard has to say. Did you just note that double frost mat over the bathroom window right here, by the way? And yeah, it gets immediately droned by Diffuser.
He doesn't have nades despite playing on the striker. Gunner could come over with nades, or Hot and Cold could as well. You don't want to be jumping into that. Even if you shoot down, you're likely to fall into one of them. So you got to clear that before you get on in. Common strat, because, well, players will jump in and shoot, but you're likely to only shoot one when you're jumping in. Now Hot and Cold is starting to get these tracks underway. He's found the frost, and they're going to be pushing in through cases. It's a menace, though. Baby Shark gets 2, and there's another from Bay.
M80 just completely torn asunder. Gavin, last one up. Wildcard about to get a flawless round of their own, but Gavin does not want the engagement all the way into the bomb site. No. Not the bomb site, but where the diffuser lies. Not Diffuser the player. Diffuser the diffuser. They'll hunt down Gavin now as he's outside. He either has to go through the office, he will deny a flawless, or vault in through the window, or maybe just go through the main lobby. Gansen's been retrieved after some damage is done to him, and, well, yeah, the scoreboard disappeared, so we didn't even see who got the kill. But either way, Wildcard wins the round, and the gap closes ever so slightly. Wildcard desperately need motivation boosters. They are 2 rounds away from being NA's 4th ranked team.
Nice little 3-2-1 attempt from M80, jumping in through the piano window, but didn't quite get there. It was read really nicely by Baby Shark instead. I was paying attention. They didn't jump into a frost map from what I could tell. The icon didn't appear on the HUD, but the frost was lurking around the corner, just waiting for that play to happen. So very nicely set up and predicted by a Wildcard. As you mentioned, gets things underway nicely for them on their defensive side. If they want to win this, they'll need at least 5, maybe 6 defenses on their own. They do play all 4 sites on this map. A lot of teams have stopped running the basement on Chalet. It's kind of fallen out of favor over the last stage and a half, 2 stages, as most teams are sticking to the top floor or the mid 2 floors. But Wildcard like to play them all. They played all 4 sites against Cloud9, and in case you were wondering, the one site that they lost was kitchen and dining. So might see them avoiding that one, might not. Again, thought to be one of the stronger sites, so I expect them to pull it out at some point. Barring Games will be our next site that we see in the rotation, and for Wildcard, setting it up relatively standardly. Only Kansan in the bomb site, everybody else roaming top floor. Dash and Baby Shark kind of aggressive closer towards the master side of the map. We'll see if they stick around and try to take early gunfights, or if this is going to be more of a shoot some drones and fall back type situation.
Fun to see how it plays out. Dash finally broke that goose egg in that round, getting kill number 1, tying himself with Spiker, who, if Wildcard does go out in this map, you can at least say that Spiker got that 100th kill, which is, again, probably something he doesn't care about at all, but it's something that is interesting and worth talking about here on this show. Gunner just... Oh, okay. I was like, what was going on with Gunner there with the drone? I think he got it all the same.
With that information, they're going to be able to start opening things up. I like that little smoke play with the Selma charge, try to open things up and deny that back bar position. It's going to make things really awkward for Spiker. You see he has to rotate over towards Games in the bottom right of your corner. He's no longer able to play in sort of that bar stock room with the ace opening up the wall. Minute 45 and still no picks, but that is okay for M80. They've managed to make some good space. They've got control of the basements. They've got some drones in as well, even if they are being shot out. Once they can start setting up things with these Capital bolts and with the utility that they have, even the air jabs, that's when things can start to get going.
Oh, Bay will feed hot and cold his own head. Right through the smoke, there was some hope that he'd be able to get the kill. Hot and Cold having a much better performance here on this map than what we saw out of Lair. Now Diffuser will die after Dash was put into the ground. Still in this position is Bay, but he pops up like a game of whack-a-mole, and it's read right by M80 as they boop him right back down. Somebody on Wildcard will need to pick him up, or it'll be a 3v3 for the remainder of this round. 1 minute left for M80, now experiencing the same struggles that we saw Wildcard go through in that first half, as M80 tries to grapple with it. A nice shot from Spiker. That's a frustrating one. Very worried about the vertical play. M80 has not been very well prepared for it.
No, so far this has been starting to fall apart a little bit. If they don't lose that pick, 3v3, things look nice. Gunner's found some space, though. He just walks straight through the lobby, and they don't know about this, Parker. Spiker dies, and Gunner's in a really good spot.
Gunner with the same amount of kills as the last 2 remaining wildcard players, but Kansan is the element of surprise. Out goes a Nitro cell. They manage to walk around it. Gunner takes down Baby Shark, and now it's all up to Kansan, who gives his position away. Kino will save the day, and M80 will move to series point. 3 minutes away from advancing to play Shopify Rebellion tomorrow.
We're seeing shades of Gunner the last time he was attending a major, and of course a champion MVP, as you mentioned not long ago, Parker, will be his 5th major event once he heads to Munich later next month, and he's looking on point. Fantastic game sense to realize what the gap is in a round like that. He even seemed to know about Kansan's position as he walked in through Fireplace. You know, he rotates back down to that main floor. His team has control of up above, but he knows that if there's no second dimension, it's not going to go so well. Some weird fighting going on kind of trophy side there, but that's, I think, really the difference maker is Gunner's excellent decision-making to get down towards lobby and then brilliant shots. That one onto Kansan, not easy to hit by any means, and not the easiest gun that he's wielding either. So nice to see him pull that off. It is now 6-2. M80 just need 1 of the next 4 rounds, and they will be locked into a top 3 position, and they'll be playing tomorrow up against Shopify Rebellion.
10 seconds to
SR got into the position that they are in by clinching the 2nd spot for the Munich Major. Troy facing off against his former team of Space Station. And I mean, there's always a bit of a funny story when he plays his former teammates, even though there's only 1 that remains now in Fultz, but still the organization that, well, he won a world championship with, lifting that hammer in Montreal. They got 2-0'd, and not just 2-0'd, but that second map was a 7-0 as well, pushing Space Station into the grand finals for the 2nd time this year. SSG won stage 1 and are now in a great spot to do it again. The Rebellion will wait for the winner of this match, which might be M80, but after this round, after losing Kino as early as they did, Baby Shark getting that pick on a very intriguing challenge, it might be M80 having to wait another round. Wildcard now at 2 rounds. Plenty of time left. Gavin walking in. They've got control of the bomb site on the side of M80. He sees the Yokai drone. He has a good idea of where that Echo is. Inside of the closet, the Goyo is fighting back. Dash emerges from his position with the sidearm out, but M80 losing control of the site, albeit temporarily, now regained it. Down goes Baby Shark, and Bay is last man standing. As the clash, he can make some serious noise. Gavin with 3 kills for his team, having a great effort this round. M80 just need 1 more kill, and they move on. That's it. Connor finds it. That's the ball game. M80 advancing to play against Shopify Rebellion tomorrow in the lower bracket finals. Wildcard will have to settle for 4th in NA, but 4th is good enough to get a major spot. So a good day for both of these teams. We will see them in action on German soil next month. We'll see M80 tomorrow against Shopify Rebellion.
A little disappointing result for this game, but again, I think both teams will be extremely happy with how the day has gone overall. Plenty to work on and plenty to prep for, as the major is just a few weeks away, but it'll be time to grind for Wildcard, get that practice underway. M80, as you mentioned, a big day tomorrow that they will have to get ready for, but some time off for now at the very least. A big, dominating game to end things off here against Wildcard.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
You need to go help him.
Outside. Good job for Jazz. You're good.
Okay, call all your pushes.
Office. I'm ping on the bomb. No ass.
No, we
Gonna
can't.
play kills or what?
Yes, we have to play
I got
kill.
both echo drones.
Don't have to. There's. Oh,
Nice.
Good
Oh,
fucker. He gave you the
guys.
kill.
What the? There was literally no one on the setup. Like what?
And with that, Amazing secures top 3 here in the NAL. They still have another game at least tomorrow. But before we head into that, let's bring over Kino. To be completely fair, we're going to keep this nice and quick and easy because I'm assuming you guys are tired. We've had a long day too. So congratulations on another win. You're going up against SR tomorrow. How are you feeling about that?
Feeling good. It's always fun playing against those guys, you know. They're the best team in the NA.
Really?
And they will forever be the best team in the NA. Yeah. Every team that Troy's on is the best team in the NA. They superstar team.
Okay, that's some great words. Yeah. Humble opponent. Yeah. You know, yesterday specifically, did Fabian say anything that really got you guys going today?
No, honestly, Fabian didn't say anything. He's been check stealing ever since he joined the team, and just no motivation from him, no nothing. But we were like, if we're not gonna do it for Fabian, let's do it for us.
When you guys
so we did it.
When you guys do your like prep and stuff, because we know that sometimes Fabian won't do interviews because he doesn't have pants on. When you guys do prep and stuff, does he have pants on in the prep, or is he just standing next to you guys?
I mean, he's
not here with us,
yeah.
But he tells us all the time that he's always like butt naked, like nothing on. It's a little freaky, but I mean, all right.
Well, yeah, you know what? Thank you so much for the interview, Kino. Anything you want to say, actually, to SR specifically for tomorrow? Maybe, like, I don't know.
Not much I can say, honestly. We're probably going to lose. That is the best team in the NA. They are all superstars. But at least we get to play tomorrow, right? At least we're not sitting here bored.
He keeps saying they're superstars, but it makes me, Kino, it makes me believe you didn't watch any of the pregame when I hyped all of you guys up and set you guys up. So we're
you said they were gonna lose.
Team.
You said the Wildcard was gonna win. Why are you sitting here lying?
I was going against the desk.
Yeah.
Wait, are we serious? I mean, whatever. It's fine.
You know I love you.
I know Fox said that DZ was gonna win too.
Yeah, fact.
I don't want to hear it.
I didn't say DZ was gonna win.
You said it the day before. I remember. I have good memory.
That you don't. That you don't.
Did I?
Excuse me?
You heard me.
Chocolate milkshake.
All right, you know what?
Chicken nuggets.
Let's call it a night. It's been a good one. Congrats once again on the win for qualifying to Munich as well. Going to that LAN this year, getting some SI points. We'll see you tomorrow. Good luck for that matchup too. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye.
Team bonding might get crazy in Munich if Fabian's always, got no pants on and stuff like that with the rest of the team.
Whoa!
Like if they're just all in the practice room.
Well, he has shorts on. He's not
yeah, right.
Pantless.
I'm sure the SSG guys, they be going to the gym. I've gone with them.
They wear some high-waisted shorts.
I've gone with them before
every single time.
All right,
three-hour workout, hit the sauna.
Guys, it's okay. You can, whatever fantasy you have, keep it to yourself. We're going to be looking at the bracket because this is getting a little disturbing in terms of how exactly we got here and what we still have coming up. Tomorrow, Shopify Rebellion is playing in that lower bracket against M80 for a chance to play against SSG in the grand final. They're defending title holders from stage 1.
Yeah, SSG has a lot on the line for them because they want to be able to replicate the stage 1 success that they had and, makes them feel all that much better going into Munich. And they'll probably play Shopify Rebellion based off what Kino said, saying that they're superstars and that M80 will probably lose.
And again, just for SI points, realistically, I mean, both M80 and Shopify Rebellion, if they get one step further, then they lock in at least 150 points. Same with Space Station. Or one of these teams is going to walk away with 300 SI points and be really comfortable throughout the remainder of this and then possibly what happens in Munich.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see. But for today's Blacklight detail, even though Wildcard did lose their second game, the first one was absolutely incredible. So the Blacklight detail is going to be going over to Kansan.
Yeah, Kansan an amazing round here. It was a 3v1 situation that Grixer almost brought back. I mean, these two shots that he hits to bring it back, it was insane, but really smart heads-up play from Kansan here. He knows he's in a tucked position. The peeker's advantage, whether he peeks first, he's going to be seen first. So just perfectly placing the two Pokeballs, but the two impacts just to be able to, catch Grixer. And so that was really, really well played because he knew if he swung first, he was most likely going to die.
Yeah, let's have a look at tomorrow's schedule as well in terms of the games. We'll be starting a little later. I know that these last couple of days we started at 2 p.m. 9. We're going to be starting at 6 p.m. That is 18:00 for the Europeans. And the second game will probably be 9 p.m., maybe a little bit early, depends.
I hate military time.
Who's TBD?
To be determined.
Oh. I'm kidding. It's so
Wow.
that we can explain it.
That's why I dropped out of high school.
M80 playing against
All right.
Shopify Rebellion, and
Wait.
then one of those teams will face off against SSG in the finals.
We gotta close out the show though because APL is going live and they're telling us to hurry up. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for today. We're gonna be back again tomorrow at 6 p.m. with our lower final into the grand final. Take care of yourselves. Enjoy the APL. Bye.